The story begins with Dodd glancing out the window and pretending to be lost in thought. According to the butterfly effect, humanity's fate can change with a single simple choice. In other words, it's like a node of events. At least to me it feels that way, because up to now I've made quite a few regrettable choices. As soon as he thought that, a girl's voice outside made Dodd startle. "Honey, honey, are you listening? I knew you were in there, so I came. You'd better open the door." I asked Ophelia, the guild housekeeper. She said you don't have any classes today. Are you going to ignore me forever? Turning toward Dodd and hearing that familiar voice, his face went ashen like someone about to die, sweat pouring out as he screamed inwardly. There wasn't a stalker like her. Then, as if to prove Dodd's fear, the girl outside stabbed a sword through the door, as though trying to break in. "Then I'll make my own way in," she said calmly, while Dodd cursed her silently. "That crazy woman." He reached out hurriedly to shout a protest. "You can't do that. The student council president is the one who punishes rule breakers." In response, his girlfriend dropped a sensational piece of information. Unfortunately for him, she was the student council president. No sooner had she finished speaking than the door split apart and shattered into pieces. Then the unfamiliar girl stepped into the room and scolded. "You've been avoiding me a lot lately, exactly 32 times. "You counted," Dodd complained, but the strange girl paid him no mind and calmly made a proposal to the protagonist. "I have something to ask you. Dodd Campbell, will you marry me?" The words came from a girl dressed in what looked like a uniform, with a long sword at her hip. Before the protagonist could answer, another girl's voice sounded beside him. "What are you saying?" Princess Tristan, who knew she'd go after a taken bloom. "Is that how her family behaves?" The remark came from a purple-haired girl sitting casually by the window with a pair of animal ears atop her head. Seeing her, Tristan's expression turned serious and her tone cold. "Isn't that a bit flashy for an assassin? There'll be too many witnesses." In reply, Sira stuck out her tongue playfully. "Killing all the witnesses is my policy, princess." Down below, Dodd blinked and hurriedly interjected, "Wait, I'm extremely uncomfortable right now. I haven't even thought about marriage." No sooner had he finished speaking than his roof was smashed open, and a blue-haired girl landed inside. Seeing her appear, Dodd couldn't help but call out, "Ruru." And sure enough, Ruru had the same goal as the other girls. She turned to Dodd excitedly. "Live with me, Dodd. The wedding preparations are done. All that's missing is you." Hearing that, a black-haired girl suddenly appeared, her face radiating murderous intent as she swung a chain at Ruru. "How rude. What do you usually do to let these half-hearted women surround you so much?" "As your fiancé, I won't let this slide," she barked while Ruru retorted. No sooner had she spoken than a red-haired girl arrived riding a flaming broom. "Shut up, all of you. Dodd Campbell belongs to me." And so, all the girls stared at one another with burning eyes. Each of them knew the others wouldn't easily let Dodd go with anyone. There was no hesitation at all. They all rushed to fight at once, and Dodd was caught in the middle of the chaos. He could only shout in despair, "Why are you all babbling on like this? So how did this whole thing happen? Let's see. It was the survival game that put me in this situation. It's called Savior Rising, abbreviated SORRY, a fresh academy story for passionate youth. It has a bit of a prized world vibe, but the characters are familiar and stable. When I beat the game and watched the ending, I found it pretty entertaining and even a little satisfying. But the next day I got sucked into the game. Makes sense, right? Hey, it's not like I cursed the game and some divine developer targeted me or anything. I wasn't even attached to the main character. Still, I ended up in the body of Dodd Campbell. He didn't have any power to speak of and was just the heir of an obscure viscount. He was nothing more than a third-tier background character in that world. Agriculture is the main industry of the Campbell Viscountcy. Also, there are no real dungeons there like those scattered across the empire. It's barely mentioned in Sorry's main storyline. So the Viscount's son, enrolling in the Royal Academy, became a sensational event. On the day Dodd was about to leave for the academy, his father and the entire populace of the Viscountcy came to see him off with unimaginable joy. His father couldn't hold back his emotion. "At last you're leaving. Dodd, you are the pride of our Viscountcy. Take care and don't cause trouble. Elfonte gathers the children of every noble family in the empire. The best thing you, the son of a viscount, can do is avoid attracting attention, understand?" The father's overly detailed reminder made Dodd give an embarrassed laugh. "Ha ha, I said I understand." Then he checked his status sheet. Status info, Dodd Campbell. Strength, agility, stamina, luck, authority, skill info, none. Mastery info, none. No special talents, no special gifts. Looking at his pitiful status sheet, sweat poured down Dodd's face. He didn't know how he could possibly enter the academy and graduate safely with stats this week. Everything was basically zeros. Even an experienced player like me had never seen starting stats this low. The system's primary task for Dodd was to enroll in the academy and be assigned to a class. According to the game system, if you ignore the task, the game ends, because the academy Dodd was about to attend would be plunged into chaos by the villain's brutality. I absolutely won't do anything that could threaten my life. Thinking that, Dodd cast his father a confident look. Don't worry, I'll do my best not to draw any attention. I won't chase foolish dreams of raising the Viscountcy's fame. I'll keep my grades below average. With that, he said goodbye and boarded the train to the Royal Academy. But fate seemed to be teasing him. Nothing ever went smoothly for the protagonist. Isn't the heroine supposed to handle things herself? Not drawing attention is what a true loner should do. My academy life was officially starting, so why was I on the same train with her from the very beginning? In front of Dodd sat an incredibly beautiful girl with silver hair. She used the train time to read and sip a cup of tea. But don't be fooled by that elegant appearance. With my gaming experience, I knew exactly who she was. She was Elnor Erinariz La Tristan, the bloodthirsty final boss who buries countless corpses in that world. In the scenarios, she and the protagonist repeatedly clash and gradually lose their minds. The dormant existence of the Grey Demon eventually swallows Elnor's body and turns her into the final boss. Only the protagonist completes the final development capable of facing her. Across from him, Elnor, still intently reading, seemed to sense Dodd staring and spoke up. "Do you need to see a doctor? You don't look so well." Hearing that, Dodd saw the female villain notice him. His face went pale and he waved his hand hurriedly. "Ah, no, I'm fine." On her side, Elnor continued speaking, though her eyes never left the book. "My sitting here instead of in first class was a deliberate choice to show that our ducal family is high nobility. Sorry for making you worry. Anyone riding in the same carriage with me has that expression." Her tone was a bit cold, but made Dodd feel oddly different. He thought to himself that she was nothing like he remembered. Keywords used to describe Elnor were perfection-seeking and bold. So what did this sensitive side of hers mean? Turning to Elnor's perspective, seeing Dodd hadn't answered, she prompted again, "Why aren't you answering? Are you distracted by something else?" In reply, Dodd scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, no, it's nothing, you're really kind." At that, Elnor paused her reading. She looked at Dodd and asked, "Kind, were you hearing something, or have we met before?" Faced with that question, Dodd immediately grew flustered. He cursed himself silently and quickly explained, "Ah, no, I just heard you're pretty strict." Seeing his awkward posture, Elnor sighed and returned to the book in her hands. "You really are a strange one." At her remark, Dodd could only force a crooked smile. "Yeah, I've heard that a lot. Hef hef." After saying it, he began to pray silently. "I'm just a background character. Don't get involved with me. I should stay quiet and look outside." Come to think of it, the scenery outside looked magnificent, and there was even a boulder rolling toward us. Thinking that, Dodd seemed to snap awake. His eyes bulged. Meanwhile, the giant rock flew close to the window. With no other way to protect his life, Dodd immediately turned to beg Elnor, "Student Council President, forgive me." Saying that, he reached toward her, and a second later, the giant rock slammed into the carriage, causing a massive explosion. Thick smoke billowed straight into the sky. Yet despite the sudden accident, Dodd and Elnor were safe, because they were currently protected by some kind of necklace. Dodd realized this, so he lunged forward and hugged Elnor tightly to get inside the necklace's protective range. Elnor always carried that, armor identification and crafting for the mature skeleton. With all stats effectively 0, I wouldn't survive. Dodd clenched his teeth and waited silently for the blast's shock to pass. Only when Elnor's reminding voice rang out did he come to his senses. "Are you okay? Can you sit up? It's heavy." Her words made Dodd start, and realize his face was buried in her enormous chest. He blushed and hurriedly sat up, stammering, "I'm sorry." Before Dodd could finish, Elnor interrupted him from below. "It's fine, you did that to save me. This is the first time a man has approached me so boldly. But thanks, I get what you meant, so don't apologize." Elnor's words made Dodd's face flush with embarrassment. She had completely misunderstood. Dodd had lunged at her just to benefit from the armor, unaware of his true intent. Elnor sat up, adjusted her hair, and asked his name. From the protagonist's viewpoint, at that question, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. It felt like if he answered, he'd keep running into her. What should I say? If I tell her, what will she do with me? After thinking it over, he still gave his full name. Dodd Campbell. Elnor nodded. "All right, I won't forget this. I will repay you later." No sooner had the Villainess spoken than Dodd received a system notification. "You have attracted the attention of a villainous character. Conditions for receiving a special gift have been met. You have acquired the skills Desperate Survival and Lethal Charisma." Seeing this message, Dodd's face went blank. Time passed quickly, and a team of medics had already arrived at the site of the train accident to treat the injured. Was it because this train came from Elfonte? Thanks to special security measures, casualties were few. Those who had been checked could now walk away. After that, Dodd also got into a carriage to continue his journey. While traveling, he took the chance to review the system notifications about the special gifts. The first gift, linked fate. As you receive more attention from those with villainous traits, you gain different rewards. That system message made Dodd stroke his chin and ponder why he couldn't discover the activation conditions back in his dull Viscounty. Not to mention villainous traits in that carefree land. Finding even a neutral person was difficult. No wonder this gift never activated. Should I check what I just received? Unable to contain his curiosity, Dodd quickly inspected his new items. First was Desperate Survival, rank unknown. Your stats increase when you find yourself in dangerous situations, with effectiveness proportional to the level of danger. The next skill was Lethal Charisma, rank unknown. It makes it easy to attract the attention of those with villainous traits. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. Faced with these two skills, Dodd felt conflicted, relieved, and worried. Desperate Survival would surely help in combat and keep him alive. But on the other hand, Lethal Charisma, can I really have that? Villainous traits. Characters with those traits in the game included a warrior crazed for battle, a berserk sword god who strikes down anyone within 3 steps, a savage assassin who will kill anyone for the right price, a prodigious mage who has lost all feeling for the world. They were all troublesome people, but right now, whatever right. The important thing is I got a skill that helps me survive. Strangely, the skill ranks were listed as unknown. Even as an SR class veteran, I've never seen that before. What could it mean? Across from him, the doctor saw Dodd's face changing and asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay? Should I run another psychological assessment?" "Ah, no, I'm fine," Dodd replied quickly. Time moved on, and the carriage brought Dodd straight to Elfonte Academy, cut to a large square inside the academy. At that moment, a professor's voice rang out as the freshmen gathered. "Although the unfortunate incident occurred, I thank you all for arriving here safely. This year's freshmen are truly impressive." Back to Dodd, he paid no mind to the professor's speech. Instead, he remembered his conversation with the doctor in the carriage. At that time, the doctor had asked, "But you're just the son of an obscure viscount with no connections, right?" "I was also a former student of Elfonte and come from an obscure noble family. The Tristan Viscounty has many enemies. It's best to stay away from her from now on. If you hang around those high nobility types, you'll get into trouble." "I'll remember," Dodd replied. At that moment, the system also issued a reminder related to Elnor. 2 days remain until the first stage faith event takes place. Thinking of that, Dodd let out a weary sigh. No kidding, whether I like it or not, I'm tied to her now. At this academy where rumors run rampant, that's nothing when she's a candidate to be the final boss. Just standing next to her is like signing your own death warrant. Before Dodd could think further, a loud shout rang out ahead. "Dodd Campbell, you bastard, why are you spacing out?" Startled by the voice, Dodd snapped out of his circling thoughts and looked toward its source. A few students were looking at him with teasing expressions. "Heh heh, look at that country boy. Everyone else has paired up already. You're the only one left. Your opponent gets auto-assigned." The brown-haired guy said this while pointing at Dodd. Seeing that, Dodd hurried down and muttered a self-curse. Right. After the opening ceremony, the live combat test starts immediately. Thinking that, Dodd scratched his head and asked, "Excuse me, who was I paired with?" He said it with a calm face, but inside he was panicking. He understood that if everyone else had chosen opponents, the one left was probably the strongest. Sure enough, a girl with orange hair extended her hand toward him and introduced herself. "Hi, do you need a hand?" Looking at her beautiful face and bright smile, Dodd couldn't force a smile when he realized who stood before him. She was the greatest genius in the world. In the future, she would become the savior. She was the protagonist of Savior Rising. Dodd could only reach out to her, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Am I done for? He wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly, cut to the office of a female professor. Her colleagues were already complaining. Count Christ just arrived, Viscount Galantes is here too. When will Miss Tristan show up? Not to mention them, the female professor was beside herself. Has she lost her mind? The one-on-one qualifiers are happening. How can she be late? As she thought that, almost as if answering her wish, the sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Everyone turned to the source and saw Elnor's figure, covered in blood, walking calmly forward. Her appearance alarmed the onlookers. The female professor immediately demanded, "I have a lot of questions for you. Where the hell have you been?" In response, Elnor said she'd been busy dealing with something. But just looking at her made it clear that something wasn't small. The professor sighed and signaled to her colleagues. "Sorry, but it looks like she and I need to handle something first." Once everyone in the room left, the professor asked, "Did anyone die?" Not many, maybe around a dozen. Elnor shrugged and explained. They were there to assassinate us. They dropped a huge boulder onto the academy train and tried to stage it as an accident. I figured out who they were, and since I happened to be nearby, I dealt with them. Hearing that, the professor advised her to let the school handle it. Before the professor could finish, Elnor turned and snapped back. You expect me to be fair and perfect to everyone. Ready to forgive those who tried to kill me. Facing Elnor's determined expression, the professor gave up on lecturing. Fine, but change your clothes first. The one-on-one qualifiers are still going on. If you head over now, you'll meet Elijah, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Elijah Chrysanax and Dodd Campbell. What the hell? The professor stammered, struggling to pronounce the protagonist's name correctly. But the name sounded oddly familiar to Elnor. She suddenly blurted Dodd Campbell. Hearing that, the professor was surprised and asked, right, that's him. How do you know him? The professor asked. He doesn't seem to stand out at all. For Elnor, an image of the protagonist looking awkward began to form in her mind. She unconsciously let out a small smile and whispered that the guy was rather odd. Back at Dodd's position, he was trembling as he gripped the wooden sword. As everyone watched his shaking form, they shouted and gossiped, "Come on in. What a pumpkin bumpkin. How many moves can he even do? A monkey move. He's lucky if he doesn't get hurt." Ignoring those remarks, Dodd understood how desperate his situation was. His stats were trash. If she landed a hit on him, he might be dead. So this could actually work in my favor. It's definitely a dangerous situation, right? I have nothing left to lose. I'm sure the villains I'll face are among these people. If I don't die, at least I can draw their attention with this info advantage and my stats. Maybe I'll survive, Dodd thought to himself. Meanwhile, across from him, Elijah saw the protagonist's tense, sweating face and said worriedly, "Hey, be honest with me, you're actually really weak, aren't you?" "You're right. I was about to beat you up badly, but if that's the case, I'll let it go." Hearing that from the swordswoman, Dodd asked curiously, "Beat me up badly? Me? Why would you do that?" Elijah's face showed mild annoyance as she replied, "You're the one who was with that girl Elnor, right? I hate her. Not just her. I hate the Tristan family. They're all demons." Back in Dodd's viewpoint, hearing this, he understood everything. She actually said that she's bold. Although she couldn't articulate it, the plot indicated she opposed the Tristan family on many matters. "I get it. It's because of the family scandals." Thinking that, Dodd explained, "I was just in the same place as her." Turning to Elijah, she refused to accept his explanation. "But you still remind me of her face. You annoy me, so I'll hurt you. But should we pretend to fight each other?" Hearing that, our protagonist could only bitterly sigh. Honestly, that offer did sound tempting. But if I don't get stronger quickly in the next 2 days, my life will be in danger. The only way to survive is to make everyone here notice me. Thinking that, despite being terrified, Dodd forced his trembling body to steady and said, "I can go all out and fight you. Actually, I kind of like her." As soon as Elijah heard that, her face darkened. The atmosphere around her seemed to shift. Elijah tightened her grip on the wooden sword and coldly asked the protagonist, "Are you being serious?" "Of course I'm serious, but if I really want you to fight at full strength, this is the only way." Dodd shouted inside and confirmed to himself once more. It was as if he truly hated her. At the same time, the system issued a reminder. Lethal charm activated. You are increasingly attracting villains. A reward has been added to your gift bar. Back at Elijah, hearing Dodd, she resolved not to hold back. "Oh, in that case, I won't feel remorse." Saying that, she drove power into her legs and lunged forward like an arrow, cutting the wind, bringing her sword down in a lightning-fast swing. At that speed, her attack immediately sliced Dodd's wooden blade in two. Fortunately, he had kept his eyes wide to watch Elijah's movement, so he managed to jerk his head back and narrowly dodge. Although Dodd couldn't hide the panic on his face, his having dodged that attack surprised Elijah a little. "Oh, you dodged that? So you're not exactly weak. Then I'll hit harder." Saying that, the swordswoman Elijah assumed an attacking stance again, and this time she was clearly more serious. Just looking at the way she held her sword made Dodd's hair stand on end. A string of glaring red system alerts kept warning Dodd that he was in danger. Danger not life-threatening, activate desperate plea for survival. The notification had just appeared, and Dodd felt an invisible power welling up inside him. Then, as a natural reflex, he suddenly threw a punch straight forward, and it happened to land on Elijah's face. The result was a fist of rank X, the highest rank, sent Elijah's body flying backward like a cannonball, smashing straight into the wall with such force that it caused a massive explosion. This left Dodd and all the other freshmen gaping in disbelief. Dodd Campbell, whose stats were bottom tier on his first day at Elfonte Academy, had just managed to defeat the world's protagonist. As a result, the Academy's professors immediately convened an emergency meeting. At the meeting, a green-haired professor spoke up. The first possibility is that this kid Dodd is sandbagging. At that remark, a teasing voice piped up. He changed his tune about him fast, didn't he, Conrad? Professor Conrad replied calmly, not angry. Anyway, this doesn't make any sense. Everyone here is knowledgeable enough to know he had no combat skills or power before the duel. But that strike hit hard. What do you mean by hit hard? Asked a professor across the table. Conrad fell silent for 2 seconds, then elaborated. I mean not only Elijah Chrysonax. No one could have come out unscathed from that blow. First, I estimate the probability that he legitimately beat the future warrior Elijah Chrysonax is 0. But by using a banned substance or a device, by some method, he temporarily boosted his power. The remaining possibility is that he truly is a prodigy. His words left the other professors in the meeting silent, speechless. After a dozen or so seconds, a pretty blue-haired female professor adjusted her glasses, shook her head, and added, but his victory is really hard to accept. Kendrid, the border marquis and Elijah's sponsor, won't sit idle. However, ignoring a student with such huge potential would be a great loss for our academy. Soon enough we'll know whether he's a fraud. So let's wait and see what comes to light. Conrad, puzzled, asked what she meant. She replied evenly, this year's incoming class has many interesting students. A few are so unique that we must treat them specially. If this student truly is as special as you say, I'm sure he'll find his place among this year's newcomers. And so Dodd's one-hit defeat of Elijah sparked a widespread commotion, even making the hot news. All eyes turned to him. Dodd Campbell, who is he really? Maybe he's the son of the Imperial Knight Commander, or perhaps the greatest talent ever at the Academy. A shocking new star who stumbled into notoriety on his first day. Staring at the newspaper in his hands, Dodd sighed as if facing death. The news both where he used to live and in this game? Are they for real? He tossed the paper aside and checked the system notification about the character info gift for Elnor Aranarize La Tristan. Trust level 1 increased to trust level 2. Reward, possible character event D1 from Baron Lupin. Curiosity rank 1 gain 50 points. Baron, Curiosity level 3, awards 140 points. Reading these notifications, Dodd quickly pieced a few things together. So Curiosity rises to interest, then to trust level, and I can spend the points I earn in the points shop. The most curious person is Elnor, but why the final boss? Someone who shouldn't be interested in me is this interested. Despite his inner screaming, Dodd quickly claimed the reward. It was Elnor's gift, a Tristan family swordsmanship trait. The unexpectedly good reward made Dodd's eyes widen. The family is famous for swordsmanship? Let's see. Their clan has ties to demons, but screw it. After that, he noticed Elijah now had Curiosity level 4 toward him. However, he couldn't claim that reward yet. Why was he here with them? Rewards are only for villains who have a positive interest in me. And she isn't a villain and doesn't have a positive interest in me. Just as he thought that, and before he could study it further, a knock sounded from outside, startling him to turn around. Then a familiar voice called out, "Is this Dodd Campbell's room?" "It's me, Elijah Chrysonax. Can I come in?" Back to Dodd's perspective. He had sworn to himself to avoid main characters and villains. So when this female lead approached, his face went pale. He clenched his lips and wondered why she was here. Would she leave if he stayed silent? Outside, as if reading his thoughts, Elijah said, "Hey, I know you're in there. If you don't answer, I'll kick this door down." Her threat made Dodd blurt out, "Are you crazy?" Outside, Elijah heard Dodd respond and softened her voice, "Are you in there? Can you open the door? I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Dodd stammered. "Oh, just things so we can get to know each other better." Elijah replied. Time passed quickly. Elijah paced the hallway, then sighed and complained. He should have just agreed. Why so tense? What's wrong with him? I don't know how to make friends with guys. The more she thought it, the more irritated Elijah became. And while not paying attention, she seemed to bump into someone, causing the food bag the other person carried to fall to the ground. "Oh, you should watch where you're going," the person across scolded, and Elijah hurried to pick up the food bag for her. But when she looked up and realized she'd bumped into Elnor, Elijah froze. An image flashed in her mind of a blonde-haired boy standing on a sea of flames, ordering her to run. Facing Elnor, Elijah began trembling uncontrollably. Her hand gripping the food bag tightened until veins showed. "I'm fine," Elijah answered hesitantly and relaxed her hand on the sword's hilt. "I grabbed the sword out of instinct." Elijah worried silently and watched Elnor, wondering if she could beat her in her current state. Elnor Tristan, surely she saw her hand. But why didn't she even think to respond to it? Does that mean she doesn't even need to react back at me anymore? Across from her, Elnor ignored it and instead reached forward, holding out her hand. "Give it back." In response, Elijah's trembling hand returned the food bag to Elnor, while wondering inwardly, Dodd, how could he be connected to this girl? After handing the items back, the two of them brushed past each other. As they walked, Elijah said the room to the right down this hall was Dodd Campbell's. Hearing this, Elnor stopped and called out, "Wait a moment." Hearing the question, Elijah looked a bit surprised and casually said, "I've been with him this whole time." "Why is that?" Elnor's face darkened at Elijah's answer as she asked, "For what reason?" Elnor's attitude shifted so quickly that Elijah was a little puzzled. Why was she so hostile? Elijah scratched her head and said, "Just to make friends. Among the new students, I just want to make friends." Before the swordswoman could say another word, Elnor glared at her and warned coldly, "New students are forbidden from socializing with the opposite sex." "Forbidden?" Elijah asked in confusion. "What rule says that?" But before she could finish, a red gleam appeared in Elnor's eyes as she said, "I just set that up. So from now on, you are not allowed near his room." Elnor's non-negotiable tone made Elijah suspect something shady. "Excuse me, but what's your relationship with him?" the student council president asked. Elnor calmly turned away and added, "He's nothing to me. Still, remember what I just told you." Back in Elijah's thoughts, the more Elnor spoke, the more suspicious she became. There's something between those two. Though it's just to gather information, I should still keep trying to befriend him. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a massive building. Today, countless new students had gathered because it was the day of Elfonte Academy's class cooperation exam. The test is designed to analyze every aspect of a student. Students are divided into teams after one-on-one matches, and since I defeated that warrior candidate, I was placed in the highest-ranked group. Everyone looked proud, and I was the only one who felt nervous. The biggest problem is that girl. I rejected her yesterday, and now she's on my team. That's what's worrying. Thinking that, Dodd spat and looked at the system screen beside him. Elijah's curiosity level toward him had reached level 5, but he still couldn't claim the reward. When an interest level changes for an important character, a special event will occur as the interest state shifts. Seeing that, the protagonist could only give a dumb smile. "Ha ha," she raised her interest in me again. "What's going on?" Thinking back to the letter and food at night, does that mean someone is watching me? Why is all this happening to me? But whatever, focus on the exam. Hopefully not too much will happen this time, since it's part of the main plot. In front of the group, Student Council President Elnor crossed her arms and announced, "Hello everyone, I'm Elnor. I'm in charge of this exam." Her appearance startled the protagonist. "What? No way, this must be a coincidence. Elnor's event is today, but she's actually supervising us. It would be stranger if nothing happened during the whole exam." As for why Elnor was assigned to Dodd's team, the strongest team, that's also because of Dodd. In yesterday's professors' meeting, they agreed that if Dodd truly was talented enough to subdue the warrior candidate, they'd be eager to see his performance in the class cooperation exam. Let the student council president oversee the exam as a precaution. Back in reality, the swordswoman Elnor turned and reminded them, "First, move to the testing area. We'll receive the questions there." With that, the group filed into the building where the test would be held. But not long after they started, the hallway suddenly went pitch dark. "Wow, this place looks cool," someone exclaimed as the lights had just gone out. Seeing this, the swordswoman Elijah instinctively looked over at Elnor beside her. She said she'd get the questions once they arrived here, right? So is this part of the test? Hearing the question, Elnor fell silent, glanced around, and said nothing. As for Dodd, he was the clearest on the situation. The system had just sent him a notice. The Elnor event was now in effect. An event? The next assassination. The surviving assassins are still targeting her. Protect the subject. Reading the notice, Dodd could only let out a heavy sigh. This is a trap, not a test anymore. Up ahead, a few students nervously spoke among themselves. "We'll handle it, don't worry, we should move on. Who knows what might happen here." Back to Dodd, he cast his eyes around and realized something. Wait. Looking again, these people are all members of the protagonist's team. If I remember the plot correctly, this is where they first met. So everyone in this room is pretty important to the story. Thinking that, a light bulb went off in Dodd's head. He immediately pointed to the map engraved on the wall and voiced his thought. "I think heading to the central hall is best. There should be equipment and supplies there. More importantly, it's a wide area where defending against ambushes is several times easier than in these narrow corridors. You all must have felt it too. Student Council President and Elijah, we're not the only ones here, and I'm going over there." As he spoke, Dodd pointed in another direction. That made Elijah curious, and she asked, "Huh? Why?" "Because it's necessary," Dodd replied. Elijah still didn't fully understand his intent and prompted, "Why do you need to?" "That way is completely out of the way from the central hall." Dodd answered with a very serious face, "I can't say, but it's important. I'll explain clearly later." "Yes, very important." I wasn't lying to them. What's more important than saving my own life, right? With that, even without understanding the protagonist's true intention. The group quickly broke up. Elnor's team moved to the main hall while Dodd took a completely different route. In the quiet corridor, Dodd exhaled softly. This has to work. It seemed that having taken down Elijah had made his words more believable. I just need to hide until the event ends. After all, the assassination target this time is Elnor, so they won't be paying attention to me. I'll just find a corner and sit quietly until it's over. That was what Dodd thought. But if everything always went his way, it wouldn't be any fun. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. I'm here to fix the lights. Can you show me the way? My eyes don't see well in the dark. Hearing that, Dodd cast a sideways glance at the man, and the system immediately warned him. Dangerous situation detected. Back with Elnor's group, they'd reached the main hall area. By now all the new students in the group had sensed the presence of assassins hiding in the shadows. Then a girl dressed like a cleric in the group nervously asked, "Hey Elijah, do you think Dodd will be okay alone? What if something happens?" Elijah, fully trusting Dodd's plan, replied confidently, "Even if he's scheming something, he must have a plan. Besides, it looks like something's about to happen to us anyway." Back at Dodd's position, he was walking with the stranger behind him. As they moved, the assassin thought, the vanguard was wiped out by that cunning woman. But that's only if we weren't here. Even this guy was easily deceived. A professional assassin like me can gauge someone's skill just by watching how they move. This guy's a complete amateur. I can toy with him before finishing him off. I'll take over his body and eliminate Miss Tristan. With that thought, the assassin dropped the act toward Dodd. He tore away his disguise to reveal an entirely different face, drew a sharp, short sword, and said coldly to the protagonist, "Well done. It's time I reward you." Back in Dodd's corner, when he saw the assassin's true face, he let out a relieved breath. All his worry seemed to melt away. "Phew, thank God. It's you, Hazem, just like I thought. If the opponent had been even a bit stronger, I could have been in danger. I'm really relieved. Your swagger still looks exactly like the guy I remember. Desperate survival, grade A." Across from him, seeing Dodd so nonchalant made the assassin a bit angry. What the hell is he saying? I'm at a loss. Still, he's just a weakling. I'll kill him immediately. No sooner thought than done, the assassin lunged forward. Meanwhile, Dodd gripped a staff tightly. The two of them began their fight. Cut to Elnor's group's position. Their fight with the assassins was underway. More accurately, the assassins were being beaten to a pulp. Each assassin's body was slammed into the walls. Magic, sword techniques, and spells were being used all around. The assassins' cries of pain and moans echoed continuously, as they couldn't withstand the students' overwhelming power. "What the? These guys are weaker than I thought," said a red-haired student. Elsewhere, the swordswoman Elijah raised her voice to command, "Falkas, freeze them." She glanced over at Elnor as she spoke. At that moment she could, with a single swing of her blade, easily send 4 assassins flying into the wall before her. The blow was so strong that when their bodies struck the wall, it left large gouges. Then Elnor drove her sword into one assassin's arm and interrogated him. "Besides you, did anyone else get sent? If you don't answer, I'll snap your neck." As she spoke, she twisted the blade in his wound, making it open wider. He screamed in agony. Unable to bear the pain, the assassin spat everything out. After hearing that, Elnor asked again, "You mean Hazem of the Crescent Moon? Is he in this building or nearby?" In response, the assassin, clearly not beaten enough, still spat back, "I won't tell you." At that, Elnor stomped the assassin's face down into the floor and warned, "He's here with us, right?" From below, the assassin felt as if his skull were about to be crushed. With no choice left, he betrayed Hazem and confessed, "Yes, he came with us from behind." Watching this, the swordswoman Elijah asked curiously why she had gone that far. In reply, Elnor slowly turned and warned, "They tried to kill me, and Hazem of the Crescent Moon is an assassin who can take another's form by killing them. According to her, who is the easiest target for him in this building right now?" At that, Elijah immediately thought of one name and asked whether it might be Dodd. Had he used himself as bait to draw out the strongest enemy? They're the assassins hunting her. Why would he go that far away? What is the relationship between him and her? Before Elijah could finish, Elnor cut the conversation off. "I told you we have nothing, at least that's all I know." Cut back to Dodd's fight with the assassin Hazem. At that moment, Hazem's thoughts kept racing. "I'm a professional assassin. A guardian spirit is supposed to block slashing attacks that only react to weapons. So why is one here in a place like this? This academy is ancient and mysterious, so I guess it makes sense. No matter, an assassin is a weapon itself. But why did things turn out like this? Right now, Hazem's situation isn't much different from his subordinate assassins. Dodd had made him spit blood with just a wooden staff. The protagonist's strikes came at blinding speed. Hazem couldn't even react before taking countless blows. At the same time, Dodd received a system notification. You successfully used sword skill. Your Tristan's swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Seeing that, Dodd paused for a beat to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Hazem sat slumped against the wall, coughing up blood. He finally understood why Dodd was so strong. Tristan's swordsmanship? I probably shouldn't have picked a fight with him in the first place. Thinking that, Hazem bitterly said, "So you're the one who lured me into a trap. Who are you?" The assassin's sudden question left Dodd looking bewildered. He had no plan. He was just slipping away from the crowd to avoid getting dragged into the fight. Besides, the assassin's delusion was triggered by the protagonist's charm skill. The charm was activated. The villain was astonished at your meticulous plan. Thanks to the game system, you can't use weapons at a save point, which is why I lured him here. It seems you don't intend to answer. Fine, kill me then, Hazem said calmly, as if his own death meant nothing special. But contrary to what he thought, Dodd had no intention of killing him. I'm not going to kill you. Pass this message on to the others. Don't get close to Miss Tristan. Tell them that even an assassin like you nearly died. When he said that, Dodd actually had a calculation in mind. I don't know who ordered it, but they're likely to strike again. If that happens, the chance that Elnor's gray demon will be unleashed increases. So try to stop that from the start. Across from him, Dodd's request made Hazem smirk mockingly. And what if I come back after this? Dodd replied in a very serious tone. Then try me, because next time I'll protect her too. Hearing that, Hazem frowned and asked, is Miss Tristan really that important to you? Let's say she is, Dodd answered. Right after that, a series of system messages arrived. Determination charm activated. The villain's favorability skyrocketed exponentially. Seeing the notices, as if sensing something, Dodd hurriedly turned his head back. Sure enough, the swordswoman Elnor was standing behind him, and had heard everything that was said. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Elnor's close friend was sprawled over a desk, exhausted, buried under a mountain of work and paperwork. What a mess. Now I get why the Prime Minister lost it and immediately wanted to arrest the mastermind. I already have a mountain of work here. The Academy's internal affairs are chaotic, but based on the timeline at the time of the assassination, it was confirmed there was a spy. Elnor, I know political schemes against you are common, but since this is the second assassination attempt, they're clearly very determined. But this incident is somewhat different. Whoever is behind it will certainly act again, and those by her side have all been commended. Despite that, everyone was knocked out without injury. The issue is Dodd Campbell. He's the only one not recorded as commended. There's no reason for him not to have it, and I don't know why. It's as if he's deliberately avoiding the Academy's attention. In response, Elnor answered with a dazed look. I don't know. Her offhand reply annoyed her close friend, who warned, if you say I don't know one more time, I'll hit you. Go ahead, try me, Elnor said casually, which made her friend so angry her eyes widened. Without hesitation, she hurled an ink bottle at Elnor and shouted, what on earth is wrong with you? Up front, the swordswoman easily reached out, caught the ink bottle cleanly, and replied, what do you mean? Explaining, the close friend spoke her feelings. You've been out of it all day. Why can't you focus at all? I don't know why either, but if you won't tell me, I'm not helping anymore. Back to Elnor, who didn't want to hide it and spoke plainly. I feel like I'm attracted to someone. Hearing this, the secretary's motions froze. Her eyes widened as if she'd misheard. What did you just say? I said I feel attracted to someone. I was talking about him. At that, Elnor's face flushed slightly. Her assistant then asked tentatively, do you mean Dodd Campbell? After that question, Elnor said nothing, and the two fell into an awkward, embarrassed silence. A second later, Elnor's friend snapped out of her stupor. She hesitantly pointed ahead with an expression like she'd heard dinosaurs came back to life. Wait, what, you like that country bumpkin? I didn't say I like him, Elnor clarified, but her friend didn't believe her at all and began to warn, I don't know what about him would make you swoon. But if Duke Tristan hears this, what will he say? The swordswoman set the ink bottle back on the table and affirmed again, that old man will definitely be furious. And I'm not infatuated with him, not that monkey. The assistant muttered under her breath, scratched her head, and added, never mind. Whatever it is, he does treat you well, right? The friend said, normally you'd be suspicious. As a Tristan daughter, you should be more careful. Elnor nodded in agreement. That's true, but I'm just going to check him out. I just want to observe him closely. As she spoke, she stared at Dodd's photo on the desk. Back with the protagonist. He lay on his bed, staring blankly at the notice in his hand, not understanding what it all meant. The paper read, unfortunately, Dodd Campbell, we are currently unable to determine your class affiliation. The research team is conducting a project to produce the optimal result. You may expect good news in the future. Reading this, our protagonist could only curse his luck. I wasn't expecting anything. They could have just thrown me into some old class and forgotten me. But if I follow the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elijah's team? Why did they single me out like this? Thinking that, Dodd sat up and checked the system notification. Main quest 1 completed. Information updated. Main quest: resolve the incident that occurred during the freshman welcome ceremony. D3 reward: exclusive equipment crafting materials. The next system quest made Dodd reflect. He slowly recalled memories related to the event. The freshman welcome ceremony is where a character's class is determined. Archer, warrior, mage, cleric, and so on. Your specialized class is decided by what you focus on. Just as Elijah uses a sword, I'll build my character around strength. Accordingly, I'll receive exclusive crafting materials suited to that. Saying that, Dodd tapped the screen. The interface switched to information on Elnor and Elijah. Elnor's trust in Dodd rose from level 2 to level 5, temporarily increasing affection. A special reward is available. She's a key character. When affection shifts, they'll trigger a special event. 3 days remain until the meeting event. For Elijah, her interest level in Dodd reached level 5, nearly transitioning to affection. She's a key character. When affection shifts, they'll trigger a special event. 3 days remain until the meeting event. Seeing the interest levels of key characters in the game rising toward him, Dodd could only groan and rub his face. The only problem is that the protagonist's final boss and main quest events are coinciding. Something big is definitely about to happen. Next, as if to comfort Dodd's fragile spirit, the system granted him Elnor's reward. You have obtained the copy skill. You can copy a target's skill. At that, all of Dodd's frustration vanished. His eyes went wide like a cow's, as if to check he wasn't seeing things. Oh my God, what is this? Copy a skill. This is insane. I can copy the final boss's skills. Yeah, but using this now would be a huge waste. Even though Elnor is at the top of the Academy's food chain right now, like Elijah the lead, Elnor is a final boss with growth potential. She'll get way more broken skills later, so there's no reason to use copy on her at this time. For now, I'll prepare for the event in 3 days. Luckily, I already know what will help me survive. Thinking that, Dodd's eyes gleam. Time quickly passed until evening, cutting to the old equipment warehouse. At that moment, our Dodd wore an all-black outfit and a half-face mask. He was using a low-level agility potion, a low-level stealth mask, and light step silence boots. All those items came from the point shop. When he felt his body getting light and nimble, he nodded in satisfaction. Using the point shop really is great. After getting past the security measures, I finally reached the so-called treasure farming spot for farmers. With that, he slowly approached the warehouse and immediately climbed the wall and jumped inside. At the same time, he used a stamina recovery biscuit that restored endurance faster than ever. Sounds like an ad, but the effects are real. Now it's time to rummage, Dodd whispered, and quickly started searching through the piles of old gear stacked before him. While eating the biscuit, he carefully inspected each item. I found everything else but not the most important thing. Thinking that, he gently pulled out a box and immediately found what he needed. What he was looking for was a golden incense burner. There it is, the supreme divine relic, an incense burner housing ancient powers thousands of years old. Nice, finally I have everything I need. With that thought, Dodd hurriedly reached for the burner and pulled it from the pile. However, things never go as smoothly as he expected. Though small, the burner was actually holding the structure of the pile together. As soon as Dodd pulled the burner out, the pile lost its stability and started to wobble. And of course, what had to happen happened. 1 second later, the entire stack of old gear collapsed downward, sending up a cloud of dust through the warehouse. And by chance, when the dust cleared, Dodd found himself holding a beautiful girl with glossy black hair. But our protagonist had no time to admire her beauty. He recognized who she was. She was Yuria Greyhaunter, the Chapter 2 boss, nicknamed the Cursed Sword Goddess. The thing I just picked up was her stuff, so she spends time here. Thinking that, Dodd broke into a sweat from the tension. Next, Yuria's body flashed, and she immediately sprang out of the protagonist's arms. Along with that, Dodd received several glaring red alerts. Danger detected, life-threatening situation, desperate plea activated at S rank. Faced with those notifications, Dodd could only awkwardly say, "Ah, sorry for waking you." But before he could finish speaking, Yuria appeared behind the protagonist. She swung the chain attached to her sword directly at Dodd with a wind-tearing whoosh. With that single swing, the blade shredded the wooden crates in front of them, and Dodd had to duck back desperately to avoid the strike. Faced with Yuria's overwhelming, storm-like attacks, every hair on Dodd's body stood on end. Our protagonist had no option but to run around like a duck. After all, Yuria had extremely long reach, so even if he wanted to fight back, he couldn't get close to her. Last time it was just a match with Elijah, but now it's life or death. Even with special class power, his body still hurts. Thinking that, Dodd realized he couldn't keep running forever. To protect his own skin, he raised his hands and tried to calm her. "It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything, please." On the other side, Yuria seemed not to hear him at all. She continued swinging the chained blade like a machine, the sword gouging the ground until it lost shape. Meanwhile, Dodd kept dodging frantically like a desperate man evading the Reaper, narrowly avoiding the blade each time. But no matter how he dodged, there are limits. Gradually, Dodd found himself being cornered by Yuria. Then the swordswoman hurled the blade forward with a wind-ripping speed. But for some reason, just before the sword was about to stab into Dodd's face, it suddenly stopped dead in midair and could not move another inch. With no choice, Yuria had to yank the sword back toward herself. Actually, Dodd had planned for this. He knew what to do to avoid being sliced to pieces. It was all because of a curse on Yuria. Anything within 3.5 steps of her would be killed, but in return she cannot take another step forward. Such is the mechanism of the curse. Yuria pointed the sword at Dodd and whispered, "Could you take one step forward?" On the opposite side, of course, Dodd immediately understood what she wanted, so he refused outright. "Why? So you can slice me." "That's right," Yuria admitted casually. Dodd looked at the swordswoman's determined face and nearly peed his pants. Was there really no way to escape? As he was thinking that, a strange noise came from Yuria's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, and she immediately flushed with embarrassment. But this gave our protagonist an idea for escape. Wait, this is her area, a place she isolates herself, where even teachers rarely come. That meant Dodd probed, "Hey, do you want a bite?" He then produced his stack of stamina recovery biscuits to bait her. Yuria, however, was very wary. She sounded a bit angry. "I won't fall for that. Are you trying to lure me with food?" Turning back to Dodd. Dodd didn't waste words and immediately threw a biscuit forward. And Yuria's body automatically opened its mouth and took it like a little dog. Seeing her own action, Yuria blushed and stammered an explanation. That was a mistake earlier, turning back to Dodd. Her behavior didn't surprise him at all. Anyone would be hungry in that situation. You can't talk to someone who's starving. After filling the swordswoman's stomach, Dodd finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, I almost died there." From behind, Yuria, still eating, asked, "But who are you anyway? What are you doing here?" Our protagonist couldn't exactly say he was there to steal, so his quick mind came up with a cover story. "Someone asked me to look after you. A friend requested I take care of you." "A friend?" Yuria said, eyes full of curiosity, waiting for Dodd's answer. Meanwhile, Dodd had a plan, saying that might be useful later. There's no way I'd run into Yuria this early in the game. With that in mind, he continued his performance. "Oh right, don't worry. Your sister is doing fine in the Holy Kingdom. The Emperor won't pay attention to the two of you for a while, but you already know that. You need to hide now. I'll come back later." As he said it, a memory about the swordswoman's background surfaced in his head. Yuria originally came from the Holy Kingdom. She fled into Elfante because of the Holy Emperor. Yuria's sword is infamous as an evil artifact, and as its vessel she suffers the 3-step curse. So it's better to tell her about the only family she has left. She might endure a lot just for that sliver of hope. With that, Dodd luckily kept the sensor and left the warehouse safely. Time passed quickly to the next day, and the new students were gathered on some rocky outcrop. In front of the group, a very beautiful blonde professor smiled and told them that over there is the school, the training halls, and that's the magic building. Can everyone see? You all need to choose a major and a minor at the newcomer welcome ceremony in a few days. Knight, mage, production engineer, and cleric. Everyone knows those, right? Below, a student asked, "Do the tribes study alongside the Holy Kingdom too?" The teacher nodded and explained, "Yes, that's right. We teach the same things for war and representation here, so don't expect to transfer out." Heh, I'll explain the majors further." Dodd had already learned this information, so he calmly stood with his arms crossed and let his mind wander. This orientation event provides background on the world, but he couldn't skip it. Otherwise, all his preparations so far would be meaningless. Then a brown-haired student asked the question Dodd had been wondering about. "Headmistress Ophelia, that's the famous Void region, right?" At that, everyone turned their gaze forward, where they could see an area shrouded in a veil of red light. They all looked at Ophelia with curiosity. Not keeping them waiting, Ophelia nodded and explained, "Yes, but that place is forbidden. If you go there, you'll be punished." Dodd stood silently, observing the area ahead. It's the Void, what's left after the historic battle between heaven and hell. It's where God's messenger fought a warrior who gained demonic power. Hundreds of years have passed, but the clash of deathly and divine energies continues. This is the prime place for demons to be unleashed. So the Holy Kingdom, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire formed a golden triangle to guard it. including Elefante and other academies. A burly red-headed boy eagerly raised his hand and said, "Headmistress Ophelia, can we go closer to observe?" Ophelia agreed but warned them, "Well, you can stand right at the edge of the Archangel's protective barrier. We'll be safe inside." Hearing that, Dodd couldn't hide his excitement. "Good. Plan is to go eat lunch, then come back and get some things done." The shield was created by an angel known to have left the mortal realm and the Archangel, whose power is even greater. Thanks to that, students can survive in this dangerous place. Unaware of Dodd's thoughts, Headmistress Ophelia cheerfully said, "All right, we'll eat here." In response, Dodd stepped forward and asked softly, "Can I eat somewhere else? I don't feel comfortable here." Ophelia nodded in agreement and warned the protagonist, "Don't go too far or you'll get into trouble." "Yes, ma'am," Dodd replied and quickly left. Not far away, a few students glared at Dodd with annoyance. "Ha, that country bumpkin's showing off because he got some attention." Unaware of this, after Dodd left, he quickly ducked into an unnoticed spot and pulled out the censer he'd stolen from Uria. He poured in powder from a unicorn horn, phoenix feathers, and a piece of coral, causing pale purple smoke to begin rising from the censer. Dodd puffed at the censer to make it burn hotter. He thought to himself that this was the ultimate portable incense of achievement. He'd come all the way to use it. It let him reach things ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Through Dodd's eyes, the purple smoke rising into the air formed a twisting vortex in the space. And from inside that vortex, humanoid silhouettes slowly began to appear. They radiated such intense auras that Dodd couldn't help but shield his eyes. Then voices came from within the vortex. "Where are the allied forces?" One said, "No, I told you to level everything. You just put the drain in and left," another added. "Oh, they say it was the boy named Jirian who did it." "Look over there, kid. Did you think you could just dig it up and be done?" Someone grumbled. "Hey, the ground's tough," another replied, driving his foot into the shaft to seed it deeper into the earth. Then the earlier voice chimed in, "Isn't the shaft you're planting harder than the ground itself?" As he said that, the voice suddenly paused when they noticed the protagonist watching them through the vortex. "Wait, is that human weird? He's been staring at us for a long time. Wouldn't it be better if he stayed quiet rather than come bother us?" Saying that, the angel who had been teasing suddenly noticed his companion taking advantage of the break to rest. His face darkened and he snapped, "Who told you to stop? Why is your shovel idle?" Hearing that, the curly-haired fellow could only wearily resume his work and force a smile. "Ah, it's moving now." Beside him, the spiky-haired angel still looked displeased and kept shouting loudly. "No, you have to spread it out evenly. Don't dig in one spot. You idiot." Behind the gate, Dodd stood silently watching the angels dig. The scene in heaven wasn't quite what he had imagined. Next, an angel drove up in a huge truck and honked to address everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the holy mud bricks have arrived. Bring them down the line and help me out." Hearing this, the group of angels all focused on the truck and asked, "How many are there in total?" "Infinite," replied the long-haired angel as he flipped back the tarp covering the truck bed. But when a female angel saw him eating a cookie, she scolded him. "Hey, why are you sneaking cookies?" The long-haired angel responded with a disdainful look. "You're the driver, right? And I'm not a soldier, am I? So don't meddle and save your energy for driving, okay?" On the other side, the spiky-haired angel continued to shout at his subordinates. "Hey, don't you see your seniors working hard? Pick up the pace." Behind him, the curly-haired angel hurried over to request a mold for bricks. At least that seemed easier than shoveling dirt and spared him from being yelled at by his superior. "Oh heavens, Premier Merchant Elnor, leave those bricks to me." In another corner, a young angel handed a brick to his captain and asked, "Captain, hasn't the food shipment arrived yet?" The captain sounded a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, the food truck broke down on the way. They're fixing it, so it'll be a bit late. Please wait a little while." Back with Dodd, witnessing the scene, he could only force a smile. So this is why angels aren't always free to descend to the mortal realm. If I had to describe these angels, I'd say they look like they're in the military. They split into squads and ranks with chains of command. So this other world in the game has its own rules. I can only meet angels after clearing Chapter 2, and direct interaction with higher-ranking angels becomes possible only after that. I know what they want. It's something very simple. Thinking that, Dodd set out numerous tempting food boxes before him and called out loudly, "Wow, thanks for the food." On the other side, the group of angels began to pay attention to Dodd, more precisely to the pile of delicious food he had displayed. "That guy is still watching us. What's he holding? He's eating so well, can we ask him for a bite?" The curly-haired angel stammered to ask, but the long-haired angel snapped at him, "You're not qualified to descend yet." "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up." Dodd knew the hard-working angels were starving, so he invited them. "My lords, please eat your fill before doing heavy work." I'm afraid you might faint otherwise. Then Dodd's words seemed to trigger some rule of the world. All the food before him was transported to the angels behind the gate. Seeing this, everyone brightened up. Even the usually grumpy, spiky-haired angel cheerfully told the group, "This guy, huh? All right, 10-minute break, everyone." After inspecting the portions, the angel's eyes lit up. Only some rolls? There's steak, too. Wow, what a refined human. Seeing their delighted reaction, Dodd rubbed his chin with satisfaction and thought, the rules of this world differ from those of my physical world. So a single serving from me is already more than enough for all of them. Time passed quickly. After finishing the food Dodd had offered, the spiky-haired angel nodded and turned to praise him. "Ha ha, that was delicious. Just the kind of meal fit for hands-on workers like us. Bring that thing over here." "What?" Dodd asked curiously. "The sensor next to you, you're doing this for us because you want something from us, right? Let me bless it. Bring it over here fast." Hearing that, Dodd wasted no time and hurried the sensor up to the gate. The angel laughed heartily. "All right, tell me what you want, but keep it reasonable. I'll do my best to meet your expectations." The reward from the angel startled Dodd. Things were going better than he'd expected. "Wow, that's it with no negotiation. I even prepared a barter card to haggle. Are there other parts of the story that are this easy in the original?" Dodd thought to himself. But before he could ask, the angel seemed to read his thoughts and spoke. "Why wouldn't I treat you well? Not everyone gets this. You're thinking that, aren't you? I can explain. I can see you've been well informed. You possess an interesting skill, but you've failed to develop it. Even a little will bring you benefits in the future. You should start cultivating it now." The angel spoke with certainty, making Dodd gulp at the look in his eyes. He could see through things, couldn't he? Maybe so. With a glance, the angel seemed to know the true nature of everything. Was he referring to that gift? Did he mean my attributes or a fondness for evil? Ignoring Dodd's swirling thoughts, the angel continued, "That gift is far stronger than you think. However, how you forge and use it is up to you. Because of it, you will be seized by a monster that's brutal yet incredibly friendly." Hearing that, Dodd no longer doubted. "Damn, I knew it. After sealing that sensor, I learned all the tactics and abilities I could use. I'll have to find an optimal survival path." From the angel's perspective, for some reason he suddenly reverted to his youthful form with long hair and silken robes. An ordinary human at once fell into fear. "But you seem remarkably calm, huh? I see a fine man in the making. I guess I no longer have much to worry about then. I've finished the blessing." "Ah, yes, thank you," Dodd replied naively. The angel had only spoken for a while, and Dodd hadn't seen any display of power, yet the blessing was already complete. Nearby, another angel, seeing the angel talk to Dodd, asked the sergeant, "Why are you telling a human things like that?" The spiky-haired angel shot back with a slightly annoyed look. "Have you finished moving the holy mud bricks?" "Ah, yes, I'm almost done." The angel answered and hurried away, returning to Dodd. To be honest, Dodd still didn't fully understand the angel's cryptic words, brutal yet incredibly friendly. What did that even mean? And a fine man, was the angel overestimating him? Dodd wondered. Before vanishing, the angel called out encouragement. "Trust yourself. Even the smallest things I pass on to you." Immediately after those words, the gate in front of Dodd retracted. Dodd stood dazed after the angel's remarks. "I'm just trying to survive. I don't want to die." Still, it was a warning from an angel. I should consider it carefully. He turned to look at the sensor to see what had been blessed, and quickly notification screens popped up before his eyes. Holy sensor, grade C. Contains special power from a divine entity of another world, grants 2 skills. Asceticism, grade C, uses a small amount of mana to temporarily convert all bonus points into reserve. 20-second cooldown, can be evolved by fate proof. Protective shield, grade C, uses a small amount of mana to create a one-time shield and grants a beneficial effect. 20-second cooldown, can be evolved by holy mark. Reading these descriptions, Dodd was surprised that a little food could buy such a fine blessing. That angel gave me some really useful blessings. Constitution stat scales with HP, so it will directly boost my survivability. My desperation for survival skill also raises my stats. I'll make full use of these skills. Most importantly, evolution. In this world, created items can naturally enhance their performance. Getting something like this so early in the story is extremely lucky. But the thing is, both skills only require a small amount of mana to use. It's a perfect dream for someone with no mana-related attributes. If I can't use much mana right now, I'll need to find another way to supplement it. And that's exactly why I came here. Dodd was standing in what looked like a plaza, surrounded by countless other trainees. The person in front of him complained when he saw Dodd standing there lost in thought, being unfocused. "Is that your strength or what? You said you wanted to form a 2-person team, right? You know what a 2-person team is, don't you? So where's your teammate?" In response, Dodd smiled confidently and said she'd be here soon. His confidence made the staffer chuckle. "Ha ha, who's going to show up for some nobody like you?" Seeing the skeptic's expression, Dodd reiterated, "I'm not lying. This place will be packed soon. My teammate isn't just famous. You'll see." After saying that, he checked his watch, thinking that according to the plot she should arrive any moment. As if answering Dodd's wish, the familiar voice of the swordswoman Elijah suddenly came from behind. "Hello, is this the monster research chamber?" Hearing the familiar voice, our protagonist turned and waved in greeting. This change in Dodd's behavior was all due to his encounter with the angel. He hadn't wanted to get involved with the main character, but maybe he had changed, especially after the angel's advice. Across from him, Dodd's greeting made Elijah feel a bit odd. Dodd then proactively followed up on his earlier offer to get acquainted. "We can get to know each other now, right?" Back to Elijah, she stood stunned by Dodd's words. "You're remarkable, Dodd. Nothing you've tried here has worked, so now you remember me. I've been pestered so much because of that tactic that made them jealous." How delusional is he really? She thought to herself. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the simulated dungeon at Elfonte Academy. Dodd and Elijah had been paired up and were now inside a simulated battle. Seeing the red glints of eyes in the dark, Elijah grew worried and asked the protagonist, "Dodd, are you really sure about this?" Hearing that, our protagonist complained from behind with a half-awake expression. "Have some faith in me. I thought you wanted to be friends. Remember when we first met you wanted to hit me. Remember, though I was the one who got hit." Elijah answered hesitantly. Then, as if sensing the monsters beginning to attack ahead, Dodd immediately ordered, "If you want to be friends, just do as I say." At 9 o'clock, there are 3 in total. Following his cue, Elijah hurriedly turned to 9 o'clock and saw a wolf charging at her, jaws full of fangs. But thanks to the warning, she only needed to swing her sword to easily sever the wolf's head. Before she could rest, Dodd from behind cheerfully added, "2 more are coming from above." Time sped up. Now they faced giant bats. Using his knowledge, Dodd quickly identified the monsters and gave a counter. "Their weak spot is on top. Aim for the body, not the wings." Hearing that, Elijah up front swung her sword and immediately cleaved the bat in 2. But she felt a bit annoyed and ground her teeth. "Stop ordering me around and come help me a little." To Dodd, it seemed he didn't hear the complaint and kept issuing commands. "2 daggers will fly at you from the left and right. Just deflect them to the side." Holding out for 10 seconds, Elijah swung her sword and knocked the 2 incoming daggers flying to the sides. Then Dodd smiled and gave the next instruction. "Good. Next is a paralytic toxin. There's a sprayer on the right. Destroy it quickly. Next, dodge the arrow I'll fire. Just stand still. 3, 2, 1, there's an attack from behind." A rapid series of commands came so fast that Elijah began to fall behind. She barely spun around and luckily blocked the blow from a giant one-eyed monster. Its heavy strike shoved her slight frame backward. As for Elijah's feelings, she was furious that all the hard work fell on her while Dodd just pointed and gave orders from behind. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted, "If you know all that, why don't you do it instead? We'd level up faster if we actually cooperated." From the back, actually Dodd did not want to help. He couldn't even if he wanted to. "Look, I want to help, but I can't. I'm a trash character with F-rank stats across the board." To explain, in a simulated match, there's no intent to kill, so the desperation for survival skill can't activate. These are just artificial entities performing pre-programmed actions. Because the desperation for survival skill isn't omnipotent, I have to raise my stats quickly. Dodd silently reminded himself, while Elijah up front shouted to encourage herself, "Come on." Then she gripped her sword and charged at the protagonist with a fierce look. The action froze the smile on Dodd's face. Am I being too mean? But contrary to what he thought, Elijah was actually protecting him, because a monster was sneaking up on Dodd from behind. Luckily, Elijah reacted in time and with one stroke easily decapitated the one-eyed monster, saving Dodd from a serious hit. The sight left Dodd stunned for a second, but immediately after, countless colorful paper streamers shot out from both sides, accompanied by a victory chime. "Too fast, you broke the record ahead." Hearing that, Elijah's eyes showed disbelief as she asked, "What's going on?" "I fought alone but broke the record. This is a 2-player stage. What's actually happening?" In response, the protagonist just smiled calmly. "Was it luck? The next area will be a bit harder. Keep going." "Good luck fall on your face." His casual remark ignited Elijah's fury. She ground her teeth, eyes wanting to eat Dodd alive. At the same time, in a special observation room, professors watched Dodd and Elijah's match through some magical device. After watching their performance, a girl in the head mage's robes, purse, nodded and said, "It seems we need to allocate more budget to the simulated matches next year." "Do you agree?" Conrad replied, gently placing his hand on a man's head, and answered, probably. This was designed by the department, right? More importantly, I'm lucky the person I've been watching is participating. Hearing this, Perse was a bit surprised. You mean that girl, the candidate for the next term? They're progressing extremely fast, worth nodding. Conrad, realizing Perse misunderstood, clarified, not the girl, him, Dodd Campbell. Hearing that, Perse glanced at Dodd with some dislike. Criticizing that island rocket? Isn't he just clinging to the warrior candidate? Over here, Conrad sighed, guessing Perse understood nothing. That's the problem with those twirling pen mages. Warrior candidates can never break records on their own. Any ordinary person would see the warrior candidate as stronger and the main force in the fight. But he is the key. The teammate slot, the timing of his commands, the seamless support. Every action he takes shows terrifyingly precise judgment, as if he'd been on battlefields thousands of times. Thinking that, Conrad couldn't help but say, "Hey, Perse, wanna bet?" Cut to Dodd and Elijah's position. Suddenly they heard Conrad's voice over a speaker. "I'm Conrad Balthador of the Night Department. After observing you two, I'm intrigued. The head of the Magic Department and I have made a bet. Can you two break the record we set as freshmen? If you actually succeed, I'll grant you the right to make any one request of Perse. But if this puts too much pressure on you, I won't force it. Your current record is already an impressive achievement." The request was nearly impossible from the start. Dodd didn't need the professor to say more. He sealed the deal at once. "No problem, we can do it." Dodd's quick agreement left Elijah behind him, stunned. Meanwhile, Professor Perse felt Dodd was a bit arrogant and scoffed. Oh, look at him. Not minding that attitude, Conrad spoke up. "I'm betting on you. Begin now." Cut to the training area. At that moment, Elnor's close friend complained, "What's going on? I get that you came here to blow off steam, but you've been overdoing it lately. What's actually happening to you?" In front, Elnor, face soaked in sweat from training, replied, "There's something I want to remember. When I was little, my mother taught me this technique, but I can't remember it anymore, so I'm relearning it from scratch. A demon exists in the Tristan bloodline. This dark rumor has two sides: extraordinary, inhuman talent, and on the other hand, occasional bouts of madness, eruptive violence, and the collapse of sanity. That's why, although members of the Tristan clan achieve extraordinary feats, the later years of their lives are often tragic." As Alang drank water, her friend asked, "It's not serious, right?" Elnor shook her head. "No need to worry, I don't care." "Is that so? Really?" The assistant sounded skeptical, which annoyed Elnor a little. "I said it already, nothing can bother me now." Hearing that, Elnor's friend immediately blurted out, "I just got word to report to you right away. I just heard from underclassmen. Dodd Campbell is currently with the next term's warrior candidate, Elijah, the girl who fought Dodd before." Elnor frowned and asked, "You mean they've paired up?" The assistant nodded. "Yeah, probably because the simulated match requires two-person teams." Opposite them, Elnor closed her eyes, tried to calm herself, then let out a long breath. "I get it. Take me there. You just said you didn't care." The assistant shouted, but it's unclear whether she noticed that the crowd below had been completely twisted by Elnor. Back to the location of Dodd's group. At this point, the swordswoman Elijah truly couldn't understand what was going on in our protagonist's head, how he could so readily accept Professor Conrad's challenge. She asked, "What are you planning to do? I know you have skill, but even so, is it worth challenging the all-time record?" "Yes," Dodd replied calmly, without a hint of hesitation. This made Elijah look at him with full suspicion. His confidence was indeed unusual. Was there any reason he'd do this? To Dodd, of course, he was already a veteran of this game, so this little challenge wasn't an issue for him. Targeting their weak points would be easier because the artificial monsters follow consistent movement patterns. But he couldn't tell her that. Dodd thought inwardly, then answered offhandedly, "Because you're here with me." His words made the swordswoman's cheeks flush slightly, and she breathed. He really is unbelievable. Inside the observation room, Professor Conrad, seeing the two were ready, spoke up. "This is Conrad. Are you ready?" "Ready," the two answered in unison. Hearing that, the head of the Night Department nodded. "Perfect. Now there's one final step to adjust difficulty. The higher you set it, the more bonus points you get." With no hesitation at all, Dodd immediately asked him to set it to the highest difficulty. Beside him, Perse, head of the Magic Department, couldn't help but be annoyed by the protagonist's confidence. Her brows knit as she complained, "Unbelievable, these new students. I like the energy, but this is too much. The highest difficulty is almost like real combat. There's a chance they could die during the trial." Responding to that, Dodd seemed to hear it over the speaker and replied, "Even so, I think we should try." From Professor Conrad's perspective, seeing Dodd so confident, he decided to trust him once and agreed to let him have it. Next, he officially initiated the simulated combat system. The loud noises echoed, causing Elijah's pretty face to bead with sweat from worry. Seeing that, Dodd smiled and turned to reassure her. Don't worry, the warrior candidate is already set up anyway. As for Professor Peirce, she was happily enjoying a cup of tea brought by a subordinate and complaining to Conrad that she simply couldn't believe him. Conrad responded to the complaint by reminding her, "Is this the first time you've done this? Haven't we done the same for previous freshman cohorts?" Conrad's explanation didn't win Peirce over and only seemed to irritate her more. But this is different. This time they could actually die. Unlike her, Conrad still placed his trust in Dodd's group. Just wait and see, Professor Peirce. I'm sure there's a reason he's so confident. Even if things get too dangerous, we can always step in and rescue them after all. All right, kill mode activated. Prove yourselves, freshmen. At that moment, from above, countless varieties of monsters of every kind descended toward Dodd and Elijah with bloodthirsty eyes, as everyone watched. Seeing the scene, the swordswoman Elijah could only shout in annoyance, "Damn it, let's go." Elsewhere, the design department staff member was inwardly crying. Our design department is screwed. As for Dodd, the more dangerous the monsters, the more thrilled he became. The system had issued a bright red alert. Danger detected. We have identified the threat level as life-threatening. Then his desperation-begging skill also activated at maximum level, filling Dodd with energy. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword swiftly toward a falling rhinoceros-like monster. The protagonist's swing immediately produced a blade of light that sliced off the monster's massive head in a single strike. Seeing this, Professor Conrad in the observation room couldn't help but shout, "I knew it! This is exactly what I've been looking for! See that, Peirce?" The shout startled Professor Peirce so much that she spat out her tea, while the design department guy gaped in shock. At the same time, swordswoman Elijah watched Dodd's power and seemed to have all her worries melt away. She thought, of course Dodd would know. As for Professor Peirce, she hurried to the screen as well. After seeing Dodd cutting through the monsters, she was stunned. Wait, how could this happen? He was completely useless just a moment ago. Responding, Professor Conrad voiced his thoughts. "I thought he was just faking it, but I can't blame you. If I'd known about his skill transformation, I would have reacted the same way." Over time, the monsters grew stronger, and so did he. It was parallel development. Thus, the training match began to tilt overwhelmingly in favor of Dodd's two-person team. The number of monsters in the training room quickly dwindled. On their side, swordswoman Elijah drove her sword deep into the body of a giant red spider and held it fast. She began to shout, "Do it, Dodd." Hearing that, Dodd immediately used her shoulder as a springboard and leapt high into the air. Then he used Tristan's sword techniques, unleashing countless slashes across the giant red spider's body in the blink of an eye, forcing it to accept defeat along with the other monsters. After they defeated the creature, an announcement sounded. "Congratulations! This is extraordinary power, Dodd Campbell, Elijah Chrysanax. You have both succeeded in breaking the all-time record." But it wasn't over yet. The giant red spider didn't seem fully dead. Before collapsing, it mustered its last strength and swung a massive leg straight at the protagonist while he was still savoring victory. "Dodd, duck!" Elijah shouted from behind. But before the spider could carry out its intent, its body suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The one who acted was Professor Conrad, who had just rushed over. "Congratulations! It seems you've set a record that may stand for years. I didn't expect we'd have a freshman capable of clearing Alfonte's artificial monsters as if on a stroll. Thank you for your effort, warrior candidate." He sheathed his sword and teased Professor Peirce as she arrived. "I win, Peirce. Feels good, huh?" Peirce replied irritably. Then the two accepted the rewards from the professors as agreed. Looking at the paper in her hand, Elijah gasped and shouted, "Permission to rent one item from the site warehouse and the right to request any favor from the head of the magic department." Wonderful. Nearby, Dodd glanced at her paper and remarked, "This isn't something freshmen normally have access to. Aren't we rewarded the same?" After celebrating, Elijah grew curious and asked the male lead, "Hey, Dodd, I've noticed before. How do you always stay so calm? No matter what happens, you act like you already knew how things would unfold, or like you anticipated everything. That's the impression I get from the way you move." At that, Elijah offered her fist forward and smiled. "Hey, guys do this with friends, right? I mean the hand over there." Dodd, seeing this, sighed. "Well, that's what people say." Then he bumped his fist against Elijah's. With that, Elijah's curiosity about Dodd climbed to level 5, nearly reaching trust. "See you tomorrow, Dodd," Elijah said excitedly, then hurried off. Dodd watched her retreating back and just shook his head. He couldn't tell if she was being friendly or weird. Then a voice suddenly spoke from behind. "Is that so?" Hearing that, Dodd turned his head to the side and jumped, blurted out, "Student Council President." Across from him, Elnor ignored Dodd's surprise and bluntly asked, "Do you like me?" At that question, Dodd was sweating bullets. The only thing that calmed him was that no loud red alert popped up. His desperation-begging skill hadn't triggered. She didn't seem intent on anything, but wait, weren't things a bit obvious? I'm not her boyfriend. Since Dodd didn't answer, Elnor coldly asked again, I'll ask one more time, do you like me? At the second question, the system cautiously warned Dodd once, danger detected, danger detected. That alert made sweat soak his shirt back. The tiny hairs on his body stood on end. He told himself he needed to say something. Thinking fast to save his skin, Dodd blurted a lie. Student Council President, although I've been training with Elijah, I still want to see you. His words left the would-be villainess momentarily stunned. After he finished speaking, he cursed himself inwardly. What are you doing? Dodd Campbell, are you that gullible? Idiot. Elnor, lost in her own interpretation, gave a small smile and said softly, So you mean you've been missing me all this time? Hearing that, Dodd nodded like a chicken pecking grain and went along. Yes, exactly that. Why? Elnor asked suspiciously. For that question, Dodd was genuinely tongue-tied. He wanted to avoid her, not pine for her, so how could he explain missing her? Dodd began to stammer, unable to answer. Then, as if remembering something, Elnor smoothed her hair and continued, Forget it, maybe this is just a kind of friendship. I get it, because I saved you on that ship, right? Just keep that priority list in mind. In front of him, Dodd looked like someone who just emerged from a cave, completely bewildered. What list is she talking about? What's going on? He wondered. Before he could think of an answer, Elijah handed him an invitation and said, Don't worry about that, I came to give you this. The invitation made Dodd a little nervous. He wondered, is this a love letter or a challenge? What is this? Nothing like this happened in the original story. Unaware of his thoughts, Elnor, a bit embarrassed, looked away and explained, I plan to give it to you tomorrow, but remember to open it when you're alone. With that, the student council president quickly walked away, leaving Dodd behind to mechanically accept the invitation, dumbfounded. Time passed quickly, and after returning to his room, Dodd immediately opened and read the letter. He quickly understood Elnor's intention. So she wanted me as her companion? The welcome party for new students is tomorrow. I forgot about that. Being her companion isn't a big deal. I just need to spend time with her at the welcome party. The only issue is the penalty. If I refuse her offer, not only will her affection drop, but others might turn hostile toward me. As he thought that, a knock sounded at the door and drew Dodd's attention. He opened the door and found Elijah standing there. I figured it was you, Dodd said quietly. Elijah's eyes showed a hint of pleasure. She stroked her chin and smiled. You catch on pretty fast. Then she handed the protagonist an invitation as well. This again. Dodd sighed, which made Elijah in front look curious. What do you mean? Did someone give this to you? Oh no, I mean, what is this? Dodd hurriedly corrected himself. Inside, he already guessed what the invitation contained and nearly died on the spot. Please don't tell me she's come with another request. From Elijah's viewpoint, she didn't explain much and only said with a playful face, What do you think? It's a surprise. I already decided during that simulated battle I have to run. It's all because of the rules the student council president set, but hurry and read it. After saying that, the heroine immediately ran off, leaving Dodd standing there dumbfounded. In the end, he could only clutch his head and go back to his room to check the letter. How can there be so many weird people in this world? What is this anyway? Maybe it's another companion request. If it were from Elijah, it could be a trial request. But she said it was a surprise, so I'm doomed. This is the final boss companion request for the protagonist. Shouldn't this kind of thing be against the rules? Can't they give me an easier choice? If I choose Elnor, I'll be seen as the villain by the protagonist. If I choose Elijah, I'll make the rival final boss angry and might die because of the priority list or something. What if I refuse both? I don't know what to do. Surely this happened because both of them are still in the interest stage. Big problem, should I accept both? The more Dodd thought about it, the more he felt that if he chose one and left the other behind, it would be like death itself beckoning him. Time flew until the day of the welcome party for new students. The scene shifted to an extremely luxurious great hall packed with countless students. Someone's voice began to call out, Hey, aren't you a student from Class A? I'm from Class A, Professor, they're here. Among the crowd, swordswoman Elijah, looking glamorous, fanned herself to ward off the heat in the hall. She complained, Phew, so many people. This is like a pigsty. But anyway, thanks for coming with me, Dodd, she said as she turned to look at the protagonist. Dodd, with his hair parted on both sides, replied with a cold face, Yeah. Cut to some fountain. There's another Dodd with a different hairstyle sitting there. To explain, the Dodd who accompanied Elijah is actually a clone the protagonist just created. It's a clone image worth 1,000 points that Dodd bought from the points shop. It allows creating a copy, and the original's beneficial effects also apply to the clone. At the same time, the system sent the protagonist an event notice. The pair date has decided to go on dates with both. Great. but don't get discovered until the event ends. Failure carries a penalty. Back to Dodd. Looking at his info on the system screen, he sighed. I had to spend all my points. Although it's just on my side, maybe it'll work. But even with many people around, this plan could still fail miserably. If someone sees me and the clone in the same place, I'll be exposed. I'll set the clone's personality to the cold gentleman option. Before Dodd finished thinking, a fierce roar from a monster locked in an iron cage not far away suddenly echoed, making Dodd startle. It was just a monster from outside. It seemed they planned to experiment on it, and then it would escape. That would start the main event, and all I need to do is survive. With Elnor and Elijah, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Next. For some reason, the system then issued another reminder. Pheromone, you are no longer just a boy. Purchased, applied. That notification left Dodd stunned, not understanding what was happening. Just then Elnor also appeared. So you're here, what's that smell? Did you spray something? She frowned and said. Dodd awkwardly answered, no, the flowers here have a natural fragrance. Before Dodd could finish, Elnor's face flushed red. She admitted, I know this scent is from you, but it's driving me crazy. Seeing Elnor's flushed, love-struck expression, Dodd's internal biological alarm blared non-stop. The warning made him wave his hands frantically, as if trying to brush the scent off himself. What the hell is this pheromone? Please stop, he screamed inwardly. But in response came an unfortunate system message. The pheromone effect had been applied to target Elnor. The target is doing her best not to be attracted to you. Beside him, Icy Elnor began to cast flirtatious glances at the protagonist and said, Dodd Campbell, I wonder why I'm only realizing this now, but you're more masculine than I thought. At that, Dodd couldn't feel anything but dread. He felt death itself inching closer. He silently prayed, please stop. To break the awkwardness, Dodd suggested, why don't we check out the event? We could stop by some nearby booths. Elnor saw no problem with the suggestion and nodded. Fine, lead the way. Back in Dodd's perspective, his offer to take Elnor out was calculated. By now, the clone and Elijah must have met. I have to make sure I don't run into them. Hope nothing goes wrong. Maybe nothing will happen if this continues. All the clone and I need to do is escort the two of them. Thinking that, Dodd suggested again, hey, how about we get some snacks at that stall? Hearing this, Elnor glanced at him with a meaningful look and replied, all right. Next, Dodd led Elnor to the grill stand and said, try this wild boar skewer. This was the worst hint for Elnor. You're very careful about your figure. I have to reduce the pheromone's impact, that's what Dodd planned. However, as if heaven cooperated with him and the villainess, her eyes began to sparkle and she softly said, how did you know I like this? Is it just a coincidence? Hearing that, Dodd started screaming in his head. Oh God, if she finds out I don't like wild boar, I have to both maintain the relationship and keep my distance. Also make sure Elijah stays as far away as possible. Then they went to a stall selling decorative accessories. Looking at the sparkling items, Elnor stopped and said to Dodd, hey, it looks like they're selling accessories here. Do you need anything? Dodd immediately refused and countered, no, let me buy something for you. That's what he said outwardly, but inwardly he thought, buy a gift for Elnor? No way, I have to reduce her affection, give her the worst gift. With that, he eyed a button and picked it up. This button will do. What do you think? In a normal case, if a guy gave a girl a gift like this, he'd probably get his number blocked. But the pheromone's effect on Elnor was stronger than Dodd expected. Even receiving such a gift, Elnor happily accepted. I do need a button for my new uniform. She smiled, while Dodd bit his lip. This is tough, he thought inwardly. After that, the two of them paused their wandering and sat down to drink somewhere. Then Elnor asked, thinking back, have you chosen your major yet? Dodd nodded and shared. I've decided I plan to major in divinity. The protagonist's choice made the villainess curious, and she advised, divinity. Haven't you reconsidered? With your talent, it'd be a waste not to join the night department. No, there's something I want to study in the divinity department. Dodd replied, thinking there was a reason for his choice. My life and the downfall of the Holy Knight are necessary for my survival. They're crucial to achieving the outcome I want. It's about a secret organization's event, an event that will take place in the future. The final boss of this chapter is particularly weak against Holy Knights. Across from him, Elnor grew even more curious and asked, something you want to study? Dodd answered, to protect what's valuable, he needs to study there. Elnor asked what Dodd wanted to protect. Hearing that, Dodd switched to his acting mode. His face became pensive, as if recalling something. Since I was a child, I've wanted to protect that. Across from him, Elnor also asked if it had anything to do with why he was so involved with her. That's right. Dodd nodded. But before he could explain further, Elnor cut him off. I know the Tristan family curse well. I mean the curse that turns every member of our family into lunatics. At this, Dodd shrugged and asked, isn't the only way to stop it through mental training. Dodd's words made Elnor's eyes grow cold. She stared at the protagonist and said in an icy tone, "You know how to deal with it." To that question, Dodd had no intention of hiding anything and answered bluntly, "The angel's blessing is a miracle where two archangels bestow grace on a person. Or at least that's what they say." On her side, the villainess nodded in agreement with Dodd's proposed method. "Yes, it's that difficult. So although the Tristan family has achieved much, we still live in fear. Then how can you be so close to me? Why are you always around when someone tries to assassinate me? What are you exactly?" Back to Dodd. He fell silent for a moment, then after a few seconds replied, "What I want to protect is you." At those words, Elnor's shoulders trembled slightly. Then she asked, "What am I to you that you must protect me?" Dodd answered with resolute voice, "If I can't protect you, I'll die. Yes, I have no other reason." Elnor brushed her hair back and forced a smile. "Ha, I knew it. But you really are weird." Dodd exhaled heavily and complained, "I've said it many times. I told her the whole truth without hiding anything. I hope this satisfies her curiosity." Dodd prayed silently, and at the same time, in another development, Dodd's clone and Elijah, each holding a glass of wine, were walking down to the basement where countless monsters used for experiments were kept. The two walked in silence. For Elijah, she sensed Dodd's attitude was a bit different today. "Is he mad at me? Why isn't he talking?" To break the silence, Elijah spoke up. "Why are we going to the basement?" Behind her, Dodd remained silent and said nothing. This made Elijah even more awkward. "I need to get closer to him to learn more about the Tristan family. What should I do with someone like him? I know nothing about men, it's crazy." She looked around again and frowned. "What kind of damned place is this? It's full of living monsters. It seems they're used as experiment subjects for students. The professors are so socially irresponsible to keep them in the cellar like this." Elnia complained, before she was drawn by the growl of a monster. She approached the cage holding that monster and peered inside carefully. There were larger monsters here. "What? They aren't even chained." Elijah's voice was full of suspicion. At that moment, a device mounted on the inner rim of the cage suddenly flashed a red light. Then a huge explosion occurred. Fortunately, Dodd's clone reacted in time, lunged forward, grabbed Elijah, and jumped aside. But the blast's impact was enormous. It even made the entire great hall shake violently. Back with Elijah, she still seemed stunned that Dodd had used himself to shield her from the explosion. "Why?" Elijah asked involuntarily. "It's my job," Dodd replied coldly. Right after saying that, he fainted and collapsed to one side. "Huh, what do you mean, Dodd?" Elijah called out, but before she could shout again, she sensed killing intent aimed at her. It turned out that because of the explosion, the experimental monsters locked up had escaped. Their eyes glowed red, and they stared at Elijah with brutal intent. Yet Elijah showed no fear. She grabbed an iron rod lying on the ground and spoke up. "Thanks for protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you." Back at Dodd's position, he received a system alert. Primary mission: monsters have appeared. Suppress the situation immediately. If casualties are too high, you will suffer heavy scenario penalties. Reward: exclusive equipment crafting materials. Seeing this notice, Dodd stood up without hesitation. "I have work to do, headmistress. I need you to find one of the wardens." Behind them, Elnor didn't understand why Dodd reacted that way and wanted to ask. However, our protagonist cut her off with a serious expression. "Please, we have to protect the students." With that, he dashed straight down into the basement, recalled his clone, and addressed the swordswoman. Elnor, standing before the recently released monsters, asked, "Is that all there is?" On the other side, Elijah, armed only with an iron rod, had taken down all the monsters that tried to attack her without injury. Seeing Dodd approach, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You're awake? Thank God, but I missed a big monster. It must be somewhere on the first floor. We can stop it quickly. I think I'll rest for a bit." Saying that, Elijah swayed and had to force herself to hold the iron rod to avoid collapsing. Although she defeated the monsters, she seemed nearly exhausted. From Dodd's viewpoint, hearing this, he guessed the escaped monster was the bear from before. "The scenario is top priority now. If we fail, I'll suffer severe penalties. I have to prevent that." Cut to the main banquet hall. Just as Dodd suspected, the escaped monster was a huge, ferocious bear. It was about to attack the freshmen, but a man among the crowd quickly cast a spell, creating a barrier that enclosed everyone. "Hold out until the professors and knights arrive. Make sure the barrier isn't broken." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bear roared in anger and slammed its massive paws against the barrier, cracking it as fissures spread outward in all directions. In another corner of the hall, Elnor anxiously watched the beast and said, "Currently neither the headmaster nor Professor Conrad are here." In response, the warden beside her shook his head. "Then we can't lose the angel's blessing." His words made Elnor angry as she retorted, "You call yourself a warden? There are still students here." The warden shrugged, showing no concern. His tone was too heavy for a professor. Miss Elnor, advanced barriers like an angel's blessing aren't something just anyone can use. The knights will be here soon. Let's wait for them. That's why I tried to stop them from experimenting on those monsters. I knew we shouldn't have given that authority to the Tristan family. Beside her, Elnor simply clenched her teeth. But at that moment, Dodd suddenly shot past them like a gust of wind. He even snatched the warden's necklace and shouted, "I'll handle this." Behind him, the warden's eyes went wide when his necklace was suddenly taken, and he asked, "Who is that? Give it back, he's just a student. Do you even know what the angel's blessing is?" Ignoring the warden's shouts, Dodd quickly pulled out his sensor and tossed the necklace inside. The system immediately confirmed. The ultimate holy relic has fused with the warden's bead chain. Skills unlocked. Asceticism, holy shield. Detecting a dangerous situation where each threat is potentially lethal. Desperate plea for survival. Activated at rank S. Dodd then launched into a long slide, skimming past the giant bear and racing toward the man casting the barrier. Seeing Dodd, the man worriedly said, "Hey, wait, why aren't you running?" Dodd replied, "I'll buy time, get the students out of here." He turned to face the bear, which was raising its massive paw to strike. Without hesitation, Dodd used asceticism, converting all secondary attributes into physical strength. Next, Dodd activated Holy Shield. A radiant cross symbol appeared before him, blazing with light. Then the phantom image of two pairs of wings manifested, enveloping him and forming a protective barrier. Thanks to it, the bear's heavy blow couldn't reach Dodd. Around them, guests who witnessed the scene gasped, "Is that the angel's blessing? How can an ordinary student use that?" Elsewhere, the warden was tearing his hair out and cursing the fool. Did he not know even official wardens had to pray countless times to use it? Back to Elnor's perspective. She had intended to rush forward with her sword to help, but when she saw that skill activate, her steps suddenly stopped. After everything that's happened, I'm not surprised anymore. I've seen him conceal so much so many times, Elnor thought. Not sure whose side that warden is on, but seeing Dodd withstand the attacks, he snapped. Why can't that stupid monster break a simple barrier? And a student is maintaining it too. His words irritated Elnor, who turned back to scold, "Are you really a professor? You won't even help. What are you doing?" By Elnor's account, Elijah appeared after a short rest. When she arrived, she delivered a chop to that warden's neck, knocking him out. "Sorry, student council president, he's clearly useless to us." Not dwelling on Elijah's action, Elnor asked, "Why were you late?" "I was knocked out in the basement. I just got up here." Elijah's body trembled as she spoke, still recovering. She glanced forward and said, "Never mind that, Dodd. He actually dared to use the angel's blessing right here. He's not even a warden. They say it takes at least 10 years of training to use it. How could this happen?" Elijah's voice was full of disbelief. Elnor, standing beside her, recalled what Dodd had told her over tea. 10 years before holy power can be used. Her expression grew complicated. With just a glance, it seemed Elijah guessed her thoughts and added, "Even if the angel's blessing was inscribed, there should still be limits to how much he could control. You must feel pretty lucky, huh? He did all this for the Tristan family and for you. Otherwise, there's no reason he'd do any of this." Elnor isn't stupid, so of course she vaguely suspected something. "I had this feeling from the start. He really is a strange one." In Elnor's dark inner world, it seemed a ray of light was appearing. Opposite them, Dodd gritted his teeth to maintain his holy shield while the giant bear treated him like a punching bag, its massive arms swinging like a machine and causing him to sweat profusely. But poor stupid bear. It focused on the protagonist without realizing who the real threat here was. To everyone's astonishment, Elnor drew her sword and charged at the monster like a lightning flash and drove straight into it. The powerful strike flattened the beast's massive body to the ground, cracking the floor in countless places from the impact. But that blow only caused the giant bear intense pain. It wasn't enough to finish it off. Then it angrily charged at Elnor like a tank, each step making the ground quake. Facing the bear's attack, Elnor closed her eyes, drew her sword slowly back, then thrust forward with wind-tearing speed. Her sword thrusts were like a machine gun volley striking the beast. But whether the giant bear had been given some stimulant or not, even with countless wounds peppering its body, it kept rushing forward like mad. Seeing this, Elnor spun and used a skill. Her blade immediately formed a semicircular wave of energy that sliced straight at the monster, blasting its massive form backward, and finally triggering a large explosion. Beside her, Dodd watched in stunned silence. Was that Tristan's sword technique? It was on a completely different level from the knockoff versions. Wait, something's off. In the original work, Elnor was never involved in events like this. Accompanying that, as if to confirm the situation, the system announced the main objective completed. Defeat the monster with no casualties. Remarkable achievement. Time until the knights arrive, 30 seconds. Ignoring the alert, Dodd studied Elnor with growing concern. All the professors who defended experimenting on live monsters supported the Tristan family. If Elnor intervenes, it basically means she's admitting her family's wrongdoing. Elnor doesn't care about political maneuvering, so why is she helping us? I don't understand. Finish this mission quickly. Leave that for later. Elnor gently sheathed her sword and murmured, "It's over, but there are always surprises." At that moment, Dodd's eyes went wide and he shouted, "Princess, behind you." Following Dodd's gaze, Elnor saw the bear's massive body suddenly rise from the flames and swing a bony arm straight at her. As a natural reflex, Dodd immediately charged in and activated his holy shield to block the blow for the antagonist. However, facing a full-force attack, Dodd spat blood and fainted on the spot. Time passed quickly. Dodd woke up and found himself in the infirmary. A voice beside him asked, "You're awake." Hearing that, Dodd hurriedly asked what happened to the monster, and Elnor, explaining, the blue-haired woman spoke calmly as she read, "The monster was defeated and Elnor is fine. Of course, the other students are fine too." The answer surprised him quite a bit. She then closed the book in her hands. She was Prime Minister Atalante, and of course our protagonist quickly recognized her identity. Atalante, the immortal who had lived over 1,000 years. Why would someone like her come to see me? Because I used the angel's blessing, Dodd wondered inwardly. Unaware of these stray thoughts, Atalante spoke. "After the first year's confrontation, I haven't had a chance to speak with you. I'm here to deliver some bad news and even worse news." She smiled lightly, prompting Dodd to ask with some concern, "What is it?" Atalante's tone shifted and grew more serious as she explained. "You've attracted more attention than any freshman before. No one has ever been involved in so much trouble. By my experience, you'll run into even more trouble in the future. And on another bad note, what do you know about demons?" Atalante's question left Dodd remarkably calm, as if he wasn't overly surprised to hear that name. His demeanor amused Atalante. She smiled and said, "Interesting reaction, Dodd Campbell. Even with the Prime Minister mentioning this, you show no sign of worry." Dodd replied with a very bored expression, "I don't think I should reveal too much of what I really know. If I do, I don't know what schemes you might have." "What do you mean by schemes?" Atalante asked back. At this point, Dodd began to vent about his own problem. "I'm the only one who still hasn't been assigned to a class. I can't even attend classes." Ahead, Atalante understood why Dodd was upset. "I see. You're frustrated because of that situation. Because of recent events, I've had to deal with the aftermath." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. Immediately, a pitch-black space enveloped them, ensuring no one could overhear their next conversation. Atalante's voice then turned extremely serious. "You may not realize it, but the ruling powers currently have little control over our society. This is a bad time for them. They'll do anything to recruit talented individuals, even dragging them up from hell if necessary." Hearing this, with his gaming experience, Dodd immediately understood what she was referring to and added, "The Tribal Alliance coup, the restructuring of the Holy Empire, and the succession to the throne. Aren't all of these the reasons behind the recent incidents?" Atalante couldn't hide her surprise at Dodd's clear explanation. Even so, she nodded in agreement. "You're right. The Golden Triangle may appear to be friendly neighbors on the surface, but beneath that veneer, there's a fierce competition to seize talent. Most students wouldn't be interested in this." Picking up her point, Dodd added, "Exactly. That's why the entire continent is affected. All the incidents you've been involved in have surely come onto their radar. Even though things have happened, they haven't made a move. That doesn't make sense unless someone is deliberately controlling the flow of information." To Atalante, hearing this from the protagonist made her even more surprised. Dodd was astute about politics as well. Unaware of Atalante's thoughts, Dodd continued the topic. "So if I attract their attention right now, it would be very dangerous, right?" The reply came in Atalante's cold voice. "Yes, the world will be destroyed." As she spoke, the ground beneath them shifted into a scene of countless houses below engulfed in flames. Next, Atalante produced a sheet of paper stamped with a strange symbol and asked, "Do you know this seal? This is exactly why I asked you about demons." Opposite her, of course, Dodd was familiar with the mark. It's the Purifier's seal. The Purifiers are an organization that worships demonic gods and operates in the shadows. Their sole aim to summon demon deities to destroy this world. Both Elnor's failed assassination and the monster's escape were suspected to be their work. Both were plots targeting the Tristan family, and there's no guarantee it won't happen a third time. Atalante said calmly. Meanwhile, Dodd wondered and asked why I was telling you these things. To Dodd's remark, the female professor offered little explanation. Instead, she produced a black card with white markings and handed it to him. "I can't tell you why, but I want you to take this." Seeing that, Dodd reached out to take the card. Since he recognized the item, it was the interdynasty key, a treasure that breaks rules and can open a door to another world. From Atalante's perspective, seeing Dodd neither surprised nor questioned the card, she said, "I'm sure from your face you know what it is, right? Keep it safe and show me how far you can go. If I'm pleased with your performance, I'll reward you with more gifts. This conversation must remain secret." With that, Atalante snapped and dispelled the dark space. Dodd quickly promised he wouldn't breathe a word about the conversation. Moments later, while pouring herself a cup of tea, Atalante seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, how are you doing these days with the warrior candidate and the Tristan family's young lady?" Her words carried a hint of implication, making Dodd's face wince. He didn't understand why Atalante asked, but he answered, "We're fine." Atalante turned and smiled. "I hope you stay that way." "Why, is there a reason I should?" Dodd asked curiously. Atalante's reply came with a grin so broad her eyes nearly closed. "Yes. If you don't, the world will be destroyed." "Again, why is the world so close to destruction?" Dodd shouted. Atalante laughed at his reaction. "Ha ha, I'm not lying. After all, the final goal of this plan can only be achieved through the three of you," she murmured inwardly. Time passed quickly. At this point, Dodd looked at the black card in his hand and let out a heavy sigh. "Phew, apocalypse. I'll think about this later. Still, I can't believe she gave me this. This should be an item players can't possess. Something's definitely wrong with the main script." A feeling of dread began to creep into the protagonist's mind. But before he could ruminate, Professor Conrad's voice sounded from behind. "Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you, Dodd Campbell." Hearing that, Dodd turned and replied, "You were looking for me, sir. What's the matter?" As he spoke, he hurriedly hid the black card behind his back. Meanwhile, it seemed Conrad knew Dodd was worried about not being placed in a class, so he'd come to resolve the issue. "Although you haven't been assigned a class, I can't let you miss school forever. This is a temporary placement. Starting tomorrow, you'll attend classes with these students," he said as he tossed a sheet of paper to Dodd. And after only glancing at it, Dodd's eyes went wide. He realized he'd be in the same class with the two people he least wanted to be involved with. First, Class President Elnor Aaron Arise La Tristan and Deputy Elijah Chrysanax. Seeing those two names, sweat immediately broke out on Dodd's face. "The apocalypse is coming," he yelled. Back to Dodd. He could only sigh inwardly. They'd been like this for a while, and thanks to them all the attention was on him simply because he stood between the warrior candidate and the Tristan family. "Whatever, focus on your own business," he said as he checked the system screen. Elnor's trust in Dodd had shifted from level 5 trust to level 1 affection. A reward was ready to claim. "Oh nice," Dodd shouted and hurried to check the reward. The system displayed, Basic Tristan Sword Technique, 58% effectiveness, the sword technique of the prestigious Tristan swordsman. The user can apply this effect effectively with any weapon. Basic Deep Breathing Technique, a breathing method that maximizes physical endurance and stamina. This skill enhances the effectiveness of Tristan swordsmanship. Seeing this, Dodd rubbed his chin in thought. Both skills complement each other through physical enhancements. This is probably one of the best combo sets. The only person who can combine both skills effectively is Elnor. She's a final boss because of her extraordinary mastery of the 1-4 split battle technique. Thinking that, he glanced at the info screen for Elijah. Elijah Chrysanax's curiosity level rose from 5 to interest level 1. A reward was ready to claim. "You have acquired Elnor's demonic law skill. Use your influence to act against the good individuals connected to you. The following individuals will be required to accept a request from you. Keep your allies close and keep your enemies even closer. Higher influence levels over good individuals yield greater valuable rewards. If you can minimize good deeds, you may receive larger rewards." Back to Dodd, the cryptic description of this skill left him genuinely puzzled. What does this mean? Can I earn rewards by turning good people bad? He wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly, scene shift to some forest. Dodd's class had gathered here. Seeing everyone present, Professor Conrad raised his voice. "Welcome, you bunch of chickens. In this Survival 101 course, we'll practice essential survival skills. If you don't want to die in a dungeon or ruin, you'd better prick up those ears and listen carefully. What you have to do today is simple. Go into the forest and bring back whatever you think might interest me. You have 10 minutes. In response to the assignment, someone in the student group raised a hand and asked, "Professor, are there no grading criteria?" Answering the question, Professor Conrad also smiled and shook his head. "It's not whimsy. The student council president and I will grade it. So good luck, kids." Up front, of course, the students couldn't easily accept such grading criteria. Immediately, a few protests rose. "That's not fair, Professor." Hearing that, Conrad had no intention of changing his decision. He even snapped and urged, "Life is mostly experience. and your 5-minute chickens are starting now." With that, there was no other way. The students in the class began to form groups and discuss what to find to submit to that whimsical teacher. While they chatted, Dodd retreated to a corner and thought about the skill he had gained from the reward. Keep your allies close and your enemies closer. What does that mean? How can I turn a good person into a bad one? Dodd wondered. Before he could find an answer, the swordswoman Elijah approached and offered Dodd, "Do you want to team up with me?" The offer surprised the protagonist, who asked, "Shouldn't you team up with your friend?" "Come on, we're friends too. Why don't we work together?" Elijah said with a bright smile. Dodd inwardly grumbled, "Join the protagonist's team. No, if that happens, I'll just be a hindrance," he reminded himself silently. He turned back to Elijah. Seeing Dodd not answer, she poked her fingertips together and asked gently, "What's wrong? You not feeling well today?" Dodd's reply was a cold expression. "No, it's just that we're not that close." His words made Elijah's smile stiffen and fade away. Then, whether out of annoyance or something else, the heroine turned and walked away. "Too bad, huh? Fine." Not far off, the nun watched this and felt a bit worried for her friend. Meanwhile, Dodd glanced at Elijah and thought, "That sounded harsh. She looks upset." Just then, a long-haired guy came over to bother Dodd. "Dodd Campbell, what's your relationship with this warrior candidate?" At the call, Dodd looked up and quickly recalled the information about the person standing before him. Talion Armand, he's the class's second best after Elijah. Later, he becomes a mid-tier boss in Chapter 1. Any problem with him? Dodd wondered and answered, "Just a little acquaintance." Talion's face turned angrier and he said coldly, "There are a lot of ugly rumors about the outcome of your fight. Why do you drag her into this?" At the same time, a notification screen appeared, reminding the protagonist of Elnor the demon's rule. "A good person has been entangled because of your reputation." Reading the notification, Dodd seemed to start understanding how it worked. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he thought, "A status has been updated. It seems I met the condition by pissing him off, huh? Since he'll later be a minor boss, maybe I can make use of him." At the same time, the demon's rule was activated. Unaware of Dodd's schemes, Talion clenched his teeth and demanded, "Tell me the truth, was that fight fixed? You can't hide it from me." Dodd stood and whispered into his ear with a loaded tone, "Yes, it was fixed. Or do you want it to be fixed, watching your target fall to a mere flick? Have you noticed the gap between us?" Dodd said with a mocking smile, while Talion's eyes widened in fury. Then, as if to teach Dodd a lesson, blonde-haired Talion proposed, "Then why don't we make a bet? Let's wager on who will score higher on this exercise. How about that?" Faced with his challenge, Dodd, who couldn't even ask for a rope, accepted immediately. "All right, perfect." Back at Professor Conrad's station, with Student Council President Elnor. At that moment, the professor seemed to notice something and said, "Hey, Student Council President, didn't I tell you to help grade the students? Don't you think doing it this way is a bit arbitrary?" Hearing that, the swordswoman Elnor shrugged and replied, "I've been serious from the start." Her nonchalant remark made the professor look at her puzzled. "Really? Then explain why Dodd Campbell already has a 0 when he hasn't even submitted his work." "Because he deserves it," Elnor said, glancing to the side as if avoiding Conrad's gaze. Conrad, of course, couldn't accept that. He shouted, "What did you just say?" Elnor cast an annoyed look at Conrad and asked, "You don't like my grading method, do you?" Conrad retorted, "Why doesn't Elnor try putting herself in my shoes and think about it?" Elnor fired back immediately. "Then why don't you observe him a bit to verify for yourself why he deserves a 0? I'll go check right now." Having said that, the council president turned as if to leave. But how could Professor Conrad let her go so easily? He immediately reached out, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her back. "Hey, wait a moment. I know you're trying to get close to him." Elnor stood there. She answered with a very bored expression, "Of course not. I just don't want her alone with the warrior candidate. Something could happen between them. Let me go check." Conrad's tone was firm. "Sure, even if I don't let you participate, I can totally kick you out. How about that?" Hearing this, even the antagonist Elnor fell silent. Cut to the nun Trisha's location, Elijah's close friend. She was watching Elijah with worried eyes. Today, Elijah seemed off. Through the nun's gaze, Elijah was fighting the monsters with fierce intensity, as if using them to vent all her frustration. Not far away, the big red-haired guy exhaled and observed. "All the strongest monsters are concentrated here. Could something special be happening lately?" In response, the blonde archer nodded and explained, "You're right. This is a rare ore area. If we can get some gems, we might avoid low grades." Hearing that, the brown-haired friend with glasses directed, "Okay, stop hunting for now. Luca, help me move those ore deposits." Up front, Elijah's inner irritation seemed to grow, causing her to unleash all her anger on the monsters. With each punch, a wolf was sent flying high. More noticeably, a dark purple-black light seemed to gather in the center of Elijah's chest. The only one who could sense it was the nun behind her. It made her uneasy. The color of darkness, thick emotion, I can see it all. Though not outwardly shown, Elijah was definitely very angry. With that in mind, the nun couldn't let it continue and asked, "Hey Elijah, how have you been lately?" Elijah softened her scowl and replied, "These days, nothing special." Hearing that, the nun couldn't hide her worry and added, "Still, if something's bothering you, I can help." Elijah rejected the concern. "What are you talking about? Nothing's going on." Behind her, the nun felt this case was hard to handle. Even if he says so, I'm worried his emotions could overwhelm his reason. She thought to herself and then said, "I know something's troubling you." Opposite her, Elijah sat on a tree root, sighed, and admitted, It's that obvious. I can never lie to you, Trisha." Then the nun Trisha quickly picked up on the Dodd Campbell situation. "He keeps his distance from you, and all you want is to be friends with Dodd, right?" Beside Elijah, she answered with a slightly annoyed face. "Even though we've been through a lot together recently, I don't think he needs to put that kind of distance between us." Regarding this, Trisha asked skeptically, "Could it be that Dodd doesn't truly mean it?" Hearing that, Elijah glanced over and said, "Not truly mean it. What do you mean by that?" Answering, Trisha shared her thought. "He's just a young man from a minor noble family, and you're a warrior candidate. Being seen with him would certainly spark a lot of gossip." At this, Elijah's small face shifted, and she asked in alarm, "Is that how he's trying to help me?" Although Trisha didn't know if it was true, she agreed for now to reassure Elijah. Yes, he might worry he could cause unnecessary trouble. Even if he keeps his distance now, once his reputation is established, he'll still regard you as an important friend. Does he really think that? Elijah stroked her chin, wondering about Dodd. Right then, he was hauling his ass away to escape Talian's attack. Meanwhile, numerous notification pop-ups appeared beside him. Talian's rage is reaching its limit. You have caused him utter humiliation. Your negative influence has become permanent. You activated the demon rule and received an order reward. From behind, he gripped his spear tightly and lunged forward as fast as he could. His voice and face were full of fury. "You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll skewer you on a spit." Saying that, he gritted his teeth and thrust the spear forward like a machine gun, making Dodd's scalp tingle. Dodd gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength into accelerating. For Talion, seeing Dodd only run and refuse to fight made him even angrier. "Don't run. Fight like a real man. Why do you always try to steal the finishing blow after I've done all the work?" Up ahead, Dodd suddenly stopped, turned around, and held up a hand. "Wait, stop." His words made Talion involuntarily freeze and wait for whatever came next from the protagonist. But once again, Talion was disappointed when Dodd only offered a taunt. "So, want to split the spoils?" Seeing Dodd's irritating face, the blonde began to feel he'd reached his limit. He slowly drew the spear back and assumed a throwing stance. Mana gathered at the spear tip, causing bolts of lightning to snap outward. Without hesitation, Talion put power into his arm and threw with all his strength. The spear flew, cutting the wind, hurtling forward. However, before it had flown more than a few meters, it collided with some sword. The spear tip chopped cleanly in two by the blade. The surprise left Talion stunned, while the protagonist even forgot to keep running. Turning back to see who intervened, it was none other than Elijah. "Don't touch my friend," she said coldly. For Talion, seeing Elijah appear left him dumbfounded, and he greeted her, "Elijah, long time no see. This must be our first meeting since the monsters scattered." Responding to that friendly jab, Elijah lunged forward, pressed the blade at Talion's throat, and reminded him, "Wrong, you lost to me the last time." Beside them, Dodd watched sweating, wondering to himself where on earth she had come from. Back to his point of view. Staring at the sharp blade at his throat, he forced out, "Ha ha, it's really great to see you again." Elijah had no intention of wasting time on pointless greetings and cut straight to the point. "What were you planning to do with Dodd just now? Don't tell me you were harassing him." "No, Elijah, he stammered to explain. But the swordswoman didn't even let him finish and swept his leg out from under him. Talion crashed to the ground. Then she planted her boot on him, pointed her sword at his face, and warned, "I don't want to hear your excuses from beneath me." Talion's literally scared shitless. "I know, I get it. But why do you keep defending him?" Elijah cut him off before he could reply. "You don't need to care who I befriend. I hate people who act superior and then get angry at others." "But he's deceiving all of us," Talion shouted, then shook his head in denial. "He's only doing this to teach us a lesson. He's not some cruel, unreasonable person. Dodd isn't like that. Do you want to get taken out by a single hit like last time?" Elijah said, staring at Talion with a razor gaze. Those words seemed to snap him awake. "Could I have died?" At the thought, the hairs on Talion's arms stood on end. All his fighting spirit evaporated, and he scrambled to his knees before Dodd. "I'm sorry, Dodd. I won't come near you without permission again." Seeing Talion accept defeat, Elijah finally sheathed her sword and calmly said, "Try to get along with each other." With that, she left coldly, just as she had appeared, which left Dodd a bit thoughtful. Truly a warrior candidate. She's good at teaching people a lesson. I wonder if we're still considered friends. Right now, I guess we're still friends, at least for now. Wait, that's not important. I still have to turn in my assignment grade. Time quickly passed into late afternoon. Our protagonist was carrying a sack on his back, heading back to report the results to Professor Conrad. However, Trisha blocked his way. Wait, Dodd, haven't we met before? I'm Trisha. Dodd quickly recognized her and nodded. Oh, you're Elijah's friend, I remember now. After that, Dodd mentally sighed. In both the original story and now, she always drags conversations out. Not knowing Dodd's thoughts, Kissa got straight to the point. Yeah, I have something to ask. This might be a bit awkward, but Elijah. At that, Trisha's voice stopped when she noticed the protagonist walking off ahead. Dodd waved, let me turn in my score first. Oh, okay. Kai replied, watching the protagonists retreating back with visible worry. He forced Elijah to fight Talion. Normally, she'd try to talk it out, not draw her sword immediately. That's the real problem, Dodd. Back to the protagonist's viewpoint. As soon as he returned to the gathering point, he was overwhelmed by the scene before him. The ground had split into many fissures, and Student Council President Elnor lay motionless with her arms crossed like a dead fish. Dodd couldn't help exclaiming, what the hell happened here? Explaining the situation, Professor Conrad said irritably, that damned president insisted on entering the forest, so I told her she had to get past me first. As it turned out, I won. He teased as he looked at Elnor still lying motionless. But you're better than before. Hey, are you faking dead? Conrad smiled while Dodd was screaming inside his head, this school is insane, just punish her. Thinking that, he still put on a bright grin. Oh right, I came to claim my points. His reminder made the professor start and turn. Oh right, we're still in class, aren't we? Let me see. Ooh, how did you bring back so much? Hearing that, the protagonist shamelessly took full credit and waved it off, no big deal. It took a bit longer because I wanted to make sure I picked the best materials. At Conrad's glance, when he opened the bag, he found countless colorful mineral stones inside, and he couldn't help nodding at the materials. Perfect, your first place. I'm sure Perse will love these if you give them to her. I already made a wish deal, why not use this chance to score points with her? All right, I'll do that. Dodd answered and tied the bag shut. At the same time, Trisha, seeing Dodd had finished his report, shuffled over and asked, hey, are you done? Up front, Professor Conrad also stood and told them both, all right, you may go. Class is over, but Kai, please take care of her. Yes, sir. Kai quickly replied, then turned to Dodd. Dodd, please look after Elijah, but don't be overly soft with her. Every time she mentions you, she seems to lose all reason. I'm worried things could get worse later. To the nun's warning, our Dodd could only give a wry smile. He's grateful for the caution, but also a little frightened. Thinking that, he waved and agreed. All right, don't worry, Trisha, I'll do my best. You should do that if you want to survive this. She might not notice, but I do notice. If she slips even once, Elijah could cross the line. Trisha told herself and began using her magic to heal Elnor. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the magic department, where Dodd was present to meet Professor Perse and state his request. The professor, sipping her tea, raised an eyebrow and asked, you want to use your wish? So early. Yes, I need something from the goddess of magic, Dodd said with a smile. Perse asked, can't you wait a little longer? Dodd said Perse wasn't the only one working to fulfill requests. Perse replied that others wouldn't have to do anything if Dodd didn't use his wish. Putting aside the pointless back and forth, Dodd hadn't come to casually ask Perse. He wanted to prepare for what was coming. To survive the upcoming battle with the Purifier, he had to prepare everything possible. Not knowing Dodd's true purpose, Perse sighed and asked, I've been ordered by Chancellor Adelante to support you as much as possible. As long as it's not used for other purposes, I'll do it. What do you want? Hearing that, Dodd swallowed hard. He began recalling the rewards he'd received earlier in Professor Conrad's class. You received a reward from Elijah, 500 points. You received an evil seed. You can exchange it for a special skill in the points shop. The list of purchasable skills has been updated. Elijah Chrysonax sealed a negative once. You can use the evil rule once. Talion Man sealed a negative once. You can use the evil rule once. The special skill's effect far surpasses any item. That's fine for now, but there's still much to prepare. Dodd Campbell is still far too weak to withstand the Purifier's Dodd-type attacks. That's why I need it. Thinking that, Dodd rubbed his chin and described what he wanted. I need a cannon powerful enough to blow this academy away. On the other side, Professor Perse, hearing the protagonist's request, looked utterly stunned. She stared at Dodd with dead eyes, and after a few seconds the professor seemed to snap back to herself. She rose straight from her chair and demanded, Dodd, are you out of your mind? Creating it is one thing, but where do you intend to use it? Hearing that, Dodd knew Perse was about to explode with anger. So he immediately produced the pledge paper and cut her off. Wait, Professor, the agreement clearly states you must fulfill any ordinary request. A simple thing like this surely can't stump the head of the magic department. In response, Perce's brows tightened. She glared at the paper and complained irritably, "You want me to craft a weapon? That's not an ordinary request." Dodd kept trying to persuade her. "A promise is a promise, right? I don't intend to use it to hurt anyone. I just have something that needs to be destroyed in a single strike, otherwise it becomes a huge problem." "All the more reason I'm worried, you idiot," Perce shouted. But then, as if remembering Atalante's instructions, the professor sighed. "Fine, I suppose you must have your reasons. And since you've helped deal with the recent monsters, I'll make the cannon for you. Dodd Campbell." "Yes, thank you, Professor Perce," Dodd replied, for reasons she couldn't explain. The professor then absent-mindedly said, "Unbelievable. Not only do you have 4 people in your harem, but you even make people believe you'll save the world." "A harem?" Dodd asked curiously. Perce suddenly realized she'd slipped and went flustered, turning to scold Dodd. "Oh my God, what's wrong with my head? Talking to you made me lose focus. It's all your fault, Dodd. All because Professor Perce is 30 and still single. Honestly, that's an alarming age for any woman." Seeing the professor panic, Dodd hurried to reassure her. "Please calm down. I have another wish request." The professor promised Elijah and me that we'd each receive an item from the Phantasm Archive. "Can I claim mine now?" Time passed quickly. Dodd walked down the corridor thinking about what to do next. "Great. So I've been granted permission to build the cannon. Now I just need to gather the materials to make it. I can collect all of them using interrealm keys. It seems everything is going according to plan." At that moment, an orange-haired man dressed like nobility, carrying a cane, called out to him, "Hey kid, your name is Dodd Campbell, right?" Hearing someone call him, the protagonist looked up and answered, "Yes, that's right." Across from him, the stranger smiled when Dodd confirmed and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. My name is Galdier Riverback. I'm from the Purification Charity Fund." Facing Galdier made sweat break out on Dodd's face because he quickly recognized the name. What a joke. The fund is just a front for money laundering. Galdier Riverback is the chapter's final boss, also known as the Purifier. He is the leader of the Righteous Flame. Unaware that Dodd already knew his identity and background, Galdier still smiled and handed him a business card. "I've heard some rumors about you. You single-handedly stopped a monster from escaping, haven't you? That's not something an ordinary person could do without courage or extraordinary skill. Impressive. Whenever I meet an extraordinary student like you, I wonder what their future will hold. I'd love to have dinner with you. Are you available? I also very much want to talk with you." Replying to that, Dodd, of course, didn't want to cozy up to a chapter boss, so he brushed it off. "I think now is enough time to talk." After speaking, he quietly mulled over the plot issue in his head. Just like in the original storyline, this guy was supposed to approach Elijah and bother her. So why is he coming to me? Don't tell me this system thinks I'm the protagonist. No, that can't be. The more he thought, the more confused Dodd became. He scratched his head and said, "I'll think about it." Across from him, Galdier took Dodd's hesitation as agreement and turned to leave. "Meet me at Sunset Eye in 3 days. I'll be waiting." Seeing him decide like that, Dodd silently cursed his ancestor line 18 times in his head. "Hey, I said I'll think about it. Damn it." Thinking that, he glanced at the shiny business card. Its gold plating nearly blinded him. "My eyes hurt, damn. Fine, I'll go." The male lead complained inwardly. In reality, there was no way to avoid this event. As before, things are either possible or not. What I can do, what I know, what I don't know, and all the risk factors. If I weigh everything in this situation, defeating the Purifier isn't impossible, but I still don't understand why I have to take Elijah's role. Maybe I messed things up from the start, but for now I'll handle the present and leave the rest for later. With that in mind, to ensure his safety for the meeting with that Galdier, Dodd went to get his medical insurance. In front of some room, Dodd gritted his teeth, and with a trembling hand, knocked on the door and said inside, "Elnor, are you there?" Hearing the familiar voice, Guildmaster Elnor sounded a bit surprised and asked back, "Dodd, what are you doing here?" To that, Dodd hesitated and continued, No need to come out, I just have a small matter to discuss." "Because are you free 3 days from now?" At the same time, Elnor's assistant was in the room complaining about returning books on time to the Guildmaster. "You haven't read any of them and just let them collect dust. Did you rent them just to look at the covers? Don't I have to pay late fees because of you?" Before the assistant could go on, Elnor put a finger to her lips to silence her. Unaware of this, Dodd continued with his request. "Guildmaster, I'd like you to take some time that day to go with me to a place." "Just the 2 of us?" Elnor asked again. "Yes, just the 2 of us." Dodd nodded. "Where to?" Elnor asked. There's a place called Sunset Eye, do you know it? Dodd named the spot where Galdier had arranged to meet. The assistant's eyes widened. Hey, that's a famous dating spot. Before she could say more, Elnor pushed her aside and asked Dodd directly. I know, so why do you want me to go with you? Explaining, Dodd only stammered that he'd tell Elnor when they met that day. Cut to a moment in Elijah's past. Young Elijah sat sulking, curled up on a hill of flowers. A voice called from behind, "Hey Elijah, so you're here after all." In response, Elijah muttered, "Shut up." The voice continued, "Hey, I said I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore." Hearing that, Elijah spun around in anger, tearful liar. You think pushing me down the hill is a joke? The accusation made her brother scratch his head awkwardly. Well, next time I'll attack you when you're still lying on the ground. Stop bullying your sister right now, Elijah shouted. Her brother just rubbed his hands and forced a laugh. Ha ha, I'm only joking. I'm just trying to make you stronger, right? I don't want my sister to be beaten by someone, he said as he produced a paper bag, but Elijah remained annoyed. No thanks. Even so, she reached out, snatched the bag and asked, "Did you steal these?" "Don't say steal, I only took the leftovers," he hurriedly corrected. Then he sat down beside Elijah and shared, "Thanks to the Baron, I can be promoted to a squire immediately. I'll go to the battlefield. I'll get to experience new things and explore the world. Who knows, maybe I'll even earn the title of a bodyguard." Elijah ate a cookie and replied skeptically, "Yeah, keep dreaming. Someone who bullies his sister every day can't become a bodyguard. Hey, who's to say people can't change their path?" Her brother said gently, and sensing some worry, Elijah asked, "If you go to battle, will you die?" "If I'm unlucky, maybe, but I'm pretty good, so it probably won't happen," he replied calmly. Still angry with him, Elijah sneered, "I hope you get unlucky and die." "Go ahead, you're always teasing me, bothering me, never listening to Mom and Dad, just swinging your sword and fighting all day. I hope death is waiting for you." She stuck out her tongue. To that, her brother simply smiled softly and assured her, "If I become a bodyguard, I'll always be there to protect you." Back in the present, Elijah was sleeping in her room when someone called out and woke her. Though a little groggy, she got up, opened the door, and asked the visitor, "What's going on?" The one at her door was none other than Dodd. He awkwardly scratched his head. "Sorry, I'm from the countryside, so I'm still not used to things here. About what I said about not being friends with you, I apologize," he said as he offered the bag in his hand. I brought some cookies from the kitchen. They're pretty good." This made Elijah pause slightly. She quickly grabbed the bag and shrugged. "Why apologize? That isn't cool at all. We're friends. Anyway, go back to sleep." Before she could close the door, Dodd revealed his real purpose. "Wait a moment. I need your help with something. Can you come with me for a bit? It's urgent," he said with an eager expression. Elijah felt a little hesitant. Is he crazy? She thought to herself. Cut to the guildmaster Elnor's location. She was busy with miscellaneous paperwork, while her assistant's voice kept running commentary at her side. "So we've processed all the teaching materials. I'll also double-check the club fee accounts. The rest concerns transfer students. I've heard we'll have some students coming from the Tribal Alliance. She's from a sect that fell after a coup, likely the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. Now they're basically exiles, and she'll arrive with many retainers. In reality, her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Ruru Garuda. Have you heard of her? They say she's quite famous, probably yes." Elnor answered with a bored look. From her expression, it was hard to tell whether she'd actually heard of Ruru or was just humoring the conversation. Not noticing this, her friend added, "And next term, a real saintess from the Holy Empire will arrive." "She's coming in person," Elnor said, frowning. It seems like something Elnor should pay attention to. In response, the assistant elaborated. "They say a delegation of envoys will accompany her, but given how things are being handled, the rector probably used some of his influence." Cut to Elnor's perspective. Naturally, having two important newcomers transfer to the academy made her a bit weary. Preparing to receive a saintess, and the daughter of a tribal leader at that. This academy is definitely plotting something. "It's always been like this, Guildmaster." The assistant's reminder made Elnor startle and realize it was true. It seems all trouble gets shoved into this place. "Oh right, I forgot." On this side, the assistant asked why Elnor was so worried. "She hasn't even been here a day or two, has she?" Elnor sighed and replied, "It's just that I'm in a bad mood." Cut to Dodd and Elijah. The two of them lay together, stargazing. Who knew the school had an observatory? The night sky is beautiful. Startled, Elijah asked Dodd, "Do we really have to do this right now?" Dodd replied calmly, "I have no other choice. This is the only way everything lines up perfectly." "Okay, wait a second." He checked the controller in his hand. Right now they were both lying in the cradle of something that looked like a catapult. And it really was a catapult. "With the catapult I took from the site warehouse, I can get there." Though this area is for high-level players only, I have the secret card the rector gave me. Thinking that, he pressed the button on the controller, and instantly, the catapult flung both Dodd and Elijah high into the air. What the? Elijah panicked, caught off guard. But she didn't have long to freak out. Dodd shouted to steady her. Elijah, focus, open your eyes. Before them appeared a red spatial gate. Dodd took out the black card Atalante had given him and explained, "This is the link gate location. We're about to enter. Don't worry, Elijah, it might be a little dangerous." Hearing that, Elijah couldn't help feeling anxious, but then an image of her brother suddenly popped into her head. His voice seemed to echo, "Hey, why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Look at me, Elijah." That image calmed the swordswoman's expression. Then the two of them flew into the spatial gate. The gate vanished from the night sky, as if it had never appeared. Inside the gate was a space with a deep purple sky. Countless large stone fragments floated everywhere, and Dodd and Elijah stood on one of them. Dodd warned, "Hey, we don't have much time. This is the interrealm space. Try not to touch anything. Things here can be very dangerous." Then Dodd leapt off his stone, making Elijah gasp, "Dodd, what are you doing?" Explaining his action, Dodd flew and said, "Don't worry, gravity here is unstable. Anyway, we need to get a bit higher." Below, Elijah, curious why Dodd risked this unstable area, asked, "What are you looking for?" In response, our protagonist didn't explain much either. He just gave a cryptic smile and said, "You'll see, just jump, the stones will recoil." "Are you crazy? If you fall, you'll definitely die," Elijah shouted. But Dodd kept encouraging her, "We won't die, just jump." Hearing that, Elijah gritted her teeth, trusted the protagonist, and leapt as he said. Instead, she plunged straight downward. This left Elijah stunned and panicked, because it seemed completely different from what Dodd had promised. Huh, am I falling? In her fear, an image suddenly flashed through Elijah's mind. The scene was a sea of flames. Little Elijah trembled, clutching a sickle stained with blood over her nightclothes. Ahead, her brother yelled, "Elnor, it's dangerous here. We have to run out the back and get to the grain store immediately." Behind him, Elijah answered, trembling, "Are we going to leave Mother and Father?" Her brother replied with a determined face, "We have to go now. I'll take care of Mother and Father. If you see any descendants of the apocalypse, just run away." Before he could say more, little Elijah grabbed the hem of his cloak and sobbed. "What about you? Mother and Father are already gone. I'm not stupid. Mother and Father are gone, it's just the two of us left. If you die too, what will I do? That's why we have to run away together." Hearing his little sister say that, the brother couldn't hold back his emotions and let a single tear fall. But quickly he turned forward, hiding the weakness on his face, and gently instructed, "You idiot, if I go with you, we'll be in more danger. Besides, before I'm your brother, I'm a bodyguard. Don't overthink it, don't worry about anything, just run as far as you can. Don't worry, if you reach safety, we'll meet again on the hill where I train. Answer me, Elijah." His voice nearly rose to a shout, which startled Elijah. She let go of his cloak and replied, bewildered, "Yes, sir." Hearing that, her brother nodded in satisfaction. "All right, calm down. Everything will be fine. Now run, little sister, I'll be right behind you." Back in the present, while Elijah was still falling, Dodd quickly reached out his hand and grabbed Elijah's hand firmly to stop her from falling. Seeing that, Elijah's eyes widened and she demanded, "Hey, where's that gravity you mentioned? You should have been clearer, I almost died." Above, Dodd stayed calm as if nothing had happened. "Calm down, Elijah, you'll get used to it. Look up, we've found our target." Then Dodd hauled Elijah up onto that rock. Not far from them, a plume of 7-colored smoke drifted in the air. Seeing it, Dodd excitedly took out his gear pouch. "All right, grab this." Sure enough, the 7-colored smoke was sucked into the brown pouch, and Dodd quickly tied the mouth of the bag closed. Watching Dodd, Elijah was completely baffled and asked, "What is that? What do I do with it?" Dodd explained that later they'd need to run and they'd use it then. His explanation left Elijah dazed. She asked again to be sure, "Huh? Run away." At that, Dodd broke into an amused smile and asked, "Do you see it?" Elijah scanned the surroundings, looked around for a moment and said, puzzled, "Huh? It's just the sky." No sooner had the words left their mouths than the space before them turned pitch black. Then 2 enormous rows of razor-sharp teeth suddenly appeared in front of them, freezing Elijah in terror. Even Dodd was sweating at that sight. He managed to say, "This is a creature of the interrealm space. It looks like it's time for us to leave." From afar, the creature attacking Dodd and Elijah looked like a giant whale, but its eyes were blood red, and its jaws were full of razor-sharp teeth. Dodd clearly felt that if they hesitated even a moment longer, he and Elijah would become this monster's dinner. He hurriedly shouted, "We need to make sure we collect whatever it spits out." "Huh, like this?" Elijah asked as she opened the mouth of the pouch, trying to suck in the strange plumes of smoke pouring from the giant fish. However, the weight of the strange things being drawn and made her grimace. "This is disgusting," she yelled. Immediately, Dodd grabbed her hand and lunged forward. Behind them, the giant fish gaped its enormous jaws, as if it wanted to swallow them both in one bite. But just as the sharp teeth began to close, Dodd and Elijah passed through a spatial gate, escaped the purple sky, and landed safely on solid ground. The feeling of cheating death with it right on their heels made Dodd break out in a sweat. Just like I calculated, it synced perfectly with the card's duration. Thinking that, he turned and asked, "Hey, Elijah, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Elijah didn't answer at once. Instead, she angrily pulled her hand away from Dodd's grasp, her eyes blazing with fury. "Don't tell me you planned all of this in advance, even the escape." "Of course," Dodd said with a bright, proud smile. "The Gregory Phantom tactic is a pretty simple trick for a veteran player like me." But from Elijah's perspective, her anger flared hotter than ever. "Why didn't you tell me we were going to the interrealm space?" Dodd hesitated slightly, then replied casually, "Because I thought you wouldn't come with me here." "You were right." Elijah gritted her teeth and slammed the pouch to the ground. "Fine, I tied it up. I can't believe you woke me up just to do this." Saying that, she turned and walked straight back to her room without looking back. Dodd watched her retreating figure with some guilt. Finally, he said, "Thanks, and sorry for not telling you beforehand." No sooner had he finished speaking than the system sent him a notification. Elijah's affection level had rapidly increased. It was now at concern level 4. Dodd stood there dumbfounded. Wait, I thought after this her favorability would drop, but instead it jumped. What the hell is going on? While Dodd was lost in chaotic thoughts, Elijah was also sinking into memories. The moment Dodd gripped her hand and confidently pulled her out from the monster's jaws, her heart involuntarily beat a little faster. Time quickly passed, cutting to Headmistress Adelante. She seemed to have just finished exercising, sweat-soaked, tying her hair as she asked someone ahead, "Hey, is this the item I was thinking of?" Hearing that, the person opposite replied, "I don't know what you're thinking, but this is indeed the spiritual entity." Adelante immediately realized something and asked, "So you're using that on the dimensional rift, right?" Hearing that, Dodd took the card, raised it, and admitted, "Yes, but didn't you give this to me to use like that?" Headmistress Adelante replied with a slightly reproachful tone, "I didn't expect you'd move so quickly. And why does your hair look like that?" Before her stood Dodd in a thoroughly disheveled state with his hair all puffed up. Tears still clung to the corners of his eyes from his harrowing experience. "Ah, I just got struck on the head by Dean Purse's lightning. I was on my way to deliver the spiritual entity I retrieved from the dimensional rift when Adelante, without letting me finish, already understood everything. So I get it now. Purse must be pretty panicked. She's a skilled witch, but she's also quite timid." Putting that aside, Dodd casually asked, "Is this item enough to meet your requirements?" "Headmistress Adelante, you said if I satisfied you, you'd give me an extra reward, right?" Adelante shrugged and replied, "If it's just that item, other magic towers could buy one for me with a mountain of gold. So you don't need to worry about that." Back to the main point. Dodd knew Adelante wouldn't be fooled by that, so he spoke plainly. "It's not exactly about the gift. Actually, I have a favor to ask. The spiritual entity is the consciousness left by great predecessors in this world. I want you to bind it into my item. Is that possible?" Hearing Dodd's request, Adelante was a bit surprised and praised him. "Wow, doing that would let the consciousness gradually awaken and grow stronger over time. This is truly a strategic and clever choice. Mr. Dodd, so which item do you want me to bind it into?" Dodd answered, "That item is." But before he could finish, Adelante spoke first. "I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. How are you so strong? You beat assassins with your bare hands and took down a heroic candidate in one move. Recently, you've even stopped demon beasts from attacking people. And now this. Why are you so obsessed with power?" She stared at Dodd, waiting for an answer. But our protagonist only fell into thoughtful silence. The secondary threats appearing in the main plot here are on par with a demon king, and this scenario's outcome is tightly linked to Elnor and Elijah. I've accidentally become entangled in their storyline, so of course I can't tell her that. What a pain, Dodd sighed inwardly. Instead of answering, he turned the question back. "I have one to ask you. Why do you always treat me so well?" Hearing that from the protagonist, the headmistress perked up with interest and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Her tone was teasing, and Dodd responded bluntly. "Actually, you have a lot to ask me. How did I find the rift's location? How do I know and understand the spiritual entities left by the predecessors? How could I defeat assassins, beat the heroic candidate Elijah, and stop demon beasts? Normal students like me couldn't possibly do those things. I'm just a freshman, but lately, I really feel like everything at this academy revolves around me. Maybe I'm a bit paranoid, but in every class and every activity I sense your presence. Like you're saying, just go do it, I'll back you. You don't have to worry. So why do you challenge me yet also make it easy for me?" Explaining this, Adelante's tone didn't change, still teasing. To be honest, I don't understand how you can talk to a headmistress like me and say that so boldly. It's an unacceptable behavior. But anyway, you've realized it right. Why do I favor you? Is it because I find you cute? The unexpected answer left Dodd stunned. He began to grumble inwardly. I knew she would say that, so I shouldn't have asked. Anyway, she's already agreed to transfer the spiritual entity to me. Now I just need to cultivate to increase synchronization so the consciousness will awaken. If I persist in cultivating from chapter 2 onward, it should become quite useful to me. But first I need to complete this mission. Time quickly passed into the evening. The main task is to hold a purification ceremony to resolve the incidents occurring at the Sunset Eye. At this time, Dodd was near the Sunset Eye restaurant. He scanned the area as if searching for someone. Just then the familiar voice of Elnor sounded beside him. "You made it." Hearing the voice, Dodd turned and replied, "Ah, President, have you been waiting long?" "Not long, about 6 hours," Elnor said as she calmly reapplied her lipstick. She was dressed extravagantly, her hair restyled, and the red dress hugged her small waist, accentuating her sultry figure. Even Dodd stood stunned for a few seconds at her beauty. His face flushed as he thought, wait, 6 hours. So she came before nightfall. Across from him, Elnor noticed Dodd's embarrassed expression, smoothed her hair, and clarified. "Exactly. Full moons are rare, so I wanted everything to be perfect. This is your first time going out off campus to hang out, right?" "Yes," the protagonist admitted. He couldn't even look Elnor in the eye like before because he was too embarrassed. This amused her and she teased, "Why won't you look me in the eye?" This is Dodd's first time out with a girl off campus. Honestly, it's practically a date, so it's understandable the kid's embarrassed. Elnor then reached for Dodd's hand and quickly pulled him along. "Come on, we have lots of places to go, and the line is long." Soon after, they arrived at the Sunset Eye restaurant, but a crowd was already waiting outside. "Oh dear, don't push." "Who knew it would be this crowded?" someone shouted. Seeing the scene, Dodd had already suspected as much. As he thought there were too many people, would they be able to get in? He wondered. At that moment, Talion, dressed as a staff member, checked his list and shouted, "Number 27, last call. If you're not here, I'll cancel the reservation." Number 27 canceled. Next is 28. Hearing that, Dodd was surprised. "Huh, that's Talion. Why is he here?" On the other side, Talion approached when he saw Dodd. "Dodd, you remember me? I'm working here part-time. My family won't give me allowance, so I'm a bit short on money." Then his gaze shifted to Elnor. "President, you're here too." At that, Talion's tone faltered as if he'd formed a guess. "Weird, Dodd. Why are you with her? What's your relationship?" Before Talion could finish asking if they were dating, Dodd quickly denied it. Afterward, he reminded himself, true, walking with the president like this would make everyone suspicious. Clearly, in everyone's eyes, this looked like a date. From Elnor's perspective, unfamiliar with Talion, she asked, "Hey, staffer, as student council president, don't I get priority?" "Of course," Talion replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Dodd noticed something odd on Talion and asked, "Wait, Talion, are you wearing a necklace?" The question surprised the blonde, but he quickly produced the pendant and explained, "I'm wearing one given by the Purification Guild. You know already, it's run by Marquis Riverback." At that moment, a targeting control skill notification popped up in front of Dodd, activated on Talion. Just seeing it, Dodd quickly realized the problem. He urgently warned, "Right, don't wear that anymore, and tell the other staff not to wear them either." Dodd's tone was serious, and although Talion didn't understand why, he nodded in agreement. "Okay, got it." Returning to the protagonist's thoughts, all the staff being affected by the control skill made him uneasy about this meeting. "After I raised Elijah's affection enough, the main scenario changed a lot. That means Marquis Riverback's attention will shift to me. In short, I need to be more careful now. If the script changes, I must act accordingly. If he's targeting me, I need to prepare a way to deal with him, teach him a lesson." Dodd and Elnor hurried into the restaurant. Just as they stepped inside, a familiar voice rose up. "Marquis Riverback has been waiting for you," came a polite greeting. "Pleased to meet Miss Tristan and you as well, Dodd." And with that, the sly Marquis Riverback turned to Elnor and said, "Miss, may I borrow student Dodd for a moment? We have some business to attend to." Hearing that, Elnor froze for a beat, but she was about to refuse. Before she could finish, Dodd quickly intervened from behind. He whispered in her ear, "President, it's fine, it's fine." Then he began to say something more into Elnor's ear. It made her eyes narrow, and she turned to look at Dodd with a face full of amazement. Unaware of this, Riverback kept babbling in front of them. "Miss, you'll be escorted to a private room, won't take long. It seems Miss Tristan and student Dodd are quite close, huh? Once we're done talking, follow me." He smiled with his eyes nearly shut, but there was a hint of guile in that smile. And so, Dodd and Elnor were led to 2 separate private rooms. No sooner had he sat down, before the protagonist could take a sip, than the old man opposite cut straight to the point. Do you know why I summoned you here? Dodd shot back, seeming unwilling to waste time with these villains, so he laid his cards on the table. Isn't it because you plan to cause chaos to resurrect a demon during the full moon? When security is lax, it's easy to slaughter many students, generate powerful demonic energy from blood and death, and unleash demonic beasts everywhere. Use assassins to take out the knights. Amplify chaos and fear to awaken the demons sleeping in the Tristan bloodline, right? From the start, the assassinations and beast attacks were your doing. But I already informed the headmaster and everything's been dealt with, he added. So what's your plan now? Dodd asked, staring at Riverback. Riverback's eyes widened. He had no idea how Dodd knew so much about his scheme. He thought to himself, what? Now I see why the seer paid attention to this one. Harmless on the surface, but with a heart deeper than a venomous snake. He's no ordinary man. At that thought, Riverback's face creased, but thinking of the preparations he'd made, he regained his confidence and said, "Impressive, but my men have Tristan under control already. You wouldn't have expected that, would you?" No sooner had he finished than Elnor burst through the door, sword in hand, kicking it open. Her kick shattered the door into splinters, sharp wood flying everywhere. Riverback, seeing her blood-stained figure, shouted in shock. "Impossible, Princess Tristan, but how did this happen?" To explain this, we have to go back a few minutes to when Elnor had been taken by Riverback's henchmen. Perhaps overconfident in their own strength, they didn't bother to hide their arrogance as they ordered Princess Tristan, "Come with me. We have places to go." Their haughty faces reminded Tristan of Dodd's whispered words earlier. "President, the demon worshippers are about to flood in." About that frenzy, have you been feeling unsettled lately? Maybe it's uncertain what will happen later, but sometimes letting off steam helps. With that thought, she slowly stood and coldly addressed the group. Under imperial law, demon worshippers can be dealt with immediately and reported afterward without issue. Behind them, a brown-haired hunter touched her pale shoulder and taunted, "But do you have the ability to handle them?" "All right, hurry up. I'm planning to capture her alive, so behave." Before he finished, his face suddenly stiffened as a murderous aura began to erupt from Elnor. Her mental state seemed to shift dramatically. "You think I can't do it?" As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed his head. Then she slammed it down hard, shattering the low table beneath them. Around them, the remaining hunters gritted their teeth and drew their weapons. "Damn it. Do not kill her. She's the most important target in the plan. Wound her all you want, but do not kill her." They shouted to one another and surged forward to overwhelm her with numbers. But these weaklings weren't even enough to warm Elnor up. With the terrifying power of the Tristan bloodline, she began kicking each of them away. Her razor-sharp blade swept across their throats, leaving the hunters only able to scream in despair. The more she fought, the redder Tristan's eyes burned, making the thug's hair stand on end. Only then did they realize the person before them wasn't a lackey they could handle. In short, that's what happened when Riverback's men tried to seize Elnor. Back in the present, Riverback stood stupefied and could only mutter helplessly. Meanwhile, the protagonist anxiously asked, "President, are you all right?" Elnor replied with a satisfied sound, wiping blood from her sword as she nodded. "Yeah, I actually feel better." But that was no leisurely stroll. "Come out with me again next time, okay?" At that moment, Dodd received 2 system notifications. Elnor's affection rose to affectionate. "The frenzy subsided thanks to you. A personal quest appeared. Gideon La Tristan has noticed you." Hearing the alerts, Dodd wasn't pleased but startled inwardly. He wondered, what is this? Why would Elnor's father notice me? Still, the quest was complete. That's what Dodd thought. However, things never go as smoothly as expected. At that moment, old Riverback realized he had failed. To salvage the situation, he produced something like a lump of flesh and snarled, "I didn't expect I'd have to use this." Riverback's words caught Dodd's attention, and he immediately recognized the item, demon essence. How did that appear here? Reacting fast, Dodd shouted, "President, don't let him eat that." Too late, Riverback had already tossed the flesh into his mouth and whispered, "Receive the god's grace." Then, from the outside view of the Sunset Eye restaurant, a jet of pitch-black energy suddenly erupted, blowing the restaurant to pieces. Back at Dodd's position, he was crawling out of the rubble, battered and broken. At that moment, Riverback's voice rang out again, but it had changed. "Brilliant. I'd meant to save this until after the seer dealt with you. Dodd Campbell, can you handle this?" he roared. At once his body transformed into a vicious demonic form, the chunk of flesh he'd swallowed glowing on his chest. With his combat experience in this game, how could Dodd fail to recognize the state? Someone who absorbs demon essence can use a portion of demonic power. A demon already in the first chapter. This world is truly crazy, Dodd muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, the system kept pinging reminders. Defeat the purifier. Failure occurs if there are too many casualties. Above, Riverback howled like a dog as he felt the power surging endlessly through his body. From now on, the hour of purification begins. Back in Dodd's view, distant, rapid footsteps caught his attention and he looked over. Seeing who approached made his face sour even more. Damn it, the problem isn't just that guy but those monsters too. Man-eaters, the demon worshippers Elnor had dealt with, had been resurrected. From Dodd's perspective, Riverback's hunters' bodies had also transformed, becoming half human, half demon. Their eyes glowed red with bloodlust as they lunged at the protagonist. At that moment a shout rang out, a piercing thrust technique. A beam of blue light shot straight at the savage monsters, shredding their bodies to pieces. It seemed the one who struck was their friend Talion. Taking in the wreckage all around, Talion flashed a dumb smile and asked, "What the hell is going on? What are these monsters? And where's Marquis Riverback? Oh, you saw my technique? I'd love feedback." In response, Dodd explained bluntly, "They're all your teammates turned like that. If you wear that necklace, you'll become the same." Hearing this, the man trembled uncontrollably. He then turned to the protagonist and asked, "Could this be a setup by the Marquis?" Dodd nodded and replied, "Yes. If you don't want to witness true hell, follow my orders from now on." Dodd's serious tone changed Talion's expression. He quickly nodded and asked, "I understand. But what about you, Dodd? What are you going to do?" Dodd answered, "I have other business to handle. I need to protect civilians and stop the Marquis." "Run, Talion." Talion realized staying wouldn't help Dodd or Elnor, so the young man ran off immediately. After he left, Guild President Elnor looked at Dodd and asked, "Do you know where the Marquis went?" Dodd stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and replied, "Yeah, I have a guess. The goals of the demon worshippers are always the same. They sow despair and chaos everywhere, and bring pandemonium, the demon realm, into this world. There's only one place he'll aim for." Time quickly passed as the scene cut to Marquis Riverback. He flew up to a yellow energy barrier. Beyond lay the sealed land where angels and demons once fought. Facing the massive barrier, Riverback wasn't confident he could destroy it completely. Even if he couldn't break the entire protective seal, at least he could cause some damage. He began gathering mana into his palm, forming a black orb of energy that radiated a lethal aura. But before he could unleash it, a cold voice from behind cut in. "All right, don't just stand there." The familiar voice suddenly rang out, making Riverback visibly shocked. He turned and looked at Dodd, then said, "Dodd, how did you know I'd come here?" Dodd replied with a mocking smile, "It's obvious. Your actions are predictable. You gained demonic power, so of course you'd come to the sealed demon site." At that moment, Elnor was carrying Dodd on her back to get here faster. Although a bit embarrassing, Dodd hardly cared. Above, Riverback didn't panic at their arrival. He was even somewhat pleased. "Since you're here, I don't have to waste time searching. After I kill you, I'll capture Princess Tristan." Back in Dodd's perspective, he turned his gaze to the guild leader and instructed, "No matter what happens, we have to survive, understood?" Elnor responded with a nod. "Yes." And inwardly she thought that the level of trust he placed in her was truly hard to get used to. "But I must deserve that trust. It's the pride of the Tristan family." Thinking that, she tightened her grip on the two swords in her hands. Then she pushed off hard with both legs, launching her small body into the air like a cannonball. Seeing this, the demon Riverback was startled, but he quickly raised both hands in front of his chest to block. Below, Dodd took advantage of the moment to act. While running, he shouted, "Guild leader, over here." From above, Riverback saw this. Although he didn't know what Dodd intended, how could he allow Dodd to act unchallenged? He shouted, "Don't you dare touch him." Saying that, he unleashed streaks of black lightning downwards. Unfortunately for him, Dodd's incredible evasive skill dodged every one. Riverback's eyes widened. "How is this possible?" he blurted, still stunned that Dodd had avoided all his attacks. At that moment, Guild leader Elnor's mirrored blade was already closing in on him. Riverback hurriedly swung his arm to counter. The two powerful strikes collided, creating a shockwave that sent them both flying back. Above, the black bolts of lightning continued to rain down. Dodd could only keep running as fast as he could. Growing increasingly uneasy, Riverback chased after Dodd from behind. "Fight like a man of war. Don't just run away like that," Riverback barked. Right behind Riverback, Guild leader Elnor pressed close without letting up. This began to annoy the Marquis. "How troublesome," he muttered, "Princess." After saying that, Riverback's whole body contracted slightly as he unleashed an extremely powerful surge of energy. The blast sent both Dodd and Elnor flying like trash. However, that attack was not finished. Before Dodd could regain his footing, Riverback used a skill called Shadow Fang Claw. He fired a black, destructive arrow aimed straight at the protagonist. He shouted, "I will finish you." As a result, our protagonist took a bolt of lightning to the body, causing him such pain that he vomited liquid. Finally, his body was blasted backward like a discarded object. Above, Marquis Riverback saw Dodd's eyes roll back and smiled, as if harvesting a bounty. "There are more of you here than I expected. It seems you've run out of tricks," he said. Hearing that, Elnor stepped in front of Dodd to shield him. "Get up and run, I'll buy you time, go ahead." Seeing the determination on her face, even Riverback was a bit moved. "You two are stubborn, Miss Tristan," he said. "Honestly, you make a perfect pair." Back to Elnor's perspective. In the face of danger, she felt a strange shift in her thoughts. Until now, she had only known how to receive and never to give. "Isn't it time I returned the favor at least once?" She vowed silently and urged the protagonist on. "Get up, I will believe in you until the end." Saying that, she slowly moved forward. The hand that gripped her sword emitted a few pinkish-red sparks of lightning. Meanwhile, Riverback sneered, "How touching. So your little strategy meeting is over, is it?" In response, Elnor asked, "Marquis Riverback, may I ask you one thing? Do you think tonight that he and I make a good match?" The unexpected question left the monster's face blank for a few seconds. Then he answered, frighteningly fitting, "If you make it out alive, why not consider getting married?" His voice dripped with mockery. After receiving his reply, Elnor stomped her foot hard and lunged straight toward him. Her eyes had turned black like a demon's. Immediately, Elnor coiled her leg and launched a kick that knocked Riverback's face aside. Before he could steady himself, Elnor unleashed a flurry of slashes at lightning speed, leaving the huge monster only able to howl. Finally, Elnor executed a new technique backslash. She swung her sword, releasing a terrifying surge of energy that sent Riverback flying backward. But the assault was far from over. Immediately, a powerful force from the sky slammed into Riverback's body, shattering the ground around him into fragments. After that blow, the monster coughed up some blood. He looked toward where Dodd had been and saw no sign of him. "That bastard Dodd, where did the rats run off to? What else are you hiding?" Riverback screamed in confusion and shot off in a direction, the scene cutting to inside the city. By then, the chaos caused by the monsters Riverback had summoned had been wiped out and brought under control by the Academy's professors. Professor Conrad looked around, saw no more monsters, and nodded. "Looks like it's all cleaned up." Not far off, the swordswoman Elijah spoke up. "Good thing the department heads are here. Missing even one of them and we'd be done for." Up above, head of Magic Purse agreed. "Exactly. Good thing we followed Dodd to follow that Roz. That guy kept telling us to have dinner nearby. If we hadn't shown up, things for Elnor would have been disastrous." Can this really be a coincidence? A coincidence this chilling? The more he thought, the more Uncle Conrad felt suspicious. Back at the protagonist's position, his body had just recovered after taking the monster's blow. He thought to himself, "All right, Talion, well done. Hugh, that really hurt." Elnor, hold on a bit longer. Just as he thought that, before Dodd could do anything, Elnor's body shot past right in front of him. Behind them, Riverback's cold voice rang out, and he wasn't exaggerating. "Miss Tristan, Student Dodd, you still have plans you haven't used, right? If not, it's time to die." As he spoke, he unleashed a streak of black lightning that pierced through Dodd's body, causing blood to gush out. Everything happened so fast that Elnor couldn't react in time before Dodd was hit. At that moment, as she witnessed it, the scene seemed to reduce to stark black and white. Back in Dodd's viewpoint, the attack hurt him quite a bit, but it didn't seem lethal. He clenched his teeth in pain. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Enchantment of the mind activated. The target began to feel this was a somewhat disjointed message. But Dodd sensed something. He hurriedly looked up and saw that Elnor's appearance had completely changed. A pair of demon horns had grown on her head. The aura around her was utterly unfamiliar. The demon inside Elnor had truly awakened. Back in Dodd's perspective, the moment the demon avatar inside Elnor manifested, he immediately became aware of the situation. He thought to himself that part of the system had been disabled and some abilities were being suppressed. This was a manifestation through Elnor's body, a shard of the Grey Fiend. At the same time, as if sensing Dodd's misfortune wasn't complete, the system announced, "Deadly charm easily attracts favor from those with evil tendencies. The more extreme the inclination, the stronger the effect." With this message appearing, the Grey Fiend slowly descended in front of Dodd. She gently raised her hand to touch the spot on his chest and murmured some strange language. Then suddenly, a dark energy began to gather over the protagonist's chest, healing his wounds while leaving a mark on his chest. The system announced, "You have received the Sarat Sigil effect unknown." Seeing this, Dodd's eyes went vacant. He thought to himself that the time on the wound had been rewound. That someone considered the strongest in the world could be so friendly felt strange. No matter how the future changes, for now he would take whatever he needed. Pressure pressed so hard it felt like his brain would scramble. A burning sensation on the flesh connected to this entity. "I'll copy a necessary skill right now, and I'll definitely need it later." With that thought in mind, Dodd didn't hesitate for another second. He used the skill copy reward he'd received earlier to copy a skill from the Grey Fiend. Whether sensing it or not, the Fiend clapped in delight. Then she said something to Dodd. When the words ended, the time that had been frozen began to flow again. Above, the fiend also screamed, turning to dust Dodd. With that shout, he unleashed a destructive bolt of lightning, firing straight downward, causing a considerable explosion, smoke and dust spreading everywhere. After unleashing that technique, Riverback himself felt a bit drained and panted heavily. But when the smoke cleared, the only thing he saw was a large lake cracked into fragments by the lightning strike. Yet Dodd's body was nowhere to be found. This made the fiend mutter in annoyance that one disappeared again. At that moment, Dodd's figure suddenly appeared above him. Riverback sensed something. He spun around, but it was too late. At that instant, Dodd's attack collided with him, sending his body flying like a cannonball straight downward. His impact created a huge, crater-shaped hole in the ground. However, what surprised Riverback most was Dodd's current strength. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Seeing the protagonist land from above, he looked every bit like a superhero. When he faced Riverback directly, the system issued several glaring red alerts. Emergency situation. The system assessed this as a direct life-threatening danger, applying absolute emergency level X, activating the new Pandemonium King skill for 5 minutes, granting absolute advantage against all enemies with demonic attributes. From Marquis Riverback's perspective, Dodd was in an incredibly strange state. A high-level demonic aura radiated from him, and his eyes had turned completely black. Just sensing the power Dodd emitted made the big guy break into a sweat. He roared like a madman. How could a grub like that possibly do this? Before his prophecy even finished leaving his mouth, Dodd lunged forward like a gust of wind, delivering a punch square to the demon's face, sending the massive body flying away once more. Watching that, Dodd exhaled and said, "Round 2, bring it on." In the distance, Marquis Riverback lay in a large crater. When his body slammed into the ground, his face was still dazed. He couldn't understand why Dodd's strength had suddenly surged so dramatically. He sat up slightly, glanced at Dodd emanating that aura, and wondered inwardly why. Using an upgraded version of the very skill I possess, the power I twisted my body to attain over years, and that nameless rag is so proficient with it. Unfair, truly unfair. The more Riverback thought, the more an invisible fury rose within him. Black chi poured from his body, a murderous intent so fierce it seemed to take shape. The system issued a reminder to Dodd. The dark aura emits demonic energy from the fiend's essence to amplify great power. A dark blessing of black spirit, enhancing physique and resistance, reinforced with demonic essence. Then this demon Jeverbach shouted like a rabid dog. He focused power into his fist and charged forward at high speed. Seeing that, Dodd did the same. Thus, the two of them hurled themselves at each other and threw full-force punches. The instant their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, radiating outward in all directions. The ground cracked into many pieces. Next, the demon Riverback used his long-reach advantage and snatched at Dodd's face to restrain him while attacking with his other hand. But the protagonist reacted quickly. He used his protective skill to conjure 2 pairs of wings of light, blocking Riverback's black lightning. This made Jeverbeck's eyes widen. Holy power. How the hell can he even use holy power? Without answering, Dodd seized the moment while he was stunned and lunged forward, delivering a knee strike square into his face, denting it inward. Dodd's kick was so powerful it sent his body flying forward, slamming him repeatedly into a twin tower. Then, giving Riverback no chance to react, Dodd took a light step and appeared directly above him. He launched a full-force kick, sending the demon flying down into the launch mechanism he'd prepared earlier. At the same time, the skill he copied from that gray fiend expired. However, Dodd had everything prepared. At that moment, he pressed the activation switch on the catapult device, sending Riverback's body hurtling forward. "Dodd, you damned bastard," he shouted while Dodd mocked him for only having that to say. "Don't you have a cooler line than that?" Then somehow, Dodd produced a firearm and fired it straight ahead. The powerful barrage it unleashed began to burn Riverback's demonic form to pieces. Before he died, he finally realized the truth. Could it be that everything that happened was part of his plan from the very start? Thus, after Jeverback's body was reduced to nothing, the system announced, "Congratulations. Main quest complete. You have received a malefic essence and a 5,000-point hero shard." Hearing the announcement, Dodd let out a sigh. "I get all this. Looks like rewards scale with difficulty. Normally you only pick one. But anyway, now I have 2 items that could bend the whole plot." At that, he noticed Elnor was still wounded somewhere, and hurried to go find her. But Headmaster Atalante's voice sounded right beside him. "The student council president is safe, but more importantly, that was insane. Dodd, I want to hear everything that happened with the Gray Fiend." Of course, Dodd wouldn't be stupid enough to confess. Instead, the general pretended to be dumbfounded and asked, "What do you mean?" In response, Headmaster Atalante spoke plainly. I'm asking because I already know, student. You were involved with a fiend, weren't you? Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to a medical room. Elnor was still unconscious and receiving a blood transfusion. A voice asked, "Is the transfusion ready?" Another replied, "Not yet, but almost." "What's her current heart rate?" "Under 50 beats per minute." "Damn it, why hasn't that cleric arrived yet?" Hearing the commotion, Elnor's eyes slowly opened. While she awaited recovery, Dodd and Adelante had a serious conversation. Adelante spoke first. "One of the Gray Fiend's abilities is corrosion. It has spread outward with you at the center. The Church and the Holy Kingdom will definitely watch this situation. You've become a lightning rod. Did you act knowing something this serious would happen?" As for Dodd, he'd long since decided to give up living as a background character, especially now being dragged into something with a fiend like that. Thinking that, he shrugged and replied, "Honestly, I just got lucky." Adelante frowned and shifted the conversation back to the Gray Fiend. "The strongest among the Lords of Pandemonium is the Gray Fiend. As I suspected, it used Student Council President Elnor as its host." Hearing that, Dodd's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Headmaster, you knew about this beforehand?" In reply, the beautiful headmaster nodded. "As soon as possible. First, thank you, Dodd, for fighting to protect the school and Elnor. You may enter, but listen very carefully. What I'm about to say is top secret." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers to maneuver Dodd's body so he floated before her and rested his head on her lap. Then continued. "After the hero's final battle, the demon soul shards were scattered everywhere. If even one shard appears in this world, the others will automatically gather around that person. Because the Gray Fiend awakened, even if only briefly yesterday, the remaining shards will soon appear." No need for her to say more. As someone who completed this damn game, Dodd naturally understood perfectly. It's the same in the original storyline. A fiend's host always brings disaster. The host of the Red Fiend caused the Red Knight incident, a catastrophe that wiped out Elijah's entire family. These soul shards and hosts are chosen randomly each playthrough, except Elijah and Elnor, who are fixed. I don't know what you're thinking, but Headmaster Adelante kept sharing information. The Holy Kingdom's intelligence network is terrifying. They've listed potential host candidates, and Elnor was among them. I did everything I could to gather them all at the school. Hearing that, Dodd found Adelante's decision a bit puzzling. Select and gather them all in one place. Sounds good in theory, but isn't it risky to assemble all the dangerous ones together? Adelante, as if noticing Dodd's confused look, explained true love. Once happened, a fiend's host truly loved someone, and the demon soul shard was completely destroyed. Love erased the seed of destruction, and it seems the Gray Fiend really likes you. When Dodd heard that, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his chest. He hurriedly shouted, What are you saying?" he protested. But Headmaster Adelante had already observed everything. She said, "I saw it all from afar. It healed your wounds." Clapping and acting pleased, right? Dodd stammered in response. "Maybe I just looked pitiful at the time, not giving it a chance to finish." Adelante cut him off and summarized, "Whatever the reason, that's the key point. The fiend seems oddly attached to you. Dodd, your judgment, knowledge, and actions have been proven. So I'm honestly asking you for a favor. Please seduce the fiend hosts." As she said this, she brought her face close to Dodd's. The gesture made him jump. He quickly dodged aside and refused. "What? No way." Seeing Dodd's rapid denials, the headmaster, thinking he might be shy, added, "I'll do everything to help you woo them effectively, don't worry." Dodd shouted in panic, "No, that's not the point." Adelante continued to persuade him. "Don't worry, all current candidates are female. This is a perfect opportunity. Even the fiend applauds you. You can probably charm ordinary girls, right? Use every necessary method to seduce them all, and destroy the demon soul shards. Then the world will be saved," returning to Dodd's perspective. If cussing were allowed here, he'd have done it. "God, if that were true, I'd already have a girlfriend." He sighed and asked, "Wait, didn't you say it requires true love? So how many people do you want me to juggle?" Adelante knew how difficult that was, but she had no other option than to ask Dodd. "It won't be easy. Demon cultists are targeting them, and the hosts aren't ordinary people. But despite that, I still must ask you, please save humanity." After saying this, she bowed with profound sincerity, making Dodd want to quit this whole game. Thinking that, Dodd didn't dare say no and only asked, Headmaster, I know the answer already, but what if I can't seduce them?" Adelante replied, I mentioned this in Chapter 14. Humanity will be annihilated, the world torn apart, and an infernal empire ruled by demons will rise." Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to Elnor's sick room. At this moment, the Student Council president had also awakened from her coma. She hurriedly scanned the room, and once she realized she was in the infirmary, she mumbled, "Did we win?" At the same time, a reprimanding voice could be heard outside. "You can't just barge in like this." A student answered with a groan, "Come on, I was here yesterday too. I even skipped class over this." She couldn't have woken up that early. At that moment, Elnor's assistant rushed into the room and, finding Elnor awake, burst into tears of relief. She ran up, hugged her best friend, and scolded, "How could you do this? You little brat, you drove me crazy. I thought you were done for. What the hell was that? What kind of battle was that?" On Elnor's side, she remembered Dodd, who had fought alongside her, and asked, "First, calm down. How is Dodd?" In reply, the assistant wiped her tears and explained quietly, "Dodd, he's been discharged. Actually, he wasn't seriously injured. You were the one badly hurt. We really thought you wouldn't make it this time." Her friend's words made the council president suspicious, and she asked, "So I'm like this and Dodd's unharmed?" The view shifted to the secretary's perspective. Now she started recalling her recent conversation with Dodd. Staring at her comatose friend, she couldn't hide her worry and whispered that she'd been like that for 2 days. "If she didn't wake up, Dodd Campbell, I'd deal with you myself." Hearing that, Dodd could be certain Elnor wasn't about to die so easily. So he declared solemnly, "Senior Elnor isn't the type to die over this. I guarantee she'll wake up in a few days." Dodd's confidence made the secretary scratch her head in bewilderment. "How can you be so sure?" Dodd answered with a gentle face, "Because I'm still alive. Someone willing to risk their life to protect another. House Kaiso was never weak." Back in the present, the secretary smiled and shifted topics anyway. "Forget that for now, President. Since you're awake, there are a few matters needing your approval." Elnor, annoyed at being put to work right after waking, complained, "Hey, I'm still a patient here." Ignoring that, the secretary quickly opened her notebook and handed over the tasks. Now for some unpleasant news. 2 important figures are coming to see the president. The first is the Saintess Lucian. Hearing this, Elnor stroked her chin, frowned in thought, and asked, "Isn't she supposed to enroll next semester?" The secretary explained, "That's true, but they've decided to have her enroll next week because of the matter involving an ex-lover. The Holy Kingdom and the Inquisition have begun to act. I wasn't going to bring that up, but Lord Gideon will be coming to the school." At the mention of that name, Elnor's face showed a flash of surprise as she murmured, "My father is coming." Meanwhile, in some distant room, a figure looked out and spoke with satisfaction. "The lively atmosphere of this city is quite pleasant." Inside the room, the Saintess Lucian, smoking, complained, "Hey, could you close the window? The light is bothering me." Her words nearly made the stranger burst out laughing. How amusing. A saintess these days who doesn't like light. From the back, Lucian exhaled a cloud of smoke and mocked, "If you spend most of your life in a dim prayer house, you'll be like that." His remark left the young blonde man silent for a few seconds before he replied, "Isn't that a rather dark twist in the story?" Saintess Lucian continued, "Close the window. Night." To that request, the blonde companion said, "I want to enjoy this peace a little longer." Hearing that, Lucian sneered at the idea of peace. "A demon worshipper and a saintess in the same room, and you call that peace?" The blonde knight laughed. "I thought we'd be a bit closer by now." Thus the initial tension between them faded. Not letting him say more, the saintess's face turned cold as she set clear boundaries. "We're cooperating with the same goal. Don't assume I want to be your friend. Do you think that's possible?" Her expression was full of teasing, but the blonde knight did not take offense. He said, "Those pulling the leashes bind you. 2 destinies suffocating our lives were the same." Back in Lucian's perspective, she exhaled another plume of white smoke, then whispered, "Think whatever you want. At least I still have someone I must protect." At that moment, an image flickered through her mind. Her younger sister, the talented healer Dodd had once encountered, the beloved illegitimate son of her father. "Summer's almost here, right? Father says summer where you are is much hotter than at home. Remember to take care of your health. Father sent some fruit, share it with your friends. I heard there's going to be a parent-teacher meeting soon, but our family is preparing for the harvest, so your parents probably can't attend. Instead, I'll send Heckman. If you need anything, tell him. Everything at home is fine, don't worry and keep a low profile, don't try to stand out." A group of students hurried forward. "You're clever, so Father's not too worried, but absolutely no causing trouble. Live quietly for Father's sake. Remember, if you get a girlfriend, bring her home during summer break. This father wants to meet his grandchild, doesn't he? Anyway, take care of your health, my child. With love, Armin Campbell." Lucky he couldn't come. After reading the letter, Dodd looked up at the friend before him and asked, "So you're Heckman? Probably an apprentice steward or something." Heckman adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, "Yes, that's right. Master, if you need anything, just tell me at your leisure." Hearing that, the other man spoke up, "Hey you, that arrogant attitude is enough." He held the cluster of grapes out to him. "These are from the Lord for his master." Dodd popped one into his mouth and asked, "Seedless grapes?" He answered honestly, "They must be very sweet, right?" Some passing students glanced at him with judging looks. "That guy's always pulling stunts. Now he brings a steward to school. Trying to play noble, huh? Look, he's eating them all by himself. Hearing that, he wiped his mouth and handed the grapes back toward the steward. Heckman, we need to pretend we're close friends here. Do as I say and finish these for me. Taken aback by his sudden request, the steward bowed and took the grapes, complaining softly, yes. Dodd then remarked, you'll probably be an apprentice steward your whole life. All right, enough. This isn't the time to relax. The principal's words were truly unimaginable. Atalante's voice echoed in his head. Seduce all the demon vessel candidates and save humanity. A system notification appeared. Elnor Tristan. Affection level stage 1 mission activated. Hereditary curse appears in 7 days. Gideon Tristan. Curiosity level stage 1 mission activated. Hereditary curse appears in 7 days. He thought to himself, forget world peace for now. These immediate tasks are the ones to worry about, but it didn't stop there. The system popped up again. Main mission Chapter 2. The king's demise appears after the battle. The Chapter 2 boss fight is the real issue. We need to plan our moves for that encounter. Wait, by the rules, I never actually met Gideon. What do I do now? Back in the present, Heckman looked up at the sky with utter satisfaction. Master, it's unbearably hot here. Dodd paid it little mind. Other thoughts kept circling in his head. In the original story, the man showed up already dead. Though not a close father to his daughter, a father is still a father. Originally, Gideon's death was the trigger that would awaken the white demon. But I woke him during the Chapter 1 boss fight instead. Damn it, everything's a mess now. Gideon being alive means the script I knew can change without limit. He thought to himself, fine, Elnor's father, I'll meet you. He must be avoided at all costs, no exceptions. But if we do cross paths, we have to pry something useful out of him. Only that way will we have a chance to deal with the Chapter 2 boss. Dodd looked at Talion, who was pinching his steward's cheek, and asked in puzzlement, Hey Talion, what are you doing to my steward? The question left him flustered. A steward? I thought he was being bullied or something. Can someone like that actually do the job? Dodd pointed at him and said irritably, Because you laid a hand on my steward, I'm borrowing your sword for a day. His sudden demand surprised him. Huh, why? But he immediately knelt and offered his sword. What an unexpected honor. Dodd, please take and use it. He couldn't hide his awkwardness and quickly clarified, No, I'll return it. Not long after, our protagonist Dodd went to ask Elnor for a favor. Elnor looked at him with amused interest. Interesting. You enrolled in theology but want me to teach you swordsmanship? Dodd gestured and began to explain. After that demon incident, I realized a lot. I realized that relying only on divine power leaves me too weak in physical fights. So I want to learn Kaiso swordsmanship even at the most basic level. As he spoke, he thought privately that with my innate increase in affinity toward the villain, Elnor will stay tied to me for a long time. She bowed her head slightly and smiled with contempt. That's the first thing you've said that actually sounds reasonable. If it's a constructive request from a junior, I'll help a bit and see what I can do. Watching her draw her sword, he thought to himself he must use this chance to copy her technique as thoroughly as possible. To build ties with Gideon, swordsmanship might be the only path. Suddenly a voice rang out. This is a rare sight. The student council president is swamped with work and yet in the mood. Elijah approached from afar, offering private tutoring. Elnor glanced over and replied that she had already asked him. Hearing that, she looked at him and asked, Is that so? But the president specializes in single sword technique. Dodd here uses a single sword. He raised his hand and forced a smile. It's fine, single sword, or whatever works. At his attitude, Elnor glanced with murderous intent. The type of sword doesn't matter. Who teaches you is the crucial point. Elijah sighed softly, exactly, so it makes far more sense for me. You've had experience as an instructor, to teach. Hearing that, her face darkened at once as she looked toward him. Is she implying her swordsmanship is superior to mine? How could that junior possibly beat the council president? After hearing this, Elijah touched his sword and stepped forward slowly. They faced each other, trading words without stop. But I'm sure Kaiso's swordsmanship has a flaw. Show me that flaw then, on the condition you don't use any power. Sensing things were going wrong, Heckman suggested, Master, isn't this what people call a duel? Elijah raised his sword before him, eyes resolute. The Tristan family's power is not to be used, honorary president. Elnor stood opposite, her gaze cold as she looked at him. I want to see how far this goes. Dodd was alarmed hearing their words. You said you'd teach me. So why are the two of you lunging at each other? Heckman beside him could only force a smile. Seems they've been itching to clash for some time. Elijah charged with his sword, then teach me. Unmoved by his haste, Elnor barely bothered, lifting her eyes as if the motion were perfunctory. As the blade neared her throat, Elnor showed no reaction, quietly observing. A cold flash lit Elijah's eyes. Unexpectedly, she raised her sword to block his strike. Elnor braced her arm, holding on as firmly as she could. Using the momentum, she quickly surged forward and shoved him away. Witnessing that power left her surprised, too fast, and not just fast but forceful. "What are you doing, Elijah? Let a demon overwhelm you." Suddenly Elnor's eyes widened in astonishment. Elijah was no longer at a disadvantage, and immediately pushed back. Elijah drew his sword back, watching warily. Elnor feared her clan was tied to demons. No matter how noble the blood, sooner or later the demon would seize them and drive them mad. Whether you like it or not. At the same time, in her mind, she recalled a scene she witnessed as a child, seeing the ruin before him. Elijah seemed on the verge of disbelief at what lay in front of him. Back in the moment, her gaze grew icy. After all, they were only sacrificial offerings for demons. She slid her foot back to gain momentum. She unleashed her power, a blazing red flame enveloping her sword. With the run-up complete, she immediately rushed forward and attacked. Seeing the spark streak toward them so fast left him and his steward stunned. Meanwhile, a huge question mark seemed to appear in Dodd's mind. Elnor remained calm, watching her movements, barely able to suppress what might be called emotion. She then leapt in front of him, intercepting the attack. The flames seemed to subside gradually. Elijah looked at them, both astonished and remorseful. Sorry, but Heckman was so frightened he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Dodd was utterly shocked and glanced in assessment. Are those human reflexes even faster and stronger than before? Could it be starting to fuse with the shard already? Seeing they didn't respond, Elijah tried to explain it was my fault for going too far. "I'm sorry, miss." Student Council President Elnor looked at her and spoke slowly. "Swordsmanship isn't bad, but as a candidate warrior, you need to train things beyond swordsmanship as well. You can't have your teammates get hurt, right?" Realizing she was completely wrong, she stopped arguing and bowed to accept the fault. "Yes, Dodd, I'm sorry." Seeing him regain consciousness surprised her. Where did he go? In the great forest. Looking at Elnor's condition, there was no time to delay. If we slack off like this, it'll all fall apart. We have to risk everything to get stronger. After all, I never intended to become a pure swordsman. To survive, divine power is essential. Not just swordsmanship, divine power must also be raised. And to do that, Uriah was intently eating an apple. Suddenly his voice rang out from afar. "How have you been lately? You look okay." She looked toward him in surprise. He is Uriah Greyhaunter, the Saintess's biological sister. "Now it's your turn to help me." Amid the deadly stillness, a strange voice echoed, still clinging to the wish that someone will come save you, or hopping someone will become your friend, will only make your suffering worse. You need to realize that soon. Hope is merely the overture to despair. Accept it like your sister did. Crimson drops of blood fell straight onto her face. Everything around under her eyes began to dance. It seemed Uriah was sinking into a pit of despair. A cold gaze looked down at her, then a voice said, "You are only a cursed sacrificial vessel, destined to be alone until death. That is the path to protect everyone and your mission." A dark space seemed to slowly swallow her up. Uriah jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat. She found herself lying on a white cloth, her face still filled with fear. From above, a beam of light shone down where she lay. Uriah reached out and picked an apple from the tree. Then she slowly ate it bite by bite. With the basket finished, she now pushed the red apple close. While chewing, she glanced to the side. Dodd stepped up from behind and asked, "How have you been? You look pretty well, don't you?" Hearing his voice, she immediately turned her head. A chain suddenly appeared. Uriah grabbed it and quickly attacked toward him. Dodd drew his sword up, then swung down to block her attack. "Why did you step into my attack range? You clearly knew it was dangerous." His eyes showed smugness. The sword slowly revealed itself. Not stopping there, Uriah spun the chain skillfully. Dodd matched her move. He dodged as if on cue. Seeing she still wouldn't stop, he silently begged, "Please step back." I said, "Step back." He used his sword to shove the chain away, then slid across the ground. Dodd glanced to the side as the chain suddenly swung back toward him. Startled, he immediately fell. Dodd sighed wearily and looked at Uriah with admiration. Seeing her flail like that, it's clear she's still strong. Uriah looked at him in surprise. His voice rang out again. "I told you, I'll drop by sometimes with food for you. It's not like you don't remember me, right? I didn't know what you liked, so I packed a bit of everything. With this much you can eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. But living isolated like this, don't you feel lonely? I'll come by sometimes to keep you company. Would you mind?" His attitude surprised her. But then the cold, hard voice suddenly resurfaced in her memory, reminding her she needed to accept the truth. "You're only a cursed sacrificial vessel destined to be alone until death. Accept it." Back in the present, Dodd looked at Uriah and urged her, "Just eat, it's on me. I'm leaving now." That memory surfaced again. He stood before Uriah and spoke words that snuffed out her hope. "Wishing someone would save you, or hopping someone will become your friend. will only make your suffering worse. Yuria stared blankly at the pile of food before her. Then she slowly picked up a piece of bread. She tossed her weapon aside. Yuria held the bread in her hands like a treasured relic. Tears of bitter loneliness slowly fell onto the bread. It doesn't hurt, not at all. Time passed quickly and returned to Dodd. The system notification popped up. Critical attraction, villain affinity increased. Yuria Greyhaunter interest level. Stage 1 reward available. Dodd jolted awake in panic. What now? We've only spent a few days with her and already stage 1. Might as well check the reward. The system listed. Swordsman concentration skill B rank increases reflex speed and combat accuracy. He slowly turned on the faucet. Not bad, paired with 1,000-pound hair it would be very effective. He also thought, wait, is that brat Heckman still asleep? What a useless layabout. Parents, nobles, royalty, and merchants will all attend. I've been training hard with Yuria because today the system board said the Kai So sword style can, even without weapon restriction, at low chance bypass defenses. He turned his head to wake his steward. Heckman, who face still sleepy, slowly answered him. Let's go, master. Dodd quickly fastened the last clasp of his jacket, face full of eagerness. Today he only needed to impress one person. He thought to himself, Gideon La Tristan, the sword prodigy, didn't appear in the original story. Meanwhile in town, the ironclad man looked at the old man and spoke up with a suggestion. Commander, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step onto me. The old man replied, it's fine, sometimes you have to stroll through the countryside like this. Nearby, a few people approached eagerly. Word is even the Holy Emperor's nation is coming this year. Really? That splendid night procession earlier, oh my, it must have been true. The Holy Emperor's nation is really attending. Hey, our son is competing too. He entered the school as the runner-up. How could he not participate? Center stage. After seeing that everyone had gathered, the MC began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, parents who traveled from far and wide, our Elefante Academy is the Empire's premier educational institution. We are honored to welcome you to this observation session. The traditional 8 founders whip ceremony will begin shortly. A man slowly stepped forward, his expression betraying surprise. Wait, could that person? The 2 people seated nearby were equally astonished. Hey, are you kidding? Why would he be at a place like this? He was supposed to be the man who never appeared unless there was war. Why would he come to a school observation session? His daughter is the student council president here. That's true, but there's a rumor he didn't even attend the entrance ceremony. Is that true? People said that man was cold-blooded and only cared about profit, so no one dared approach or speak to him. Gideon narrowed his eyes toward the crowd whispering about him. Conrad hurried over from the side and asked, isn't that Gideon? Well, what breeze blew you here? He folded his arms and said calmly, Senior Conrad Balthador, aren't you tired of schooling the kids? Conrad quickly sat down beside him. Not tired. What wind brought you all the way here? Training. Is your progress catching up to the great manual from the first era? Gideon crossed his arms and sighed in annoyance. Just training and getting some fresh air. I'm still following what's written in the texts. They say you must make Mount Tai your own. Hearing that made him a bit curious and he asked, that's odd. How are you going about it? His face darkened as he answered, first I cut the mountain. It's a brutally crude method. Below, the MC's voice rose again. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. The competition will begin shortly. The students participating are volunteer freshmen. Conrad glanced down and explained. The contest will be supervised by faculty and professional medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and continued, all kinds of weapons contestants might want have been prepared in wood. Contestants, please enter the arena. Immediately the crowd erupted. Our daughter, go for it, you have to make the top 10. He slowly climbed the stands thinking, damn, I'm shaking right before going out there. I wonder if my character felt this way back then. Damn, I shouldn't have joined. Do I have to catch Gideon's eye? Talion beside him smiled and said, in this match, Dodd and I will have the final duel. Elijah as a champion candidate withdrew, so it's not impossible. The MC's voice rang out. Now, contestants needing weapons, please come collect them. Elijah looked ahead, thinking, Dodd, why are you so stubborn about joining this match? Does he enjoy picking on the weak sometimes? Or is it some noble duty responsibility? The announcer continued, choose calmly. 1 minute until the match begins. The goal of the match is simple. Be the last survivor. That student will receive a special score. Those who make the top 10 will also receive points. Heckman below called up to him in encouragement. Young master, I think you just need to make the top 10. Dodd sighed to steel himself, thinking Gideon must be sitting somewhere, right? Look at me, look at me. Elijah was just as nervous. I'm watching, so don't worry. Dodd, I trust you, but if anything happens, I'll help. The MC began. All contestants bow to each other. Elnor was perched high above, silently looking down. In the audience, Gideon looked up. She announced, "Prepare to begin." As soon as the MC's voice ended, all the contestants on the floor grabbed their weapons and lunged at their opponents, attacking continuously. Talion swung his sword at him. Dodd, I won't hold back." His odd behavior left him puzzled. Why does this guy keep targeting only me? Yet there was no time to ponder. Dodd reacted quickly and blocked his attack. Dodd glanced over, a very pleased expression on his face. What is this? The brat in the stands watched silently. Dodd raised his sword into an offensive ready stance. He frowned slightly at the sight. Those two over there seem entertained. The system suddenly displayed a danger warning. Ruru came up and kicked him from behind, and his surprise at her appearance was immediate. Ruru smiled at him smugly. What are you doing? Get in there. Ruru Garuda, the second daughter of the Grand Clan of the Tribal Alliance. The character will appear in Chapter 5. Talion was struck. His eyes squeezed shut as he cried out. He thought to himself, and above all. Elijah looked forward, puzzled, and asked, "Who is she?" Ruru stepped forward with extreme arrogance. "If you won't go, I'll go." He looked at her, thinking to himself that she was a rowdy brat who liked fighting. Her magic was the Tribal Alliance's body enhancement technique. Even when I activate a hair-trigger 1,000-pound stance, I can't be sure I'd win. At this moment, she's certainly stronger than Elnor. Talion collapsed to the ground, barely able to stand from the pain. Did teacher protect this weakling? Dodd, are you shielding an opponent you're fighting? Dodd silently sighed, then looked up at the sky, thinking, why is this kid Ruru participating in an event like this? She's not well known yet. Suddenly his attitude flipped 180 degrees. I'll make you rank first today. Seeing this left him helpless. If you have time for that, then run. Talion got up and stepped forward to block him. Hey, new face, if you're aiming this way, you have to get through me first. It's me, freshman runner-up Talion A-Man. Can you swallow that? Ruru asked him, you're the runner-up. Then I won't hold back. She suddenly pointed straight at his stomach. The system displayed. Swordsman's focus activated, reflex speed and accuracy increased. Dodd looked astonished. Ruru smiled brightly and said, don't die on me. Ruru moved like lightning. Talion's eyes widened in terror, and with a single simple move, he was blasted flying. Dodd planted his sword in front of him to brace, and several others nearby were also knocked away. Talion was struck until blood spurted from his mouth. He planted his sword in front of him, trying his best to block her attack. It clearly worked, yet the impact still surged straight through. Seeing that power, the crowd in the stands buzzed. Whoa, she's a freshman. Elfonte really sent her. Ruru looked at him, visibly pleased. What's this? I thought she was nothing special. You're holding back too? Able to take this hit? Good. Then I'll go all out. He looked at her, thinking to himself whether, with his current stats, he could win. Surprisingly, Guy and Elnor both exclaimed in unison. No way. Even in a dream, that's just ridiculous. Ruru lunged forward, continuously unleashing kicks. From legs to hands, she fired a flurry of punches at him. Dodd tried to keep his sword in a defensive stance. Now was not the time to show off uselessly. Suddenly he blurted out, wait, I forfeit. Ruru was stunned to hear that. Above, people couldn't stop whispering. What a coward, a noble with no pride. Your classmate told you to forfeit? He answered honestly. Yes, sir, I'm stepping down. Elijah nearby observed and sighed. That's a wise choice, Dodd. Dodd stepped down to the arena floor a few paces behind. What the hell are you yelling about? You wanted to go up and fight yourselves. Did you even dare? The MC looked a bit embarrassed. Now it seems the winner has been decided. Isn't that so? There are still contestants on the field, so continue. Ruru didn't look pleased. It's just getting interesting. She clenched her teeth, her face showing clear anger. Damn imperial bastard, who the hell do you think you are? The system notified. Critical attraction has sown the seeds of a surging fandom. Dodd turned and seeing how terrifying her power became when angry, breathed a sigh of relief. Running was the right call. Who forbids forfeiting? Suddenly a dark bag appeared from nowhere and covered his head. When it was removed, he found himself in a different room. Someone beside Gideon spoke strangely. Dodd Campbell, what is your relationship with my daughter? Hearing that, he was startled, thinking, wait, I'm not mentally prepared. Dodd sat up straight, a little anxious. That person helped me a lot in school life, just a friend. Guy sat nearby, casually sipping tea. You learned swordsmanship from him. Dodd opened his eyes wide, watching in shock. Calm down, stay calm. Only then can you follow the plan. Then he answered, no, sir. The man added, so where did you learn Tristan's swordsmanship? He thought to himself, just as expected, Lord Gideon had recognized it. Then spoke up, so you were recognized. At his question, the man asked back, the foundation of foundations in the family's swordcraft. How could I not recognize it? Answer me, who did you learn from? Dodd frowned, calculating carefully, determined not to reveal any nervousness. The man before him was a sword. Any exposed flaw and everything would collapse. Then he answered cautiously from someone the Lord also knows. The Sword Emperor is so transcendent that he once sought out a baronial family in a rural area like ours. At the same time, he silently prayed, "Please believe me." Hearing that, the man suddenly said, "Your master taught you. That's an interesting boast. Keep talking. The best way to hide a tree is to plant a forest. One small lie must be covered with a bigger one." Dodd looked at him and affirmed seriously, "It's true. He also entrusted me with a favor and treated me kindly." Hearing that, the man asked again, "A favor from someone like you?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, exactly. He gave me a mission. Lord Gideon La Tristan asked me to learn swordsmanship from him." Gideon slowly turned his head to look at him and asked, "And this was at my master's request?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." At his assertion, the man's face immediately darkened. "Can you be held accountable for those words?" He answered without hesitation, "I can." Gideon, hearing this, no longer objected and immediately agreed. All right, all right. Can you take responsibility? I don't really know. I can only trust the original's power. After all, this is my first time meeting him. Among all the players, I was the only one to be the first to meet Elnor's father. There are countless rumors, but his strength is unquestionable. This man is judging me, and rightfully so. Suddenly someone pops out spouting those absurd claims. That's entirely understandable, but this pointless silence is really annoying. Gideon pointed directly at him and asked, "Not going to block?" The question startled him. His gaze narrowed, a cold, murderous glint flashing. "You're dead." The wooden table and the teacup on it suddenly split in two. This is the invisible sword skill, a strike without a sword. The ultimate skill in the knight skill tree used this easily. Seeing it, his eyes filled with horror and he was speechless. Gideon pointed at the table, "Dead again. How terrible. With an opponent who can't even react like this, what can I possibly learn?" He recalled the earlier scene and thought to himself that indeed the knight's swordsmanship was the Empire's strongest. Said to have pierced dragon scales, but it's still unfinished. Dodd pointed to the ground and asked, "Truly as formidable as rumored?" "Lord Gideon, but if this technique were perfected, shouldn't the motion itself be simplified rather than like this?" Hearing that, Gideon was a bit surprised. "How dare you speak as if you know something?" He recalled silently that he was bluffing because he knew everything. The journal found after Gideon's death in the original recorded how he became so powerful. It contained everything about his master, his family, and more. A worried look briefly crossed his face as he glanced apologetically at the man. The goal the Lord wished to achieve. "I've heard there's such a thing." At his words, Gideon frowned and pondered. He added, "To break the family's curse, there is something that must be cut." At the same time, Gideon remembered his master's admonition. "Disciple, letting teeth cut the sea is still easier." "Then I will start from the sea." Back in the present, his voice rang out. "The rotational force is the key. At the moment the mental image forms, the sword path must be drawn perfectly. The rotational force. Try putting a bit more power into it," he said. Gideon did not answer, and sat silent with his eyes closed. "Actually, I don't really know what this thing is. I'm just recalling what Gideon wrote in his journal. Advice that my future self sent to my present self. The rest is up to him." Suddenly, large cracks appeared in the ceiling. A dazzling golden beam flashed in the space. Gideon looked up at the source of the light in astonishment. He stood facing him, suspicion clear in his eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Unfazed, he smiled and replied, "I'm simply someone who wishes Lord Gideon to become stronger." At the same time, he thought to himself that this way the Lord wouldn't die and Elnor wouldn't be corrupted. After all, it's already obtained. The Fung family's Tristan lifetime immunity privilege. No matter what they do, they won't be judged by the law. This is a one-time authorization document written personally by Gideon. Gideon currently serves as the Empire's executor, who handles the royal family's dirty work in the shadows. His status is no different from a dog with a collar. In any case, this pardon will be very useful when carrying out Chapter 2. The system notified, critical attraction, number of villains with favorable impressions increased. Skill enhanced. The more the Fate attraction skill is recognized by villains, the greater Dodd's rewards. In the room, Dodd pointed at the letter, his eyes somewhat astonished. This can be enhanced too. The system kept displaying. Received revelation from Gideon. His butler was still blissfully asleep. When a revelation enlightens a villain's power, it grants a similar ability. The added power can be used identically for a time. Seeing those system messages left him a bit puzzled. What kind of skill is this? Gazing at the light through the window pane, he silently thought, perfect timing. This ability will add wings to what I'm about to do. A moment later, Dodd looked at the letter, his expression somewhat troubled. After finishing his plan, he immediately closed the book. This should be enough for the upcoming plan, right? Dodd smiled in satisfaction. Though it's not easy, he had promised to take responsibility for Gon. The Tristan family, I will definitely protect everyone. In class, the instructor taught energetically, so within every human body the divine creations already possess sacred power. This functions entirely differently from mana. Why? Because everyone can use it without being specially chosen. However, reaching a level where one can truly wield sacred power takes time. Finally, the instructor looked around the classroom, and seeing many empty seats, couldn't help feeling disappointed. Is that kid here to sleep or to listen? Why are the empty spots increasing? Ha ha, damn it. It's all that bastard Bach's fault. Whether he brings monsters to school or zombies, who cares? Worshipping demons is beyond the pale. Moreover, this semester's batch of students are unbearable, all defiant. Some even dare to strike the professor's head. So far, no one knows that things between me and Jay Verbeck have gone bad. She can endure a bit longer and then quit. That's right, just quit. After all, she's here. He spoke up. Do you have a question? How do you cultivate sacred power? This made him furious. That idiot. Seeing his students uninterested, he snapped. Sacred power or anything else, use it continuously and your proficiency increases. Is that even a question? Dodd propped his chin on his hand and replied casually, questions are fine though, sir. Hearing that made the instructor furious. The dignity of the lecture was ruined. Looking at the papers in the drawer made him angrier. That bastard, has he always been a thorn in my side? He frowned in irritation, thinking he should quickly take this stash of confidential info and find work elsewhere. That way he wouldn't have to see those damned students anymore. And the foolish headmaster should leave this godforsaken empire too. Good, unexpectedly, a loud knock sounded outside. Professor, professor. Hearing the call, he immediately stepped toward the door. These brood-like pests are almost gone. I'll teach you one last time. Opening the door while grumbling that it might break, he was struck and thrown back by a burst of force. Outside came a voice. Still haven't run away. He spun around and shouted angrily, what? Are you crazy? You dare kick a professor? Elnor lifted his foot in front of the professor and replied coldly. That just now was the door. And the professor is what's happening now. You lot are insane. One of the two voices called out. What are you saying, sir, theology professor? When he came to, he found himself tied to the front chair, blinded by light. Seeing the two before him, he panicked. Huh, what is this? Dodd calmly glanced up and said, this is not a joke. We are placing you under arrest. The more he heard, the angrier he became. What nonsense are you barking? Arrested for what wrongdoing gives you the right? His voice rang out. You are a spy. Hearing that froze him in place. What? Elnor hurried on, accused in the case of the escaped demonic beast. I have reported it to the headmaster, a professor who lets imperial students die. There's only one conclusion. Your purpose was never education. Furthermore, letters exchanged with you were found in the Riverback Marquis's house. Exposed, you still refuse to admit it and keep arguing. Ridiculous. What does that pathetic cultist have to do with a priest like me? I was merely building connections. I'm a victim too. Dodd glanced at his watch and ordered, too noisy, no time to waste. Confess now. Start with the names of spies like you in the school. Hearing that, he snapped irritably, go ask your mother about that. But no sooner had he finished than Elnor lunged forward to attack. Now you'll talk, right? Then start. With a trembling, wounded face he answered, Guard Badin. Cook Annie. Dodd suddenly placed his hand on the man's head to mend his poor speech. At that point, Dodd laid a hand on his head and began restoring him to prevent the man from collapsing from weakness. Seeing himself gradually recover, the professor immediately lifted his head and looked at him. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Dodd looked at him with an icy expression. I'm healing your wounds, using the sacred power you yourself said needs constant use to increase proficiency. So when there's an opportunity, I have to try it. Seeing him about to leave made the professor panic. You crazy brat, where do you think you're going? Dodd turned his head coldly and replied, this isn't something that ends after nomming a few people. Elnor, standing nearby, added, search his desk. Something will turn up. He begged aloud, please don't. The man's body exuded a pink energy as he tried to break free. Dodd held the file in his hand, looking a bit surprised. What's this? You teach theology and you even know the Empire's military roster. If that's the case, just enlist. He lunged forward to snatch the papers. You crazy, give it here. Elnor wasted no time and swung to attack. He turned in time to see it but couldn't react. A single simple strike sent him flying with his back slamming hard into the wall. Yuria below heard the commotion and grew curious. What was that noise? An earthquake. Watching the papers slowly fall, he smiled softly, sir, is this all? Seems like that's everything. Now hand it over to the school's night squad, right? Meanwhile, he lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, he interjected, wait, senior, I'm still a freshman, and I'd like to learn a bit more about sacred power. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Right. Now I understand why that brat is so disliked. Last time it resembled the one I met with Riverback. In his mind, he recalled a past scene. He was kneeling on the ground, speaking respectfully, "O pioneer, my first audience." From above a strange voice rang out, "If you ask about me, you will die. If you reveal that you have seen me, you will die. If you forget me, then death will be a mercy." He looked down with a pensive expression, thinking to himself, it must be that strange, capricious sense of otherness. One of the two voices called out, "All right, begin the treatment now." "Sir," he looked toward him, alarmed, thinking it felt as if something was issuing orders. Inside the house, a voice said, "Thanks to you, Senior, my sacred power has increased to the point it even affects the spirit core. We've caught a rat dressed as a professor. Senior, have you released some of your fatigue yet?" Elnor, standing behind him, said, "Well, I don't take pleasure in tormenting the old for fun." The system notified that Elnor's madness had shown positive progress. He thought inwardly that clearly some release had occurred. "Too bad, Senior. This isn't something you can reason with." Suddenly she asked, "So you have nothing to tell me?" He was looking at the keychain in his hand and answered, "No." She suddenly stepped closer and asked, "You met my father, right? What did you meet him about?" Dodd flinched, sweat beading. "Me? What?" she pressed. "I'm asking you that." He stammered but affirmed clearly, "Yes, the meeting happened, but I have never revealed it to anyone outside." Elnor still looked bewildered. "Huh." Dodd was in a panic, trying to steady himself. "Damn it, there's a variable. Think of something. This guy," she continued, questioning. Finally, Dodd came up with a story to tell. "Last time during the match, I used the real sword technique you taught. His Highness was simply curious who the kid was and called me over. There's nothing more to it." In the end, she decided to turn away. Maybe that's her limit. She pulled her hood down, blushing, and warned, "Before you protect me, mind your manners and call me Madam President." Heckman followed behind, complaining. "Master, did you just go out with Lady Tristan again?" "Really, the Baron told you to try not to attract attention." Dodd turned back cheerfully and emphasized, "I only have 3 friends at this school, one of them being that Duchess." Heckman sounded worried. "Master, isn't that a little eccentric?" Dodd clarified, "Actually, they're relationships you wouldn't really call friendships." Dodd changed the subject. "You too, compared to a butler, you're pretty conspicuous. Where did you get that?" Heckman, holding a half-eaten ice cream, explained they were giving them out for free outside to cheer on the midterms. There were as many as 31 flavors. Dodd suddenly remembered something important. "Right, it's the midterm survival exam now. The Spirit Core, Trial, and Shard of the hero's sacred power have reached fusion eligibility and can awaken a soul's consciousness." He turned and ordered Heckman orders. "Go taste all 30 remaining flavors and report back." Heckman quickly obeyed, "Understood, Master." He briefly thought the boy might not actually be a butler. Dodd sat down, lost in thought, wondering if he could now awaken the ghost of the Gregory Manor. He recalled key details, thanks to the boost in sacred power when he healed that priest. Dodd sighed and tried to find an answer. When you awaken a ghost, the spirit of a great figure who helps a player mature will appear, but it's random. He didn't know which of the great figures would appear. It's always an event. His biggest worry was not finding a suitable match. If someone incompatible showed up, Dodd narrowed his eyes tensely. Then it would be a loss. Then he proceeded with the opening ritual. "What is this? The damn train pass card is here too." Flags fluttered in the stands alongside cheers. "So cool." Dodd went pale, sweating as he scanned. "A knight, who is that?" "Battle Mage Frederick Tanker Johan." He tried to search his memory. "Who are they? I feel like I've seen them before. At least they don't seem evil. That's good enough." "Who is that?" Oh, the person turned around. The Dawn Guardian Caliban Chrysanax. Dodd suddenly realized he was Elijah's older brother. He was equally helpless. This is completely over. In the ruined scene, Caliban Chrysanax stood there dazed. "Are you just going to stand there? Come help, this is hell." Elijah wept over the tragedy of the Red Nightmare, caused by the Red Demon Vessel. And Elijah's brother rose. Guardian Caliban, who gave his life to stop the Red Nightmare. Caliban Chrysanax became a great hero. He became a hero through that sacrifice. The image of his father, the image of his mother. Elijah couldn't stop crying. He had said he'd come back. He said if she waited, he'd return. After that event, Y followed in her brother's footsteps. But every death was just tragedy for their family. On the day they lost all their relatives, Elijah vowed to follow her brother's path and become the demon slayer who left her an orphan. The cheers rose louder, pounding. The top-ranked among you will fight Elijah. When grown, Elijah was granted the unique title of Special Class Warrior in this national defense training. Let's give Elijah a round of applause, the Empire's official investiture. The candidate hero will also be awarded. From then on, she became a hero. The teacher was announcing their exam. The midterm will be held fairly as 4-person team matches. Who are the Empire's main enemies? Magical beasts and demon worshippers. Right. Efante is the agency formed to fight them. Combat and survival ability are the main scoring criteria for the midterm. Dodd turned to ask, "How's it going? Caliban, your sister is alive and well here." Caliban Chrysanax, seeming incredulous, asked again, "So you mean the girl?" "Yes, my sister is currently an official candidate hero of the Empire," he reiterated. "Yes, it's official." Caliban Chrysanax snorted with delight. That kid was just a green-nosed child not long ago. Dodd stressed that Elijah is an adult now. Caliban suddenly uttered something odd. "Worth it." Dodd turned puzzled. What? Inside Caliban Chrysanax was nothing but overflowing joy. Having been reborn as a spirit, and seeing his sister grown felt slightly unfamiliar. Dodd stammered a prompt. "Well, after all I did resurrect you, right? So, Caliban, are you saying I should cooperate?" "Yes, can you help me?" "All right, but don't tell my sister about me." Dodd bowed respectfully. "Yes, thank you." Caliban turned to smile brightly, guided by the intuition of one who had died. "I don't know what rules you've mastered that I haven't, but I feel you're a good person. Keep an eye on my sister. I'm counting on you." Dodd awkwardly scratched his neck, embarrassed. "For now my goal is to keep no one from dying." He called out Elijah's name. She turned around. "HM Dodd." Dodd cleared his throat and made a proposal about a team for the midterm. "If you still haven't decided which team, would you like to team up with me?" Elijah was suddenly stunned. Elijah, a bit doubtful, hesitated and asked back, "You want to team up with me?" Dodd didn't hide his answer. I'd really like us to be a squad." Elijah, surprised, blurted out, "Last time you said you weren't that close." Dodd hesitated, then honestly replied, "I already apologized for that, didn't I?" She began calculating something again, her brows knitting slightly as she continued thoughtfully, "Saying it like that. Are you planning to get me to do some weird things like last time?" At the same time, he stepped forward, cheerfully pulling aside a curtain and grinning widely. "Come on, say yes. After all, that girl's been studying you day and night to win." Then he added casually, "She's always calling you teacher, teacher. Haven't you noticed?" Dodd heard it and could only force a smile, averting his gaze. "All right, no more formalities. Lend her to me." From the other side, she screamed in excitement and alarm. "Over here I'm asking you, please be on the same team." But when she saw him beaten down to the point of bowing his head, her tone shifted. "Well, it's not that bad, right?" Elijah, a little embarrassed, rubbed the back of her neck and said, "But this is a chance for us to interact and grow. It's okay if you split from your friends, right? It should be fine. Each member of the group is pretty competent." Dodd, of course, understood one thing and told himself, of course, that's the protagonist team's privilege after all. Seeing him silent, Elijah winked and snapped her fingers toward Dodd. "Then you and I will do a collaboration after so many days apart." Dodd leaned forward decisively and looked at her to decline. "We're forming a team here, sir." Hearing that, she seemed to lose all energy and listlessly added, "We need about one more person." Outside the luxurious hall, the astonished sound from Dodd reached the headmaster immediately. Dodd regained his composure, hesitated, then spoke plainly, "You're being generous to allow this." "Thank you, sir." The headmaster simply sat calmly in the presiding chair and replied, "It's not a big deal." Her gaze showed no emotion as she glanced at the people below. What a strange matter. The saintess comes accompanied by a knight guardian, deliberately coming all the way here. "I don't understand the sovereign's intent." Dodd smiled naturally and answered sincerely, "What intent? Lucian can't be locked up forever, right?" Taking advantage of this regular diplomatic delegation, the girl slowly stepped forward. Recalling Lucian's naive image, the headmaster remained thoughtful. "The saintess also needs to learn about the world, doesn't she?" Hearing Dodd, the headmaster couldn't help but ponder. Though called a saintess, according to our investigation, the more inconsistencies I see. She is also one of the candidates to host a demon. Therefore, I have been quietly preparing so that one day she might come to Afante. Bringing her twin sister Yuria out was the first step, and yet they proactively sent the saintess here. Then she looked back at Dodd. He still wore a smile, suspicious. "Why, Pope Credo?" The man opposite noticed the doubt on her face and explained, "Lewin is a symbolic figure for both the Empire and the theocratic state. I must say up front this was a bold decision, not an easy one for us." Hearing this, the headmaster suddenly realized the hidden reason. Could the motive for such a disruptive act be the recent magical beast incident? Dodd, seeing she had grasped part of it, replied cheerfully, "That incident too. And also that a priest of Elfante was discovered to be a spy. We're taking that quite seriously over here." Finally, unclear what the headmaster felt, she asked, "So won't this chaotic situation be bad for the saintess?" She inwardly calculated, baiting a response, but Dodd answered opposite to what the headmaster expected. "No, on the contrary, it's beneficial." In Dodd's cold eyes there was icy reserve. He strained his voice and said plainly, "If she is truly the Empire's saintess, She must have the courage to face justice and not shrink before rampant evil. Instead, we hope Elefante will entrust Lucian with a mission. And based on what the headmaster knows about Lucian, she asked further, I heard the school is currently in midterms. Hopefully the girl will help with students' training. What do you mean? Dodd couldn't reveal everything. He closed his eyes slightly and said, we'll convey the specific details privately later. Just understand that all of this is for the purpose of eradicating the evil spreading in Elefante. The headmaster hesitated, studying Dodd's expression, then asked, Your Holiness, are you being sarcastic right now? A loud laugh rang out, recalling Lucian's cold gaze. The headmaster began to lose patience. She coldly reproached him, so you intend to order Lucian, or rather the Saintess, to do what? Can't we just refuse? Dodd showed no anger and replied calmly, if the Saintess volunteers, the matter is different. He only smiled faintly as the image in the globe gradually disconnected. Before it vanished, he said, That girl will certainly be useful. When he disappeared, the headmaster rubbed her temples in exasperation and sighed patiently. Damn it! She cursed Dodd inwardly, truly heartless. Pope Credo, an old man sly as a viper. Then she looked into the nearby mirror. She still could hardly believe it. She hadn't expected to meet the Saintess so easily. Yet the headmaster remained suspicious of the unequal terms he proposed. And the condition was to be a puppet for the Empire. So I'm asking you sincerely to charm those demon hosts. At this point, can Dodd really be trusted? The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. The headmaster instinctively pulled out her lipstick, yet inwardly muttered, Hypocrite Adelante. Now the headmaster revealed no hint of emotion, her gaze distant and unreadable, forcing others for one's own goals. She was no different. Shift to a different scene. Yuria was washing a cloth by the stream, but Yuria's mind wasn't on the present. She stared with longing. Why hasn't he come? Around her were only grass, flowers, and trees. The silence felt strange, contrasting with her anxious anticipation. How many days has it been? Her lips pressed tight, an indescribable restlessness. He usually comes around this time. In Yuria's memory, there was now only the image of the masked man, always cheerfully saying, You defended well today, great job. I'll come again tomorrow, so wait for me. What should I bring tomorrow? Steak, cake. His image seemed to occupy her entire mind, gradually corroding her feelings. She said sadly to herself, no need to bother bringing food, just come. It turned out that for her, right now all she wanted was for Dodd to come and stay with her. A silence settled in Yuria's mind. Her eyes stared forward, empty. The space seemed to tell her it was bored of her. Yuria, I'm bored. The answer was simple. Each word seemed to eat away at her will, as if she were falling into a bottomless abyss. Yuria Greyhaunter, the solitary one, had betrayed the holy theocratic state. Yet the familiar voice from when she fled with a sword rose in her small mind. Didn't you steal yourself already? That damn fate must cut down anyone who approaches you. A response Yuria Rhea had pasted onto herself. Haven't you been able to shoulder it? That person planted a resigned thought in her head, a hidden hatred. This is the cursed life you chose, Yuria. It's a thrill born of fleeting illusion. Reality doesn't change. Yuria's small body stood in the fixed void, each sentence threatening to swallow that little form. Luckily alone, it seemed to drown her unstable emotions. She would be lonely forever. In panic, Yuria finally broke free. She clutched her chest, gasping for air. Questions kept echoing through her mind. When you're left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you look for and who will come to you? It broke Yuria down. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and that voice kept urging itself into her mind. Someone who can't even cry out like you. It was trying to steal the small, gentle feelings Dodd had given her, and it might succeed. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Why are you crying? It was Dodd. He looked tired, clearly rushed to get here. He held a package of snacks in his hand and asked hurriedly, Did something happen while I was gone? Oh, the cookies you said they didn't sell. At the sight of Dodd, all her previous emotions vanished, and Yuria ran to him joyfully. The notice board showed Yuria's interest level spiking from 1 to 4. She looked up at him with teary eyes and stammered, You don't hate me, do you? You're not tired of me, are you? Dodd tilted his head slightly, confused. What are you talking about? On the contrary, I came because I wanted to ask you a favor. He was about to say he had to leave when Yuria suddenly sprang up, making him freeze. Are you okay? But instead of answering, Yuria broke into a radiant smile. And as if moved by an invisible force, she swung the chain in her hand hard, knocking the bag of cookies Dodd held flying. Anything is fine. I can handle anything. He stared blankly like a deer at the torn cookie bag in his hand. Huh. Yuria, eyes streaming, pleaded. I'm sorry I couldn't control myself. Doing this, please don't hate me. I'll do anything, please don't do this. At that moment she lunged, whipping the chain as she chased after Dodd. Don't go, please. Dodd panicked and bolted forward as fast as he could, shouting as he ran. "You're the one making it impossible for me to stay." Yuria, hurt, kept sobbing. "I'm sorry." Scene cuts to the academy, a slow voice intoned. "Starting today, Elfante will begin the midterm exams. The task is to depart from this great plain and reach the target location. Encounters between students during the test are free-for-all competition. The more enemy students' collars you seize, the more points you earn." Elijah eyed the person before him with judgment. "On a day this important, Professor Dodd, I have a lot of questions about the current situation." Dodd, who had just sprinted away from Yuria like running a marathon, panted and tried to get the words out. Let's talk later," she interrupted. "No, I want to ask right now." Elijah couldn't hold back and pointed at Yuria, who was being led by Dodd with a chain around her neck. "Is this a hobby, or what the hell is going on?" Dodd, sweating, stammered an explanation. "There's a reason for everything, of course, though from one angle it might look like I'm some kind of heavy pervert," she shouted. "You know that's true." Yuria hurriedly spoke up, embarrassed, to diffuse things. "It's my idea. I suggested walking like this because it feels comfortable and much more secure." Hearing that, Elijah looked as if struck by lightning and stood dumbfounded. "What on earth for? Is that part of some concept of communication? What happened to human dignity, you perverts?" She glanced at him with a look that could burn, reminding him. "Listen, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with my sister, but it seems we need to clear up this misunderstanding before moving on." Dodd suddenly switched to a serious mode. "Elijah, I don't know how you'll take this, but—" His next words stunned Elijah into silence for several seconds. Dodd earnestly said, "I hope you'll absolutely not leave my side, and I'm forbidding you from approaching this friend." She frowned. "What kind of perverse arrangement is that supposed to be?" Dodd insisted firmly. "It may sound that way, but this is purely a strategic request, so trust me. Really, this friend has reasons to stay at a distance." In Elijah's mind, a flood of awkward images flashed, but she calmly replied, "I understand, but don't you dare put a collar or anything like that on me. If nobody else shows up, let's depart." Then Elijah urged in a cold tone that cut through the air, "Let's go, Yuria." While they walked, she grew curious again. "By the way, what's your specialty?" Dodd shouted in despair. "I told you not to get close, Elijah." She fired back without missing a beat. "No way, I'm not going, you pervert of a teacher." Elsewhere, a figure limped forward, murmuring in a voice that sent the nearby rabbit grazing the grass leaping away in fright. "That was close to dying." The blond man, soaked in sweat, panted. "Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt?" He sighed, looking at everyone. "For now, we're safe." The person sitting against the tree struggled to speak. "Talion, you couldn't take on that transfer student from the allied tribes either, could you?" Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward with a mocking tone. "If it weren't for me, everyone's protective magic would have shattered and they'd be disqualified already." The other stammered. "That's true, but that girl really did try to kill someone." The black-haired guy next to him suggested, "Why don't we play it safe and target weaklings like Dodd first?" The man beside him, half asleep, agreed. "Sounds good, smash that fraud while we have the chance. He's a country bumpkin who somehow got into Elfante, it's annoying. Let's raid him." But unexpectedly, Talion flat-out refused. "No thanks." That left him surprised. "Why, go ahead, you hate that guy too." Talion shook his head. "I used to, but not anymore." The black-haired guy puzzled. "What, you've been won over by Dodd too?" The pendant at Talion's throat swung slightly in the wind as he replied with worldly insight. "It's just that my perspective has broadened. There are a lot of strong people in this world." Elsewhere, after knocking someone out, Ruru looked up with vacant eyes and sneered. "There are just too many weaklings in this world." She frowned, showing clear annoyance. "Why is there not a single decent one among them?" Standing up, Ruru lifted her leg high. "Battlefield combat, fight to the death." Her face seemed to sink into shadow as she said coldly, "You can't find it at all. How exactly is it being maintained, huh?" Ruru spat a curse. "Imperial scum," then readied her foot to stomp the unconscious body beneath her, when a flash of light suddenly appeared at the last moment. Elnor arrived just in time, her sword blocking Ruru's descending foot. At the sight of Elnor, the corner of Ruru's mouth immediately curled into an amused smile. "Well, well." Elnor returned a cold glance, her eyes probing. Suddenly a slash was unleashed, knocking Ruru's foot aside as white light and black lightning intertwined, erupting into a shockwave. The ground was now pocked with cracks as Elnor warned in a cold voice. "A transfer student seeking asylum is already drawing too much attention, Ruru Garuda." Ruru's eyes went bloodshot with the frenzy of battle, like a predator that has spotted its prey. Found one. In her mind, she sized up the opponent. "That's an actual decent kid." Elnor, still aloof, pointed her sword at Ruru and cautioned, Excessive violence can't be ignored in my role as supervisor. Control yourself from now on. Ruru laughed contemptuously, taunting. Don't like it, so what? Elnor held her sword steady and said, if this were a battlefield, your head would already be split open, but since it's not, I'm only warning you. Ruru scoffed and stepped up to the blade, nearly pressing her forehead to the steel. Fine by me, this is a battlefield to me. Go on, stab me, try it. The sword lightly met Ruru, but she continued to provoke in a sultry, venomous tone. You drew your sword, so you should see blood, right? Can't even manage that with it at your throat. Elnor's hand tightened on the hilt. Ruru, like a madwoman, kept spitting insults. Imperial women are all the same in the end. Types like you show up sometimes in my tribe, too. They have strength but lack resolve. They're fools who just cry when their lovers are taken and do nothing. Elnor's eyes narrowed, her gaze as cold as a blade. Ruru moved forward arrogantly. Just seeing them makes me sick. She curled her lip, a challenging smile spreading across her face. On the surface, Elnor remained calm, but deep inside, a demon quietly stirred awake. Black lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, causing Ruru to stare up in stunned astonishment. She went blank as her father's words echoed in her mind. Ruru, the tribe isn't the whole world. The stronger you become, the wider and stronger the world will grow. Ruru inwardly admitted, that's true, father. Seeing the black lightning gathering toward her, she squinted with pleasure. This really is huge. Ruru Garuda leapt up and launched an attack, her face fierce with murderous intent aimed at her opponent. Meanwhile, Elnor kept her cold expression as she watched Ruru's movement. At this point, Ruru's eyes had gone completely black with eerie blue pupils, a triumphant smile still playing on her face. As Ruru closed in, Elnor said sternly, forced teleportation. But as Elnor expected, just as Ruru's foot came close to her face, there were flickering signs and then she disappeared. Ruru widened her eyes, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, Ruru vanished, leaving only a gust of wind and Elnor holding her sword and watching. Ruru had been teleported to the hall. She fell from the air onto the hard floor, and it hurt just to watch. Half closed-eyed, she let out a soft groan. Ugh. Among the scruffy people sitting in the corner, she muttered to herself, what, am I disqualified? Just for arguing back. She sighed, so that's how it's played, student council president, then suddenly paused. Wait, Elnor's image immediately flashed in her mind. You can't chalk this up to a skill gap alone. It's like she was born different. Ruru bit her nails, thinking further. But why did she suddenly break her calm and show that murderous aura? Did the student council president get provoked? Was it because I said the imperial lot lacked resolve? The two who'd just been beaten wiped sweat and said to each other, hey, we're not getting attacked here anymore, right? Ignoring the chaos around her, Ruru sat with her legs spread and grinned maliciously, thinking, or maybe it's because I said they can't even do anything when their lovers are taken. Who is she anyway? Elsewhere, Yuria had switched into a killer mode. Her eyes darkened and a notification popped up. Ruru Garuda has started to take an interest in you. Another notification followed. Elnor, affected by you, has unlocked skill, Wrath of the Avenger. A chaotic scene unfolded as an explosion sent people flying in all directions. They could only scream in panic. What is this? Why did this happen? Dodd, having escaped the blast, shouted. I haven't seen this since that day. Elijah, gritting her teeth as she ran, turned back and scolded. What is this now, Professor Dodd? What are you muttering to yourself? Over here, only the sight of Yuria rampaging and killing could be seen, shouts and curses echoing everywhere. Fraud Dodd, Elijah will save you, hold on. Elijah paid no mind and turned to Dodd. Professor Dodd, maybe we should stop for a moment and clear up this misunderstanding. Dodd glanced back in objection. No, absolutely not. He gripped the chain at her neck and pulled Yuria away from the explosion. I'm busy controlling Yuria right now. As he pulled, he shouted, hey, we were trying to save her from that pervert. Yuria tucked her legs in and widened her eyes in innocent surprise. So cute, honestly. Dodd was drowning in thought. I really need to fix this fraud label. Elijah's fanatics are swarming me alone. When suddenly Yuria flew out from behind him, smiling blankly to his astonishment. When Elijah saw Yuria, she rushed over. No, Yuria, this exam, can we finish this decently? Before she could reach them, Elijah was blocked by a green-haired fanatic and his stone monster, who gleefully called out, Miss Elijah Chrysanax. He stuck out his tongue like a pervert and gushed. From the first day of enrollment, I've always admired your combat power and radiant looks. Seeing Elijah's strained expression, Dodd asked, Elijah, do you have this many fans? Over here, the green-haired guy with a puckered face cooed. For some reason you were taken by that pervy fraud, but I 10th on the enrollment ranking. Will save you and invite you to dinner at Sunset Hollow. Hearing that, Elijah told Dodd, that place was wrecked by the council president already. Dodd corrected her. No, it was actually Count Riverback. Elijah turned openly annoyed at the puckered man. Hey, you, first of all, I was absolutely not taken, and more importantly, this person is not a fraud. The man wouldn't let it go and asked again. So he's a pervert then. Elijah hesitated, raising her sword. That, Dodd interjected. Hey, why not just say no then? Seeing Elijah ready to fight, the green-haired guy panicked. I don't mean to fight anyone. Dodd and Uriah listened, mouths agape, thinking. Knighthood, necromancy, theology, all charging in together. What a perfect setup to develop quirks. Thinking that, he activated the ring on his hand, and it began to glow. He sent a message to Caliban Chrysanax, who was drooling in his sleep. Bro, wake up. Caliban replied. What's up? Dodd spoke into the ring. I need to ask a favor, please come out once. Caliban, lazily snoring, answered. Why does it sound so urgent? Meanwhile, under Uriah's gaze, a group of people approached, shouting, Miss Hero, please wait a moment. We'll save everyone right away. A notification appeared. Dangerous situation detected, applying, hanging by a thread, rank A. Seeing no sign from Caliban, Dodd angrily asked, What is it? Why just answer and not come out? But the disappointing reply was, It's just kids fighting. Who do you think I am, a guardian? At that, Dodd pulled his trump card. Seriously, my sister is fighting a stalker right now. Hearing sister, Caliban suddenly snapped awake. He flew into a rage and demanded, Elijah has a stalker. Who is it? Then a blinding light appeared in the sky. It was Caliban. His fury radiated power. Skill. World beacon activated. Buff will be shared with party members in the nearby space. Share skill. Hanging by a thread, rank A, receive strength. Elijah set off, charging the green-haired man. She yelled in anger, I don't need fans like you. The green-haired man, about to be attacked, warned her. Wait, this is a stone golem. Your sword will break and you'll get hurt. What he didn't expect next happened. She cleaved the stone golem in two. The green-haired man gaped in astonishment. Uriah and everyone around were shocked, speechless. Dodd, witnessing it, froze. Oh wow, that's dangerous. After that strike, Elijah couldn't believe she'd done it, stunned. How did I do that? Those who saw it were utterly amazed, while the system began announcing in sequence. Activated world beacon. There was also, share skill, hanging by a thread, Elijah and Uriah. With a single slash, Elijah had cleanly cut the beast the green-haired guy was riding. Dodd was thrilled, truly amazing. However, he also realized the only downside of this skill. It uses up a small portion of his holy power. Because of that, the buff will end after just 2 or 3 strikes. After finishing that move, she suddenly heard a commotion. It turned out they were charging together. No matter if he's a hero candidate, I won't cover for someone like that. At that moment, chains whipped through the air one after another. It was Uriah striking back. She sent a flurry of beautiful kicks at them, leaving them no time to react. Afterwards, Uriah innocently said, Sorry everyone, I only meant to push a little. Elijah was irritated. I may not be a hero, but you won't even listen to others or try to understand. Worse, Elijah shouted angrily, How am I supposed to stand for this? Then she drew a long line on the ground with her sword while chanting the spell. Guardian burst. They were defeated once more. Dodd was astonished. Isn't she too strong? Good thing all my stats are F. Caliban Chrysanax was also startled. What, that kid has become this strong? Elijah exhaled in relief, as the system reported that the party members had achieved combat results. Curly-haired one relaxed too. Luckily, no one was hurt. The system added that their trait proficiency increased. She awkwardly said, I'm not worried about you, then pretended to change the subject. Hey, where did he go? She complained, not this again. Meanwhile, Elijah thought to herself that teaming up with Professor Dodd was more interesting than she'd expected. Over on another team, someone cheered, counting this as 9 so far. The red-haired praised, Well done, everyone. If first-year midterms go like this, it's probably a perfect score. The brown-haired agreed. Definitely, we work well together and things went smoothly. The blonde wasn't satisfied. Smooth is fine, but we're not rank 1. Someone on the team was confused. How many does rank 1 have? Someone answered that rank 2 currently has 15 collars. Hearing that, the red-haired sneered that 5 or so could be caught up with quickly. Does this map even work properly? The red-haired asked if there was a problem. The blonde replied that rank 2 isn't a group, it's just one person. Talian's group went pale. Collecting 15 alone without forming a group, isn't that absurd? The blonde mentioned a name. Has anyone heard of Painal Ripich? They replied they'd never heard of him. Why is our cohort full of monsters like this? The red-haired asked, wait, how many does rank 1 have? The blonde panicked. 100, 111. The whole team shouted, which group is that? Meanwhile, Dodd's team received a system notification that they'd gained the trait, Anomalous Wind. If they block precisely, they can reflect damage. After moving for a while, he shouted, we're here. Elijah eyed the cave before them skeptically. If we take this spot first, does the exam end? He replied indifferently, why ask me? You're the top of the school. She snapped back, really, don't talk like that. Dodd thought to himself that in the original story, this segment was a random event. At the same time, he wondered what would appear. Some monster worse than the last hellbeast, or, while Dodd was mentally assessing the area, Elijah cried out, what is that? Even if it's part of the exam, this seems a bit over the top. Yuria was also frozen by the scene before her. She stammered this. Sitting before them was Lucian, motionless. The system announced, Main Quest Chapter 2, The Young King. It read, Stop the owner's wrath, the severing curse. Protect the targets Lucian Greyhounder and Yuria Greyhounder. She stepped closer, suspicious. Could this person alone be supplying holy power to the entire Great Plain? Elijah pressed on. The blessing of the collar and teleportation too, while Yuria had not yet recovered. She doubted, no, this is not Alfonte's method, but the girl remained silent, showing no reaction. Elijah proclaimed, hey, I'll save you right now, but a voice interrupted. Don't do that, student. A streak of light flashed past Lucian. He warned that this was the service and voluntary act of the Holy Maiden. Did she intend to stop it? This person was Klein Garrison, a high combat priest of the Holy Empire. Elijah challenged voluntary. Klein frowned and replied that this was a voluntary act the saint had chosen. Ignoring Lucian, he leveled his sword at Elijah and continued. Out of respect for her noble will, I think I should not intervene. After all, is anyone forcing her? To Yuria's astonishment, Lucian spoke up. Oh no. She hesitated. I do it because I want to. Elijah snapped, annoyed. To voluntarily do such horrible things as your own choice. She looked at Lucian and pressed on. Do you dare oppose the will of the saint? Such an act is no different from opposing the will of the entire kingdom. A supposed hero candidate should understand that. Yuria's eyes widened in shock. Elijah called out Klein Garrison. She declared, I do not oppose. I only want to save those who suffer. Klein coldly retorted. If you hold that stance, must I beg you to stop? Dodd tightened his grip on his sword, frowning. I didn't expect to meet you here, Saint Lucian. He recalled, one of the three great powers, the Holy Kingdom. Dodd pondered the Holy Kingdom's corruption. Their high ranks were fanatical, capable of unpredictable deeds. Especially the Pope, who cared about demons like that headmaster, and Saint Lucian was the kingdom's most precious asset, the Pope's puppet. He wondered whether Yuria and Lucian were merely tools to carry out his grand scheme. The system seemed to be pushing Yuria toward rebellion in this scenario. Attack a rebelling host. Are you insane? Dodd spoke up. I'm standing in first place. I think the saint should rest. Chrysanax replied that she would remain until Team 2 and Team 3 arrived. Please wait until then. Dodd murmured that if you wonder why they arrived so quickly. He guessed it was probably because of Elnor. Dodd clenched his fist, remembering that the monster attack incident had drawn their attention. The Purifier incident made them more certain. Thinking of Yuria's rampage, he wondered whether they believed Elnor was involved since she stood at the center of both events. What if Yuria lost control too? Dodd frowned, realizing the Pope would begin to intervene in Alfonte. He told himself, no, hasn't Yuria already been discovered? If so, there would be no other choice. Suddenly a glove flew up into the air. The glove was thrown toward Klein. He frowned and asked, what's this about? To the shock of Yuria, Lucian, and Elijah, Dodd said, Ah, perhaps you don't understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom. It's a challenge to a duel, you bastard. He patted Elijah's shoulder and said, come out for a moment. She asked in surprise, Dodd is challenging. Chrysanax demanded a duel. Why accept it? Dodd stepped toward Chrysanax and said, step aside and face me. Elijah, support the saint and take her to the infirmary. Chrysanax cried out, oh my, this again. He raised his sword into guard and warned that if you advance further, this could become an international diplomatic incident. Dodd said, then I will report what you did to the saint. Chrysanax arrogantly asked, may I ask your title, student? Dodd calmly replied, title, I'm just an unnamed baron in the province. Is that a problem? He looked toward Lucian, who was panting tiredly. Chrysanax introduced himself. I am a high priest, so I cannot casually accept a challenge from anyone. Dodd was surprised. Oh, then why did you draw your sword? Chrysanax frowned and asked Dodd, the hero candidate Elijah is over there. Why are you so wary of me? Dodd thought again that to break the stalemate he needed a bold move. He placed his hand on his sword and taunted, look, I'm drawing my sword. Klein lifted his greatsword and replied that with such an insolent student, outside intervention might be necessary. He swung his sword high, aiming straight at Dodd. Seizing the moment, Dodd drew his sword from its sheath. Now, he then delivered a stunning slash forward. Klein was injured. Dodd quietly rejoiced, wonderful the counterattack triggered. Under his assault, Klein was sent flying. He recalled the shocked looks on Elijah's and Yuria's faces, while the principal's voice echoed in his ear. I want to know what you intend to do, Dodd Campbell. She said, "Do as you wish, so I will." She scolded that she didn't remember telling him to be hostile toward the Holy Kingdom. This isn't a scuffle, it's an official challenge. That guy got provoked and charged first. She worried that he's not just an ordinary priest, he's a high combat priest. Student Campbell, Dodd produced a paper to reassure her. "It's okay, I have an exemption letter from House Tristan. The royal family will take responsibility for my actions." The principal sighed. "Honestly, Student Dodd, the saint belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I can't do anything." She asked if he was sure about the sudden challenge. Dodd calmly replied that she had told him to secure the demon hosts. On her candidate list was Uriah Greyhounder. He'd persuaded her 50%. He explained that the problem was Uriah being present at the principal. The principal asked in shock, "What? No, why is she there?" Dodd explained that he brought her to ensure first place was dominant. He wanted to attract the host's attention. It had to be blatant, half measures wouldn't suffice. Save the world from demons first, diplomacy later, right? He recalled the relationship between Elnor and Elijah, then said, "Consider personal ties before international relations." Dodd folded his arms and affirmed that he had no personal grudge with the principal or the hero candidate. The principal, at a loss for words, said no. She meant pay attention to school life too. Make some friends, don't get tangled up in weird affairs. Dodd thought of Gideon and muttered that he had completely failed at that principle. He frowned and brushed the image from his mind. The principal warned anxiously that since the challenge report had reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope might come in person. She didn't know what he planned to do, but Dodd thought of Uriah and Lucian as two test subjects, the principal's voice still ringing. "The Pope is very dangerous. You should reconsider." In the dark room, harsh sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the small table on which stood a single vase holding one yellow rose. Lucian Greyhounder sat slumped on the floor, one hand holding a smoking cigarette, the other propped on the floor, turning his head to gaze at the window. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression indifferent. Suddenly, she heard a knock at the door. Lucian shoved his cigarette into the ashtray and said, "Come in." Uriah stepped in, visibly surprised, and pointed toward Lucian. Lucian pushed himself up, frowning in surprise. Uriah thought in shock, "Sister." She whispered, "Sister Lucian." Lucian bowed his head sadly. Her feet slowly stepped forward. Uriah's face showed terror, her mouth hanging open, speechless. She trembled and stammered, Don't come closer." Watching Lucian approach, her hand rose instinctively as if to stop her. In her head she pleaded, "Don't come near, sister." Lucian's expression was completely cold now. In Uriah's mind she thought of the severing curse. Uriah's face was conflicted. If her sister took another step, the chain on the shackle looked like it might slip off the dagger handle. She would be hurt. Seeing Lucian fling the knife aside, she thought to herself, "Thank goodness." Lucian gently grabbed the chain and swung it up, saying calmly, "Because you and I are twins." Steps led down to an arena surrounded by a large, attentive crowd. The announcer's voice rang slowly. "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to settle matters. Lethal strikes are forbidden. If serious injury occurs, stop immediately and determine the winner. Otherwise, the match continues until one side yields. Do both parties understand?" Dodd's face looked tense now. Delaying Uriah's awakening with Lucian was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the obsession and the curse would gnaw at her mind like it does now. The two stared at each other, while Klein Garrison watched him fairly calmly, seeming unconcerned. Uriah's mind would collapse. The principal's gaze was fixed on the arena. For that reason, this match was very important. Outside, the guards were tense. The Holy Kingdom's repeated interventions regarding Lucian had to be stripped away. An image of Pope Credo sat with eyes closed, composed all over a single match. He looked calm seated on the throne chair, an eagle emblem proud on his chest. "We must create an impact that big." The principal folded her arms and thought, even if Pope Credo cannot come personally, he would never miss matches like this. Klein's hand tightened on the sword hilt. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Klein wore a smug expression but still saw a chance. "Surrender, the sooner you yield, the fewer bones you'll break." His voice was taunting. "Hear me, young Master Campbell." Heckman watched from outside, his hands rising to his mouth, trembling. "Fine, surrender as soon as it starts. Whatever you do, don't strike straight on." Dodd replied calmly. "Intriguingly, I was just about to say the exact same thing." Klein frowned, a voice rang in his memory. "Don't use killing intent." The scene shifted to a room. Klein did not turn around. "What do you mean?" The voice behind immediately answered. "The stronger the killing intent you use, the stronger the opponent's reaction. That's the nature of that ability." Klein was surprised. Could such an absurd possibility exist? Credo smiled and explained, "I've seen it before. I didn't expect to see it again." Klein glanced back and said solemnly, "I was felled by my own attack." He clenched the sword hilt with determination. "It's not just killing intent. I must completely erase the enemy's will. Back in the real battle, Klein bowed his head slightly and uttered the words. Immediately sparks of light appeared around him, blessing. Klein swung his sword forcefully, his knees bending as he spun, cloak billowing, the energy he released blazing brighter. Klein frowned, eyes razor-focused. His voice rang with menace while Dodd stood calmly watching, to teach an arrogant noble a lesson. Then Dodd narrowed his eyes and smiled. Klein began to gather strength and launched his assault. The blade's movement sent Dodd's hair flying in the wind. As Klein charged, Dodd closed his eyes and muttered a mantra. We'll use guidance, usable skill, divine wrath. Klein's gaze was taut with tension. Both stared intently, missing none of the other's motions. A sphere of light flashed forth. The arena's space swirled like a storm. Dodd thought to himself that the sigil of fallen heaven was reacting. Klein dropped low and dashed forward. Meanwhile, Dodd remained upright and lifted his sword. The two swords met, sparking into flame. Time seemed to freeze. The entire stand erupted as if aflame. The principal's eyes widened in shock. Outside, the guards felt the tense atmosphere and their faces turned alarm. Everything unfolding here seemed premeditated by the Pope. Credo's expression was utterly composed. Usable skill, divine relic, wrath. A wave of energy enveloped him as the three sigils of fallen heaven reacted. After Dodd's powerful slash, Klein used his pommel to block the blow. The energy released cracked the arena floor. Demonic energy swirled around the fallen heaven sigil, whipping up a howling tempest. Everyone gawked in astonishment at that violent source of power. A fissure appeared in the sky, as if a stream of dark energy were pouring out. Elnor appeared in demonic form. Dodd flinched. Where did this come from? Sweat beaded down his face. The demonic power manifesting through Elnor made everything around them feel suspended. He stared, baffled. What the hell is this? Just holding this power makes it hard to breathe, such an evil pressure. Whatever, fight on. Dodd looked up as he dodged an attack from Elijah Chrysanax. Elnor's demonic power was trying to pour into him. He widened his eyes in alarm. Stay away from me. Demonic Elnor advanced slowly, snarling. Don't make me sick of you any longer. You disgust me. Demonic Elnor touched the sword Dodd held, and black lightning-like streaks of dark energy danced along the blade. Elnor shouted, give back what you stole. Klein lunged to attack Dodd, thinking to himself that in a single moment something felt off. How on earth did this guy end up blocking my strike? Dodd suddenly released his grip on the sword. Dodd proclaimed, I'm furious. I told you as long as you don't die it's fine. Klein was startled. Dodd, as if merged with Elnor's strength, unleashed a punch that contorted Klein's face. The massively powerful punch sent him flying into the air, surrounded by a swirl of dark energy. The recoil cracked the arena floor beneath Dodd's feet. Klein was nearly rendered incapable of fighting. The Pope, as if having anticipated the outcome, remained calm with his eyes closed. Then he said, while I wasn't looking, Efante's skill has far exceeded expectations. A pale golden light enveloped Klein. May I speak as the victor? Dodd interjected, fine, go ahead and speak. Those guys are causing trouble and bothering the Saintess. Stop them. Everyone was confused. What did you say, student Dodd? What are you looking for? Don't waste your effort, it's mine. Consider this your first and last warning. Chairman Adelante, what's going on here? How dare you provoke such behavior in front of the Pope? How do you train your students to cause an incident like this? Someone demanded. Not only did you send a knight trained to deal with green-faced brats, you also harassed the Saintess. This man is Hatau Yuzul, minister of the Blue Dragon clan of the Tribal Alliance. What rotten character. Dodd was still staring directly at the source of the argument. Even those brats openly criticize you. Shouldn't you be stripped of your Holy Kingdom title? Dodd said, Hatau, watch your words. This concerns the Pope's safety. What are you planning? If you're angry, come down here and fight me. What can you do? The Pope pondered, then spoke. Understood. It's not a duel, but I will handle it for you. The headmaster gasped, my lord. You're not only skilled, you're also an extremely perverse pupil. I must admit that. Then those people at that position began disappearing. Suddenly someone shouted from somewhere, hey, you planning to run away, Holy Kingdom? A man in royal attire appeared. He ordered his attendant, Siras, deploy spies around Dodd Campbell of Elfont. Siras, holding a cup of coffee, replied as he drank, I understand. He broke into a smile, drawing the attention of 3 nations with a single match. The more I look, the more I like that guy. Dodd stood dazed, thinking, are all their bugs really gone? So the winner is Dodd Campbell. A voice rang out. The principal let out a small sigh as if a weight had lifted. Then Hatton Ujul spoke up. I quite like him. He has the makings of a true warrior. Here, take this. Hatton handed Dodd an amulet stamped with a lion's face, the lion's collar. Rare, it boosts vitality and physical strength. Dodd snatched it up and asked hesitantly, this is. Hatton smiled. Drop by the training forge sometime. I'll treat you well. And that strange power from earlier. I still want to see it again, he added. That's all from the Tribal Alliance. I'm off now. Dodd took the pendant and fell into thought. Watching Hatton's retreating back, Dodd thought, in the original story, this item was meant for Chapter 3. I've just been acknowledged by the craziest powerhouse of the Tribal Alliance. Campbell, I have a question, the principal suddenly said. Did you use the flask's power to win? Dodd bowed slightly and replied, yes, I was just lucky. The principal continued, the Pope and Hatton have probably noticed already. The news will spread soon, and before long many groups will try to approach you because of this. Dodd suddenly remembered the Pope's face. The principal lowered his glasses and warned, you should steel yourself. From now on things are going to get a lot more chaotic. Yes, I understand. One peaceful night passed. Cut to the next morning. The system chimed. Main quest completed. Blessings +1, seed of sin +1. So I have collected 4 seeds of sin so far. There are special skills that can only be bought with this kind of rare currency. For example, something like the mind-piercing eye, usable once per day, allows me to view an opponent's stats. Dodd clicked buy. The system chimed, purchase successful. Dodd thought to himself that the information gained from this skill couldn't be tampered with or faked. Wonderful, it has no drawbacks at all. I'll try it out. He couldn't check Trisha. The professor was the same. He couldn't be checked either. Elnor's face was dripping with sweat. She was training to boost her abilities. Behind her, the students training nearby all panicked and shouted, President. Only for her voice to echo back, if you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way. Dodd thought to himself that actually, the priority now should be to gather information from Elnor or Aaliyah first. The two of them are important characters in this scenario. Okay, let's see. Excitedly, he activated the mind-piercing eye. The system displayed Elnor Tristan attribute. Vessel of the Grey Mage, Strength S, Agility S, Stamina S, Luck C, Authority A+. Confuse with 1 Demon Shard. Fusion rate, 180%. Corruption level, 2%. Oh, an 80% fusion rate. The incident at Riverback must have influenced this. Anyway, lucky that the corruption level is still low. If both had been high, she would have turned into a demon. Suddenly, Elnor looked at him and asked, what are you doing here? Dodd flinched. Ah, President, how did you know I was here? Elnor replied, I just felt a suspicious stare on me. Anyway, now that we've met, I have a letter I want to give you. The person you had me tail isn't ordinary, Dodd said. Oh, so you found them. I've already figured out his playbook, but from now on you should handle this kind of thing yourself. Being student council president isn't a leisurely role, Elnor said, crossing her arms and clearing her throat. I'm sorry, Dodd stammered awkwardly. Dodd added, first of all, well done. The opponent certainly won't be easy. It's partly thanks to my position as president, Elnor replied. Oh right, I heard the Holy Kingdom is expanding and needs to send a diplomatic delegation. That's unprecedented. Do you know anything about it? Ah, haha, actually I'm not sure either, Dodd said with an embarrassed laugh. All right, it'll all come out soon. And here, this file records the target's movements during the midterm exam. Oh, amazing, President, Dodd praised sincerely. In the original, I had to follow him step by step myself. You really did great, President. I'll repay you later, I promise, Dodd said joyfully, hugging Elnor and leaving her momentarily stunned. Great, that means he's at the clock tower right now. I'm off. Dodd's voice rang out while she remained in shock. Panting, his breath came in ragged gasps as he rushed inside the tower. So he stays at the clock tower until 7 p.m. I remember he enrolled at the same time as the Saintess, after all. With that kind of personality, he'll try to go out as much as possible. But in the end, he'll want to get some fresh air. Dodd climbed up to the upper floor of the tower, panting heavily from exhaustion. I should train my stamina a bit more. This is the young King Valkarthus. Valkarthus turned his head and glanced over when he saw someone approaching. Are you Dodd Campbell? Dodd panted, forcing himself to speak. Yes, you know me. Sit down, catch your breath. The Prophet told me to keep an eye on you. How could I not be concerned? The Prophet? He sent people despite already knowing about me. Your spy did well. Actually, I've been waiting here every day. I'm not someone who can take the initiative to request a meeting first. You understand, we're enemies, aren't we? Dodd narrowed his eyes, thinking. In the original story, the Prophet was just a petty demon worshipper. He never directly intervened like this. Valkarthus's eyes went cold. His assessment of you was that you'd be the greatest obstacle I'd have to face here. Answer me, Dodd Campbell. Will you stand in my way? Valkarthus radiated a thick, murderous intent. Dodd, on guard, thought to himself. He already knows who I am and what I'm doing, and he's issuing orders about me despite never having met me. Huh. This is the same method, but mine. Is this what it feels like to be reincarnated into a game world? Valkarthus, a young man with golden hair and regal attire, confronts someone. Behind him, a terrifying shadow monster with glowing red eyes materializes, hinting at the sinister power he wields through forbidden magic. Dodd, a young man with black hair, listens intently as Valkarthus challenges him. asking if he intends to stand in his way. Dodd's expression is serious and thoughtful. The grand clock tower stands tall against the warm hues of the sunset, casting long shadows over the magnificent architecture, setting a dramatic stage for the unfolding confrontation. Valkarthus expresses his curiosity about the extent of Dodd's knowledge and understanding of their plans. Inside the opulent hall, Valkarthus reveals his awareness of Dodd's investigations, stating that he knows Dodd has gathered significant information about them and came to this meeting fully aware of Valkarthus's identity. Dodd, with a bead of sweat tracing his temple, reassures Valkarthus, stating that he is certain Valkarthus bears no ill will, despite the tense circumstances. Valkarthus's golden eye holds a calculating gaze as he speaks of his plan to turn everyone in the academy into the undead, even if it means ruling over them afterward, revealing the sinister nature of his intentions. Against the vibrant sky, the clock tower signals the impending deadline. Valkarthus confirms his plan will unfold in 3 days and reveals that the seer has taken a keen interest in Dodd. A mysterious figure emerges, cloaked and masked, with fiery orange hair and piercing red eyes, embodying the hidden forces that are now interested in Dodd's true nature. Valkarthus elaborates on the threat Dodd faces, revealing that the seer is still investigating Dodd's true nature, and warning him that he may eventually have to confront all of the chosen. Dodd, with a look of surprise and confusion, questions Valkarthus's motives, asking why he is divulging such crucial information to an apparent adversary. With his eyes gleaming, Valkarthus introduces himself as the last king of the kingdom of Armada, a tragic figure who fused all his people into his own body through forbidden magic, revealing the immense and dark power he wields. Dodd, however, swiftly cuts him off, sharply reminding Valkarthus that they are currently enemies and he should not reveal unnecessary information to his opponent. An aerial view of the academy at dusk, with its ornate buildings and reflective pond, is shown as Valkarthus, his voice echoing over the scene, coldly states his displeasure at anyone disrupting his carefully laid plans. Dodd clarifies his position to Valkarthus, asserting that he doesn't intend to disrupt his plans, but merely wants to make things fair. Valkarthus, intrigued, questions Dodd's definition of fairness. With a subtle smirk, Valkarthus agrees that a game must be fair, but quickly reminds Dodd that despite any knowledge he might possess, he remains at an absolute disadvantage. Against the backdrop of the darkened, imposing architecture, Dodd shrewdly deduces Valkarthus's real motive for their meeting, to confirm that Dodd is not a coward. Dodd, with a composed expression, calmly confirms Valkarthus's assessment, admitting that his deduction about Dodd not being a coward is indeed true. Dodd activates his insight vision, goggles appearing over his eyes as a blue glow emanates, indicating he's about to reveal something more profound, hinting that his assessment goes beyond just courage. Valkarthus, eyes closed and a slight smile on his face, confidently challenges Dodd to take a good look at him, suggesting he has nothing to hide from Dodd's special vision. The glitching background hints at the nature of his power being analyzed. Through his insight vision, Dodd perceives the horrifying truth within Valkarthus, a monstrous, shadowy entity composed of countless glowing red eyes and menacing mouths, a chilling manifestation of the millions of lives absorbed by his forbidden magic. Dodd's insight vision reveals the astonishing data. 2,134,423 forbidden arts are currently active on Valkarthus's body, each one an ancient magic distinct from other powers, and chillingly, each one costing a human life. The grotesque, monstrous face of the forbidden arts is starkly revealed, with a single, intensely glowing red eye and a macabre stitched mouth, embodying the immense human cost of Valkarthus's power. Valkarthus, his eyes now open, comments that such a technique, referring to his forbidden arts, would not be easy to use in battle, perhaps trying to downplay its practical application or his vulnerability. As night falls over the academy, casting shadows on the majestic clock tower, Dodd acknowledges Valkarthus's statement, knowing that such forbidden magic is normally employed in secret due to its nature. Dodd, standing firm, asserts that he too is ensuring fairness in this exchange. From off-panel, Valkarthus's voice responds with a cynical chuckle, remarking on Dodd's noble attitude. A large, shadowy figure of the mysterious, masked individual looms over a small Dodd, symbolizing Valkarthus's deeper motivations. Valkarthus reveals that he personally wished to confirm the seer's evaluation of Dodd's true capabilities, adding that he now has his own thoughts on the matter. Valkarthus looks at Dodd with a hint of disdain, telling him not to take it personally, But that Dodd doesn't appear to be much of an obstacle to him. Dodd's hand clenches tightly, a clear sign of his rising resolve as he challenges Valkarthus directly, proposing they make a bet. Dodd, with unwavering determination, lays out the terms of his bet. He will allow Valkarthus to proceed with his plan to turn everyone in the academy into undead 3 days from now, promising not to intervene, but with a critical condition in return. Valkarthus's gaze sharpens as Dodd declares his counter-proposal. He will stop Valkarthus with everything he has, effectively accepting the challenge and initiating a deadly 3-day countdown. In a split panel, Valkarthus expresses surprise that Dodd won't back down even after witnessing his forbidden arts. Dodd, with an intense gaze, boldly declares his intention to stop Valkarthus 3 days from now, not just to save the academy, but to save Valkarthus himself and his entire kingdom. Valkarthus reacts with a gasp of shock. Valkarthus, turning his back and walking towards a grand window, says, "Well then," accepting Dodd's audacious challenge. Dodd, facing the viewer, reaffirms his resolve with "if I win," a silent promise hanging in the air. A chilling smirk plays on Valkarthus's lips as he issues a dire warning. Should Dodd lose, he will become the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden arts. Valkarthus departs through a grand window with a confident "see you then," leaving Dodd to desperately call out "wait, Valkarthus," as he seemingly vanishes into the night. Dodd watches as Valkarthus's shadowy form, with its menacing red eyes, ascends into the night sky, leaving a haunting impression of his departure and the immense power he commands. Left alone on the ledge, Dodd's initial bewilderment turns to a profound concern, as Valkarthus's chilling warning about becoming the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden arts begins to sink in. Dodd slumps over, gripped by a sudden wave of panic as he contemplates the terrifying possibility of losing to Valkarthus, fearfully questioning, "What if I lose?" Under the glow of the full moon over the academy, Dodd reprimands himself, shaking off his fear. He firmly reminds himself of the most important rule for victory: never even imagine losing. The grand clock tower stands silently under the moonlight, its single illuminated window a beacon in the quiet night, marking the passage of time as a new scene unfolds. Yuria, a striking blonde woman with a cigarette between her lips and a sword at her hip, looks up to her younger sister, Yuria, a girl with dark hair sitting above her. Yuria asks if she's dressed, to which Yuria simply replies, "Yeah." Yuria takes a drag from her cigarette, a slight smirk playing on her lips. She apologizes for her playful teasing, acknowledging that Yuria always responds through speech bubbles, then changes the subject to ask her younger sister about her outfit. Yuria looks shyly away, a blush dusting her cheeks, as she hesitantly begins to voice her feelings about the outfit to her older sister. Sitting on the floor in a white, ruffled nightgown, Yuria expresses her embarrassment, revealing that she's never worn anything like it before. With a generous gesture, Yuria offers her younger sister anything she desires, simply stating, "Take whatever you want." Yuria reacts with a surprised "ah," likely touched by the offer. In a touching moment, Yuria, with a cigarette still between her fingers, expresses her regret over Yuria's suffering as her charm of protection, believing that offering her anything is the least she can do. Yuria gratefully accepts. A hand lights a cigarette with a classic flip-top lighter, as the speaker offers a moment of solace, assuring the other that they can relax, even if just for a brief while, in their presence. Yuria smokes thoughtfully, revealing her past fears that Yuria's heart might have been broken by the curse of severance. Relieved to see her sister still pure, she admits a darker truth, that she herself might be the one rotting inside. A chilling close-up reveals a black collar with a chain around Yuria's neck, as she emits a disturbing kikek, hinting at a darker, more unsettling reality beneath her innocent facade. Yuria's eye widens in surprise and concern as she questions her younger sister, "Yuria, what are you doing?" Yuria hesitates, trying to explain her actions. Kneeling, Yuria innocently explains the black collar and chain around her neck is a gift from Lord Dodd, which she must always wear to maintain a smooth relationship with him. Yuria further explains that Dodd wouldn't meet her without the collar, so she tried it on, asking her sister if it suited her. Yuria remains silent, visibly stunned by the revelation, as Yuria quickly adds that she doesn't value Dodd's gift more than her sister's. With a cheerful, almost naive smile, Yuria reiterates that she must wear the collar if she wishes to meet with Lord Dodd, seemingly unaware of the disturbing nature of the situation. Yuria's jaw clenches around her cigarette, her anger visibly building as Yuria desperately pleads, Please don't misunderstand. A powerful wave of rage consumes Yuria. The cigarette burns intensely in her mouth, surrounded by a furious red and black aura as she utters her sister's name, Yuria. Enveloped in a furious purple aura, Yuria smokes intensely, her face twisted in a mask of pure rage as she demands to know the whereabouts of that Satan bastard, clearly referring to Dodd. Faced with the tense atmosphere, Dodd Campbell hurriedly waved his hand to explain. He admitted the situation looked strange, but it was really just a misunderstanding. St. Lucian closed her eyes and explained that Dodd had to act that way to keep his distance from Yuria, to avoid being affected by the girl's curse of division. Dodd added that the reason he used chains on Yuria was simply because it was the only thing he could find in the emergency. There was no time to choose. Lucian drew on her cigarette, her gaze distant. She revealed a shocking truth. Yuria was her sister, the only relative she had just been reunited with after many years apart. Dodd gave a thumbs up, indicating he understood. Of course, St. Lucian, I'm well aware of that. But Lucian immediately cut him off. That's the problem. Lucian looked directly at Dodd, her eyes sharp and full of suspicion. She asked through gritted teeth how someone like him could know these things. Dodd's smile became strained. He realized he had spoken out of turn. At first, Lucian was only angry about the chains, but after hearing his story, her suspicion only grew. Lucian continued to press him, asking how a man from an obscure baronial family could know about her relationship with Yuria, and even best a holy knight in single combat. She was curious about the source of Dodd's knowledge and skills. The real answer flashed through Dodd's mind. It was all thanks to memories from playing the original game. But he quickly covered by saying, "Well, Saintess." Yuria looked up in surprise. Dodd hurried to correct himself, saying it was something he had discussed with Headmistress Adelante and therefore could not reveal casually. Dodd tried to reassure Lucian. "What I can say for certain is that I stand with you, and with Yuria as well." He affirmed his support for both sisters. Lucian snuffed out her cigarette, her face pensive. She called him by his full name, Dodd Campbell. After a moment's thought, Lucian decided to let it slide for the time being. She acknowledged that Dodd had fought for her, helping her escape the Pope's clutches. And the truth was he had taken good care of Yuria. Dodd looked at Yuria, who remained with her head bowed. He knew he couldn't reveal everything, but Lucian was not easily satisfied. "Even if that's not your real identity, I need to know what you're planning, and how much you know. I need to know everything." Faced with Lucian's demand, Dodd began to reveal a staggering secret. He explained that in the Pope's scheme, Yuria and Lucian were essential pawns. The scene shifted to a mysterious laboratory. It was called the Homunculus Project. The title Saint was not something Lucian was born with. She had been created, assembled from various materials. Dodd continued, explaining that Lucian's divine power had been artificially constructed, and Yuria existed to support and amplify that power. That's how the Pope planned to build his own paradise, a heaven governed by his own definition of justice. Back in the present, Dodd concluded, but everything collapsed when Yuria escaped. He warned that the Pope would not stop. He had only relaxed his control while they were here. Yuria and Lucian sat together, listening to Dodd's warning. He emphasized that they needed to prepare thoroughly during this precious window. The scene moved to the Academy building. After hearing all the secrets, Lucian looked at Dodd and asked the question she'd been holding back. "Who are you, really?" Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared before Dodd. "Main quest, Child King. The Academy will be attacked in 3 days." Aware of the impending threat, Dodd led everyone to a heavily guarded area. He introduced them to the Heart of the Star, a giant glowing crystal. Dodd explained this was a holy device, a relic left by a seraph, functioning as a protective barrier for the entire Academy. The group entered the Great Hall together. Although Dodd admitted he had used his authority to gain entry, Lucian remained skeptical, asking whether this thing would actually help them. Dodd replied calmly. He flipped the situation back, asking St. Lucian whether she had criticized him for leading someone with chains. "But isn't your action even worse?" Hit in the soft spot, Lucian was momentarily flustered, but quickly regained her cold demeanor, saying it was because she couldn't ignore the curse of division. Lucian explained her plan. She would have Yuria wear a hood and lead her with chains, pretending to escort someone possessed for an exorcism. That way, they could enter the sanctuary without suspicion, since ordinary students never come here. Once inside, Dodd asked Yuria to remove her hood. Then he turned and asked St. Lucian and an orange-haired girl accompanying them to wait outside. The orange-haired girl, Aaliyah, a knight, immediately refused. She declared her duty was to protect the Saintess and to keep an eye on Dodd as well. Lucian agreed with Aaliyah. She admitted she couldn't fully trust Dodd yet. The group stood in a wide hall facing the glowing heart of the star. Aaliyah displayed her knowledge, explaining that the heart of the star was made of the same material as Uria's sword and was a sacred relic not to be approached, let alone touched. Seeing this, Dodd praised her as an hero candidate, which made Aaliyah feel relieved and a bit proud. Still, Lucian smiled and said the reason she brought Dodd here was because faith in the Creator had guided this meeting. Uria clasped her hands to her chest, expressing gratitude to Lucian. She understood the saintess's status and was thankful to have been brought here. Lucian gently handed the chain to Aaliyah, asking her to take good care of her sister, a symbolic gesture of entrusting responsibility. Aaliyah took the chain and solemnly promised to protect Uria well, thanking Lucian for her trust. At that moment, Uria began to explain the rules of the world. She said demons could intervene in the human world without restriction, but angels were different. Dodd continued, saying that angels must follow the rules that maintain the world, so they couldn't intervene freely like the lesser angels he had encountered. Lucian decided she would wait outside. Now Uria was connected to Aaliyah by the chain, while Lucian stood apart. Uria smiled confidently, asserting that if anything happened she could protect herself. Because the hero possessed the purest and strongest heart among humans, and angels would intervene in the world through them. Lucian looked at Aaliyah with understanding. It was the natural reason a saintess like her would trust Aaliyah. Aaliyah blushed slightly, feeling very proud inside, even though she was still only a hero candidate. Aaliyah promised she would not let anything happen here. Uria replied that she would not let anyone come near her. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. At that moment, a burst of blue energy suddenly erupted from the heart of the star. Dodd reacted immediately, drawing his sword to block the surge of power. Dodd stood shielding the giant, radiant heart of the star, his sword ready to fight, protecting the two girls behind him. Aaliyah froze in astonishment, a small black smudge from the energy blast marking the tip of her nose. Dodd's expression hardened, a mix of anger and worry. He had not anticipated this sudden incident. Uria was also terrified, her eyes wide with fear at the spectacle that had unfolded. Meanwhile, outside, sensing the chaos within, St. Lucian calmly lit a cigarette. She took a long drag, her face pensive as her thoughts began to connect the events. Dodd's mysterious role and knowledge once again became focal points in her calculations. She thought to herself that if Dodd knew about the homunculus project, his intelligence network must be formidable. Although she still could not fully trust Dodd, Lucian realized there must be some reason why both Uria and hero candidate Aaliyah trusted and followed him. Lucian concluded that Dodd was not the type to act recklessly or cause trouble for no reason. Suddenly, a figure of an angel with enormous pure white wings appeared above Dodd, radiating brilliant light and heralding that a momentous event was about to occur. Aaliyah screamed in terror as a blinding light appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes. A celestial being had descended. Uria was equally stunned, her eyes widening as she saw huge, pristine white wings right beside her. From above, an angel with pink hair and resplendent wings radiated a commanding aura. Dodd recognized this as an inverted Class A angel, a rank far higher than he'd expected. Dodd briefly remembered an angel he'd encountered before, but this presence felt completely different. Aaliyah was also surprised. She had expected only a low-ranking angel to appear and hadn't anticipated such a powerful being. Dodd had to admit the situation was entirely beyond his expectations. The angel looked down at Dodd and the others and spoke with authority. "I understand." Aaliyah only sighed. She knew matters involving the celestial realm were always unpredictable like this. The angel landed gently. Wherever her feet touched, the ground seemed to tremble. She looked straight at Dodd and said, "I remember you." As she stepped closer, the angel continued, "You have met my soldiers before." Dodd asked in astonishment, "Wait, could you be the angel from then?" The angel calmly confirmed, "Yes, I was there then too." Dodd immediately grew suspicious. He guessed her intent. "So, now it's time to attack my mind and inject ritual, isn't it?" The angel simply stared at him, prompting Dodd to ask again, "Isn't that the case?" Dodd tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. He knew the angel wouldn't let him go easily. By the rules, they couldn't interfere directly with the physical world, so they'd strike the mind. Their goal wasn't cruel punishment, but just enough to stop those who dared act recklessly. Dodd thought to himself that an ordinary player would be eliminated from the game immediately. But why could he still stand? There had to be something unusual. Suddenly the angel spoke, cutting off Dodd's thoughts. "I listened because your thoughts were rather interesting." Dodd froze. He stumbled backward, the sword slipping from his hand. He hadn't expected the angel to read his thoughts. Dodd gritted his teeth, furious at being seen through. The angel seemed to sense it too, thinking briefly, At first, I only intended a simple warning. The angel looked at Dodd with cold eyes and said, "But the blasphemous act you committed seems very deliberate." Dodd growled, no longer concealing his defiance. "WH? Whatever it is, then act already." The angel smirked. "Good. I believe you are prepared." Instantly, an invisible force crashed down, making Dodd scream in pain. A strange sensation enveloped Dodd as his mind was pulled into another space. The scene shifted wildly. Dodd found himself thrown into an abstract space. He stood on a floating slab surrounded by countless gigantic cubes resembling circuit boards. Contrary to the initial pain, Dodd was now completely calm. He scanned the strange world with sharp eyes and realized, this is my mental space. Inside the mental space, the angel was utterly perplexed. She wondered, what is this? Why? Why is there nothing here? She looked around and saw only emptiness. A mental space should display some scene reflecting a person's moral tendencies. The angel looked at Dodd standing with his arms crossed, baffled. So why is it in this empty state? She began to doubt her judgment. So he's neither good nor evil. A twinge of regret crept into the angel's mind. Did I make a mistake handling this alone? The more she thought, the more frustrated she became. I should have just let the soldiers handle it. The angel bit her nails, completely at a loss. What do I do now? How do you punish a person like this? I can't believe someone like this exists. Meanwhile, Dodd remained utterly calm. He thought to himself, the formation of a mental space means my soul has a gap. This is exactly what I was aiming for. Back in reality, Dodd's body lay unconscious on the floor. His plan was playing out in his mind. Once a space connecting to my soul is formed, someone will rush in like a madman. Yuria could only kneel and watch in silence, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the mental space began to change. The angel asked in surprise, "What is this? Did you close off your mental space yourself?" Dodd replied, "Impossible. I can't even create it on my own." The cubes started turning deep purple, and strange veins of energy spread everywhere, signaling a terrifying transformation. The angel sensed another source of energy intruding. She tensed and stared into the darkness. Dodd stared into the void, his eyes reflecting anticipation. "It's coming." The angel turned back, bewildered, and asked, "Coming? What is coming?" She looked into the pitch black ahead but felt nothing. "I don't sense anything. How strange." Slowly a figure emerged behind the angel, a girl with long white hair, black horns, and an eerie smile. She was a white demon fragment. The moment the demon appeared in his mind, a scythe-shaped sigil flared on Dodd's chest. He braced himself against the surge of this connecting power. The angel jolted around, terrified to realize a demon was right here. The white fragment's eyes flashed with deadly light. Immediately, ribbons of purple energy bound the angel, covering her eyes. A system window popped up announcing, "Deadly allure activated." The demon's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Ah, I've found you." Another notification appeared. "A white demon fragment has taken notice of you." Dodd smirked. The sigil on his chest grew clearer. "Good, stick to the plan." The demon grinned seductively, fangs bared. It whispered to the bound angel, "My partner." The scythe sigil on Dodd's chest blazed, symbolizing the dangerous bond between him and the summoned white demon fragment. The demon's voice echoed through the mental space, haunting and hungry. "I have waited endlessly, just to see you." Demonic ribbons also coiled around Dodd. He gritted his teeth to endure. The demon's voice continued, "To behold you." Dodd told himself, "Just follow the plan, KH." The angel was almost completely bound, only one eye exposed in shock and panic. The demon's eerie laughter rang out, signaling its victory. A system window appeared announcing, "Power, temptation, and skill, deadly allure have collided." The white demon fragment held the bewitched angel tightly, declaring possession. "I want you." Inside Dodd's mental space, the divine power, charm, and the skill, lethal allure were clashing violently. A demonic entity with white hair, black horns, and a long tongue was ravenous. The white demon hovered, looking down at Dodd bound below and saying she wanted him. Dodd could only ask back in confusion. The white demon drew close and licked Dodd's cheek with her long tongue. He gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself that if he gave in here, he'd immediately become a slave to his own soul. At that moment, a voice rang out, cutting through. A girl with short blonde hair and pure white angel wings appeared and ordered the demon to stop. The angel yanked hard on a strand of energy, throwing the white demon off balance, who screamed in alarm. The angel turned and ordered Dodd to stop struggling and stay still. Dodd worriedly wondered whether an ordinary angel could face a demon like this. Interrupted, the white demon growled, grinding her teeth in fury and warning the newcomer not to interfere. She crazily lunged at the angel, screaming in rage. A thunderous punch was thrown, aimed straight at the angel's face. The punch landed, producing an extremely powerful impact. The white demon roared in fury, her hair flying from the blow. A few feathers from the angel's wing fluttered down. An explosion of energy erupted from the clash of the two powerful beings. Contrary to her opponent's fury, the angel just clicked her tongue, her face showing clear annoyance. The white demon tumbled through the air, with an additional mask appearing on her face. A blinding attack of light struck the wall of the mental space. While the two of them fought, Dodd broke free of his bindings and smiled with calculation. He spoke up, calling to the white demon, and warning that if she dared touch the angel, he'd not let it pass. The white demon, pinning the angel down, immediately turned to Dodd and asked if he was the one she wanted. Dodd shouted, demanding the white demon release the angel at once, and saying he'd deal with her afterward. He emphasized that they'd meet again anyway, so she'd better obey. The white demon looked intrigued, her eyes glowing red in the dark. She asked if this was a promise. Dodd confirmed it was a promise, but he also didn't forget to threaten, saying the promise would sooner or later come true if she didn't comply. Dodd played his trump card, asking where a person's soul would go if they died in the mental space, and saying he'd jump from there. Dodd's threat seemed to work. The white demon glanced at him and spoke with loaded meaning. Rather than anger, the white demon laughed delightedly at Dodd's audacity. She asked if he was threatening her, and Dodd calmly admitted it. The white demon chuckled and agreed to Dodd's promise. Seeing that, he ordered her to leave immediately. Before leaving, the white demon didn't forget to remind Dodd to keep his word. He replied coldly, "Okay." The white demon gradually faded into the space, leaving a message that she would certainly return later to take his soul. Back in reality, Dodd thought to himself that everything had played out according to the original script. With this, the angel owed him a favor. He flashed a triumphant smile, reaffirming his thought. The angel, clearly very displeased, asked Dodd what he wanted in return for the favor. What Dodd requested was a star iron ingot, an extremely rare item. Afterward, Dodd met Yuria, older sister, on a long bench. She was utterly surprised to learn he received the star iron ingot directly from an angel. Dodd explained he would use it to craft an item to weaken the severing curse. Another girl, Yuria, stepped forward and asked Dodd whether one ingot would be enough. Dodd reassured her that he had prepared another ingot. He elaborated on the properties of star iron. It amplifies holy power, is nearly indestructible, and can only be damaged by itself or hellmetal. Yuria understood the gravity of the situation, that to break the strange curse on the saintess's younger sister, they had even had to encounter an angel. Dodd confirmed that the real battle had not yet begun, prompting Yuria to ask in surprise what battle he meant. Yuria looked at Dodd with a probing gaze. She felt he was hiding something and asked him directly. Dodd fell into thought. A system window popped up, announcing an upcoming event. King's Boy Academy Attack Incident D1. All three girls, including Yuria, the younger sister with black hair, demanded that Dodd tell them the truth so they could prepare as well. Dodd's eyes hardened with resolve. He decided to tell them everything and asked them to listen carefully. The scene shifted to a large school with an old clock tower. Dodd vowed that they had to save this school. The view swept over students on campus. A silver-haired female student was intently taking notes with a fountain pen. Another female student with purple hair and safety goggles was focused on welding something. A male student with blonde hair, and his face shadowed, gave off an air of mystery. Two other male students were chatting. One with red hair was confident they'd take first place, saying no one could beat them in tomorrow's final outdoor training. While other students walked together, Dodd quietly walked alone across the schoolyard. He reflected on these students. They lived ordinary lives, unaware of the truth or the threats lurking nearby. He thought about himself, someone with no memories of school life in the outside world, and thus unable to truly sense it. His train of thought was cut off by a strange voice. Someone asked him if he was used to always being alone like that. Dodd looked up and saw a mysterious woman in a tight black outfit, cloaked and wearing a mask with blazing orange hair. He asked her in surprise who she was. The masked woman stared directly at Dodd, her eyes sharp. She answered mysteriously that she was a butterfly effect. In a grand hall, Dodd, a young man in a neat suit, stands on the staircase looking down. Across from him is a mysterious girl dressed head to toe in black. She speaks, saying that all the devotion and effort Dodd has poured in is what brought her here. The mysterious girl stares straight at Dodd, her eyes sharp. She repeats that it was his efforts that brought her here, then calls his name Dodd. Dodd looks surprised at the girl's words. He mumbles about that little disciple and then asks bluntly, "Who are you?" To his shock, the mysterious girl appears behind Dodd in an instant, making him start. Playfully, she says that since he always thinks one step ahead, she expected a cunning strategist. not someone who looks so ordinary. Her gloved hand touches Dodd's collar, leaving him utterly astonished. She continues her taunt, wondering if that unremarkable appearance is precisely what makes him different. Dodd is stunned. He can't believe someone like her could manipulate him so easily. He wonders if any character like her existed in the original storyline, and why she understands his situation so completely. Against the backdrop of an ancient castle, Dodd loudly demands that the girl reveal her identity. She merely smiles and replies that she is his most ardent fan. Still reeling, Dodd is pulled close as the mysterious girl links her arm with his. He blushes and looks uncomfortable. She reaffirms her position, saying she's not one of those nuisances who swarm him, but rather someone who loathes them. Dodd racks his brains, trying to dredge up memories of demonic forces to trace the girl's origins. But it all seems futile. Suddenly, the mysterious girl produces a white card, the one she just took from Dodd. "Aha, here's the key," she says, as if she's achieved her goal. Holding the card, she taunts Dodd that he's left too many openings. Dodd immediately realizes and shouts, demanding she give it back at once. Dodd is frantic and anxious. He screams in despair because the situation is urgent, yet he doesn't understand why the system hasn't issued a danger alert. The mysterious girl shifts the subject, mentioning the supporting female character and those who constantly surround Dodd, calling them clingy leeches. She declares she wants to wipe them all out to clear her view, since they don't understand the real Dodd at all. With a piercing gaze, the girl asserts that only she truly understands Dodd. Holding the card, she continues to insist that she alone in this world exists to do that. Only her. Then the mysterious girl tosses the card away, leaving a streak of light in the air. The white card hovers in midair, carrying some mysterious significance. Dodd is stunned when the girl says that to have the right to stand boldly before him, only a villain like her deserves it. Even demons aren't on that level. Her sharp eyes lock on Dodd. She suggests he's surely prepared to face the minor warlord, right? Perched on a high rock overlooking the city, she reveals a staggering truth. Valkis's invasion set for tomorrow would have failed completely. But if it strikes today, can Dodd cope? Dodd is utterly speechless at this news. His plan has been completely disrupted, and now he faces an unforeseen danger. The mysterious girl looks at Dodd provocatively, saying she truly wants to place even greater expectations on him and is confident he won't disappoint her. Terrifying cracks suddenly appear across the city's sky, signaling imminent collapse. Smiling with delight at the chaos she has sown, the mysterious girl whispers, "Make me fall for you even more." In stark contrast to the ominous sky, in a quiet corner of the academy courtyard, Trisha with her orange hair is leisurely enjoying her meal, murmuring that the sauce has a gentle sweetness, and savoring another peaceful day. A girl in clerical robes with blonde hair strikes up a conversation with Trisha, asking if her workload is too much and mentioning she heard Trisha is also taking a private training course. The two girls sit at an outdoor table. Trisha admits that even within the Holy Academy people are talking about her as a leading candidate for the warrior position. The robed friend teases that she's the school's star behaving innocently, but Trisha simply replies that she doesn't care about that. The robed girl adds that she knows Trisha's dedication to training is thanks to her fan club, and everyone praises her. Truly the demeanor of a warrior candidate. Trisha is a bit surprised and embarrassed to learn her fan club still exists. She hadn't expected it could inspire the other students so much. The robed girl shifts the topic to Dodd, saying he clearly quelled a disturbance last time. She cheerfully notes that their relationship seems to be progressing and teases Trisha that she probably isn't shy around him anymore. Trisha grows slightly flustered and stammers. The conversation eases into a deeper perspective about how a normal person is perceived. Trisha is silent for a moment, then admits she still feels she has many imperfections, showing her humility. The robed girl begins giving examples of extraordinary power, like subduing and slaying a great demon beast or wiping out enemies in the blink of an eye. Trisha closes her eyes and listens to her friend. The robed girl concludes that compared to those extraordinary individuals, a warrior candidate is only someone a bit stronger than average. A simple yet harsh truth. Suddenly a strange noise rings out, making Trisha start in fright. She panics and asks, "What's happening?" Chaos erupts everywhere. Other students look up in alarm, shouting that the protective barrier has cracked wide open. They don't understand what's happening and wonder if this is a drill. A blonde student and another girl wearing glasses insist this is not a drill. The situation is dire, and they shout for everyone to take shelter inside immediately. The barrier's rupture seems to trigger a powerful shock of energy, causing even someone with purple hair who had been sleeping to spit up blood. In another room, a red-haired girl with small horns senses the danger. A command is given. Everyone should grip their weapons and be ready to fight. From below, the city's protective shield, hexagonal in structure, shatters into glass-like fragments, revealing the pitch-black night sky. Trisha looks up at the sky with a desperate expression. She knows that once Serapin's barrier cracks, the demons will soon scent and come. In horror, she realizes, this wasn't in your calculations, was it, Daw? Amid the chaos, a dark-haired girl wearing a single-lensed eye patch acts quickly and rushes toward the rift in the sky. The dark-haired girl concentrates her energy. Both hands emit a powerful green light, indicating she's preparing to cast some kind of magic. A massive green energy beam is fired, colliding with the crumbling barrier in what appears to be an effort to patch it or slow its collapse. Hovering in the air, the eye patch-haired girl calls out Dodd's name loudly, reporting that everything is happening far earlier than expected. She stares at the rift with worry and suspicion, thinking that if even this is part of Dodd's plan, he'll owe them many explanations. Beneath the cracking sky stands a towering clock tower, its hands still moving as a grim reminder that time is running out. Right atop the clock tower, a massive, deep purple magic circle appears, shaking violently, signaling that the invasion gate has fully opened. From the dark magic circle, countless dragons and grotesque monsters begin to pour out, their roars echoing across the sky, signaling that a massacre is about to begin. Below on the ground, chaos reigns. Amidst people screaming and fleeing, a commander tries to restore order, shouting for everyone to quickly follow Talion's orders to organize the defense. Through the panicked streets, the command is given for everyone to run indoors immediately to take shelter. The monsters have poured in, and the top priority now is to ensure the safety of the new students at all costs. A roar resounds as a gigantic, clawed foot slams into the ground, heralding the arrival of an even larger monster. Before them stands a massive humanoid beast, muscles rippling, earth-yellow skin, and numerous blood-red eyes atop its head. It bares its sharp teeth and towers over the swarm of lesser demons, creating a truly terrifying sight. At that moment, a mysterious figure appears, his hand radiating a sinister purple energy. He mutters, wondering how the enemy could have announced the timing of the attack in advance. That figure is Talion, a young man with blonde hair and eyes that emit purple light. He smiles arrogantly and tauntingly, calling out to Dodd, "Whatever tricks you've prepared, don't make me wait. I'm bored of waiting." A giant reptilian monster with blue scales and a white skullcap on its head roars ferociously, signaling a sudden, chaotic attack. Immediately after, a male student screams in panic for help as a horrifying yellow monster, covered in countless eyes and jagged jaws, lunges toward him. A close-up of the student's face shows sheer terror. He is truly confronting imminent death. At the critical moment, a figure rushes in, Professor Elfin, who moves quickly to rescue the endangered student. Professor Elfin yells at the student to calm down and orders everyone to evacuate into the building immediately. Another red-haired professor restrains the student, warning him not to perform meaningless acts of bravery in this situation. Professor Elfin stands there, annoyed, realizing the situation is deteriorating. As he feared, the Academy's magical shield begins to crack. The problem isn't limited to the monsters inside the school. As headmaster, Professor Elfin tries to maintain the barrier. He worries that if the shield breaks, all the kings of ruin targeting Elfante will converge, and that surge of energy could affect the Void region. Someone else witnesses Elfin's actions and shouts, baffled as to why the headmaster is doing that, highlighting internal tension and lack of information. Meanwhile, a blonde man and a nun are shouting frantically, urging students to run faster and get inside for safety. Savage monsters have overrun the area. Warnings continue to blare, telling everyone not to fight but to evacuate immediately. The Academy guards take positions. The captain orders Team 1 to continue evacuating students, while Team 2 holds the line here. The guards form up, bravely facing the charging horde. They are determined to stop them at all costs. But the monsters' force is overwhelming. They sweep through the guard line easily. One soldier is bitten and killed on the spot. From afar, the protagonist Dodd Campbell watches it all. He is stunned to realize this is not what he had planned. His plan. All of his plans have completely collapsed. Dodd stands frozen amid the chaos, unable to believe what is happening. Monsters scatter, the barrier shatters. This situation shouldn't exist in the scenario Dodd had anticipated. Dodd sinks into despair. If things had gone according to his plan, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Then a voice calls his name, Dodd Campbell. A sword swings, drenched in monster blood. The newcomer coldly asks Dodd, "Didn't you hear the evacuation order?" It's Elnor, the student council president. She appears in military uniform, composed and formidable after slaying a monster. Elnor looks at Dodd with sharp, calculating eyes. She knows she must think and find a way to handle the situation. Dodd's eyes reflect determination as well. He knows he must find a way to turn things around. They stand facing each other amid the chaos. Elnor questions why Dodd is here instead of evacuating, while Dodd keeps calculating, convinced there must be a way to survive. At the same time, a student council member, a bespectacled girl, rushes over, shouting that the entire student council needs to assemble. The council member calls to Elnor, but Elnor coldly replies, "Go ahead," her expression showing she has made up her mind. Dodd turns to Elnor and pleads, "Can you trust me this one time? If you come with me, we can save this school." Behind them, the council girl shouts for Elnor to return immediately. To convince Elnor, Dodd begins listing events he's handled in the past. "Please think about what I've done so far. The Count's incident, the monster incident, the assassination, and the terrorist attack on the ship." Dodd admits he's an odd person, but insists Elnor knows he's not someone who acts recklessly. The bespectacled girl from the student council doesn't give up and shouts, "Elnor, take that guy and come here now." She continues, "What are you doing, student council president?" Elnor only falls silent, bowing her head, lost in thought and torment. After a moment of hesitation, Elnor finally makes a decision. She apologizes, then turns to Dodd and says, "This is my last trust in you." "Thank you, ma'am, this way," Dodd exclaims and leads the way. The two run off, leaving the student council girl stunned, calling after them in vain, "Hey, Elnor, Elnor." Watching their backs, the student council girl can only mutter helplessly, "Idiot." Along the way, Dodd explains to Elnor that the monsters originate from the clock tower, and there will be stronger creatures around it. Dodd adds that with just the two of them they can't handle all the monsters, so they need assistance. Suddenly, a group in black cloaks appears to block their path. Dodd asks them for help, but someone in the group coldly replies that they are merely envoys of the holy nation. Dodd immediately recognizes their identity. He snaps that there's no time to argue over rank, pointing at them. "You are exorcist mages under the Pope, sent here to supervise me, aren't you?" Facing the cloaked group, Dodd demands they stop pretending. He knows their true purpose. Dodd states plainly, "I know I recently provoked the Pope, and that's why you were dispatched. The real delegation must be with the professors now." Dodd turns to Elnor and clarifies that this group's sole purpose is to monitor him. Then he faces them again and yells for help, because he's the one the Pope is watching and in danger. However, Sekab, the masked woman leading the group, coldly replies, "Even if that's true, isn't it enough if only you survive?" Those words leave Dodd stunned. He realizes they're willing to let Alphonte fall as long as he survives. Even if he makes it through this, he will lose the war against Valcassus. In desperation, Dodd reaches out mentally to another place, calling Sira's Dreamur's name. He says he knows where the item she's seeking is. At the same time, in a recording studio, Sira's hears his call and remarks, "But this isn't a game." Close up on Sira's eyes as she speaks to Dodd from afar, telling him his life is real. Dodd screams in despair, knowing that in reality countless people will die. He begs Sira's for help for his own sake. Elnor silently watches Dodd as he declares he won't hesitate to use any means to win. Dodd continues his plea, accepting that even if every villain in the world clings to and tortures him, he will do it. He yells, "Sira's Dreamur, answer me." At Dodd's desperate, determined declaration, Sekab, the masked exorcist mage, merely clicks her tongue, seeming somewhat intrigued. Sekab, the masked exorcist mage, stares at Dodd and warns in a cautionary tone, "You'd better be telling the truth, Dodd Campbell." Immediately after Sekab's words, a system panel appears before Dodd, deadly charm activated. "And Master Assassin Sira's shows interest in you." His plea has been answered. After confirming Dodd's resolve, Sekab orders her subordinate, Bisla, intervene. Instantly, Sekab and her two subordinates remove their heavy cloaks, revealing sleek, form-fitting assassin outfits underneath. They are ready to act, ending Chapter 50 with a surprising turn. The scene opens with the Big Ben clock tower looming against a bruised purple sky streaked with eerie cracks, signaling an impending catastrophe. A massive jaw with slimy, razor-sharp fangs snarls, ready to devour everything. Countless grotesque monsters begin to appear, from malformed golems to savage orcs. From above, three cloaked figures in black face off against a giant wolf-like monster, preparing for an uneven battle. Meanwhile, Dowd Campbell looks confused and anxious. He says, "I don't know what you know about me or how you found out." But Elnor cuts him off sharply. "We'll leave that for later." Her eyes show the situation is far more urgent. A masked female swordsman with golden hair draws her blade. The sword flashes a fierce golden light, poised to fight. Suddenly, a cat-eared figure with purple hair and a sinister grin appears. She taunts, "Then you'll have to answer for what you said, Dowd Campbell." Immediately, the masked swordswoman jumps into the fray, quickly taking down one monster and skillfully attacking others. One of the cloaked figures is also fighting fiercely. He exclaims in astonishment, "This power is absurd." Dowd turns to Elnor, whom he calls Chairwoman, urging, "We don't have time, Chairwoman. We need to get to the clock tower now." He points toward the tower and adds, "An enemy is waiting at the top." Elnor responds with skepticism, "Waiting? You mean he's deliberately waiting for us?" Seeing Dowd falter, she snaps, "If you're going to make excuses, stop." She stares at Dowd and says, "Since I met you, not a single word has been sincere. You always hide things or evade them." Then her tone softens, "But that behavior always has its reasons. That's why I'm by your side now." Together, they move toward the clock tower in the glow of sunset. Elnor says, "You don't need to come up with clever excuses. Just focus on what you have to do." Dowd thanks her for understanding. Elnor looks at him and remarks, "You certainly have many strange sides, but you also seem kind in your own way." The unexpected compliment leaves Dowd slightly surprised. He falls silent and listens, his face showing a hint of embarrassment at Elnor's perceptiveness. Suddenly, a huge, grotesque monster blocks their path. Dowd explains it's a creature from the original Flash Terror, with near-infinite regenerative ability, making it impossible to kill. The only way is to lure it away from the clock tower. Dowd anxiously asks Elnor, "Can you draw its attention?" Contrary to Dowd's worry, Elnor coldly draws her sword and declares, "I'll slice right through it." Without hesitation, she charges at the giant monster, swinging a powerful strike. Determination flashes in Elnor's eyes. Dowd can't believe it, wondering in shock, is she really going to cut it? Elnor unleashes a series of golden slashes toward the monster. But at that moment, Dowd spots another danger and yells a warning, "Chairwoman left." Hearing Dowd's warning, Elnor's eyes widen in shock as she realizes the incoming threat. A massive arm of the creature crashes down from above, aiming straight at Elnor's position. Dowd can only scream in horror as he sees Elnor about to be crushed, the ground beneath her beginning to crack. In the critical moment, Elnor manages to react. She creates a blinding burst of light to evade the attack. Immediately, a blazing red streak of light flashed, seeming like a razor-sharp counterstrike against the monster. Elnor successfully parried the blow. Her face shone with determination. Her sword had stopped the devastating strike. Her hat flew off, white hair whipping in the wind. Elnor gathered her strength and swung an immensely powerful strike at the monster's body. But as a result of the impact, her sword snapped. Surprise registered across her face. Dowd realized the harsh truth. A monster that even Tristan's swordsmanship can't handle. He understood this creature had been designed from the start to be unkillable. Dowd was caught in a dilemma. "There's no time, I have to get up the tower, but I can't leave Elnor like this." Just then, Elnor called his name, Dowd Campbell. Though exhausted and wounded, Elnor resolutely said, "Even if I have to die, save Elfante." Dowd was utterly stunned by her words. He could only stammer, "What?" With eyes sharp as blades, Elnor shouted, as if to rally him, "You're not going to lose your fighting spirit just because my sword broke, are you?" She loudly intoned her full name like an oath, Elnor Eriniriza la Tristan. In that moment, a horrifying realization flashed through Dowd's mind. He monologued inwardly, "No matter how the system is, no matter what the original story says." He looked at Elnor with a completely new awareness. She is someone who must never show weakness. Then the final truth revealed itself in Dowd's mind as he watched her back. She was destined to become the final boss of this world. He called her Chairwoman. Elnor replied, "Yes," then added in a low, sorrowful tone, "This may be the last time, so I'll say one thing." Dowd asked in surprise, "What?" and leaned in close to listen, while Elnor kept a calm but melancholic expression. After hearing Elnor's whispered words, Dowd was completely frozen. He couldn't speak, only stared at her in stunned disbelief. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, a reminder of its terrifying presence. Elnor's eyes burned a frightening red. She was ready for the final battle, a fight she knew she could not retreat from. She poured every remaining ounce of strength into the assault, charging the monster and unleashing her fiercest attacks. The monster's blood sprayed everywhere. Elnor, like a true goddess of war, used her own life to buy time and carve a path for Dowd. With eyes blazing with iron resolve, Elnor bore the mission of sacrifice, holding the monster in place so Dowd could move forward. While Elnor fought to the death, Dowd reached the tower's summit. From there he could clearly see the source of the catastrophe, a massive golden magical barrier enveloping the entire city. At the tower's peak, a blond man with an arrogant face waited. He curled his lip and said, "I just wanted to say this to that face, but youth truly is a wonderful thing." Dowd, panting and exhausted, had to kneel after climbing the tower. The blond enemy looked at him and taunted, "Even in this situation, you really came to stop me." He continued, "Come to think of it, we had a bet with each other, didn't we?" Dowd lifted his face, eyes blazing, and spat each word. "That bet. I'm here to win it." In a vast hall, Valkassis, known as the Young King, faces Dowd Campbell. A rolling purple aura of dark magic swirls around Valkassis, revealing his tremendous power. He speaks, initiating a fateful confrontation. With a look of hatred, Valkassis declares that he despises demons and those who worship them. His eyes are full of long-suppressed rage and suffering. Dowd grips his sword hilt, responding with understanding. He knows Valkassis endured thousands of years shackled by demons. But Dowd also points out the contradiction of Valkassis choosing to cooperate with an enlightener seeking demonic power. Valkassis narrows his eyes and reveals the real reason behind his choice. It wasn't for power, but for a certainty, the certainty that he would obtain a free death, a release from an immortal life of torment. The scene shifts to the past, revealing a secret from the original story. A figure called the Enlightener made a pact with the young king, exploiting the boy's lifelong wish. His offer was, "I will give you the death you long for." And the price for that wish was a horrific mission. The young king must utterly wipe out the Elefante Academy. The image of the Enlightener in a hooded cloak and a mysterious mask appears, symbolizing a cruel conspiracy. For the young king, it was an escape. A life in which death was forbidden, whether voluntary or not, would finally have a certain end. His face, though scarred, shows a satisfied smile. That miserable life, strangled by the very people of the kingdom like golden chains, could finally end. The image of him standing alone in the inverted hall reflects the isolation and burden he has borne. After much reflection, the young king had no other choice. He had to make a decision, a choice that would change the fate of many. He tormented himself, wondering if it was right to entrust a life bound by demons to a villain. His inner self is torn between the desire for release and responsibility to the world. And finally, he decided. A burst of dark power erupted, indicating the young king's choice was sealed. He accepted the pact, regardless of the consequences. Back in the present, Dowd questions Valkassis. He asks whether Valkassis truly knows a way to save his kingdom when he made that promise. Dowd answers confidently, asserting that if he didn't know, he wouldn't be so assured. His sword flashes with magical light, ready for battle. Valkassis understands that Dowd will not back down. He also understands Dowd's stance. Because Valkassis only accepts death in an all-out battle, Dowd has no choice but to attack. Horrifying dark souls rise from Valkassis's sword, ready for combat. He challenges Dowd, demanding that his opponent fight with everything he has. The scene shifts to a group of girls. Trisha, the orange-haired girl, speaks up to warn them as the only one with experience. She tells the others to be careful not to bite their tongues. Yuria, the black-haired girl, cries out in shock. She can't believe everything is happening so quickly. Her face shows clear panic. Meanwhile, Lucian, the blonde, remains extremely calm. She puffs on a cigarette while advising everyone to set aside anything that might fall, then confidently says she has excellent balance. The three girls lie on a strange device. Trisha says to do as they like and that only experience will teach them. It seems they are about to undergo a special training session. Yuria, looking frightened, reaches to press the start button but hesitates at the last moment. She yells that she needs to brace herself first. Instantly, all three are hurled into the air by a chaotic surge of energy. Trisha screams in anger, cursing the so-called guidance of the experienced one. Clearly, this is not a pleasant experience. Back at the battle, Valkassis, in his demon form, challenges Dowd. He demands that Dowd prove his words are not mere boasting. Dowd suddenly falls into a panic. Reality rushes in and his mind freezes. He wonders what kind of attack Valkassis is using. He seems to have forgotten his combat plan. Fortunately, the panic lasts only a moment. Dowd quickly regains his composure, his brain beginning to analyze the situation like a pro gamer. 223 tentacles, laser beams zipping, phase 1, super easy. He has the attack pattern figured out. With the plan clear in his head, Dowd tightens his grip on the sword. He tells himself he'll easily block with his Tristan swordsmanship. Though he speaks boldly, is he truly as confident as he sounds? Dowd holds the sword tight, but inwardly he mocks his own bravado. He knows his courageous words only mask the anxiety inside. Instead of charging in, Dowd opts to dodge. He keeps moving, slipping through Valkassis's dark attacks, following the tactic he mapped out in his head: just evade. The demonic eyes from Valkassis's attacks taunt Dowd, asking why he won't fight and whether he's running away. They try to provoke him to break his plan. Another massive blast of dark energy fires out, producing ear-piercing sounds. Valkassis's power seems endless, filling the space. The monstrous mouths show their frustration at Dowd's evasions. They begin firing laser-like energy beams, ramping up the pressure on him. Dowd keeps moving, bouncing between the hall's pillars. He thinks to himself that a veteran gamer's dodge instincts are kicking in. His goal is to force Valkassis to switch combat modes, though he's worried, given his all-F stats, whether he'll actually die. A pitch-black sphere of energy hurtles toward Dowd at terrifying speed, a powerful strike from Valkassis. Suddenly, a horrific humanoid creature appears and emits a terrifying scream. Dowd recognizes it as the Flash Terror attack and exclaims in shock, "Elnor pulled it off?" indicating outside intervention. Dowd is stunned to notice a discrepancy from his knowledge. He recalls that in the game, when this monster dies, its brain or heart would explode, but here that did not happen. Mid-battle, Elnor with long platinum hair appears. She moves like the wind, streaking across the shattered battlefield, ready to fight. Meanwhile, one of Valkassis's demonic eyes gapes open, gathering a massive amount of dark energy in preparation for a devastating attack. Elnor charges boldly, her sword meeting a burst of light and energy head-on, showcasing her formidable power. Despite Elnor's efforts, Dowd is still blasted into a wall. Valkassis mocks him, asking whether he finally wants to fight for real. Though wounded and covered in dust, Dowd's gaze does not waver. His resolve grows stronger than ever. Valkassis in his demon form approaches the panicked Dowd. Dowd cries out for him to wait, seemingly unready for this direct confrontation. Valkassis's demonic eyes shine brightly. He declares that once this form is revealed, he cannot stop. This battle has reached its climax. Dowd is struck by a powerful blow. Valkassis looks at him with contempt, saying as expected Dowd is no match for him, but he will remember his bravery. Dowd is blasted backward by an immense force. His body cannot withstand Valkassis's overwhelming power. Valkassis's final attack, a sword bound in chains, suddenly halts right before Dowd. Even Valkassis is surprised by this unexpected intervention. From above, two figures dive down. It's Yuria and another ally. They declare they will stop Valkassis, the demon worshipper. Dowd's reinforcements have finally arrived. Lucian, the fashionable blonde, appears with a cigarette in her mouth. She calmly tells a surprised Dowd, "I came to save you." Yuria, now wearing a golden crown, is overjoyed to see Dowd safe. She shouts his name in relief. Trisha, the orange-haired girl, lands with force, creating a circle of energy under her feet, demonstrating her strength and readiness to fight. Trisha lands hard, then smiles at Dowd. She praises him for holding on well and teasingly asks if he remembers her. Dowd's gaze sweeps over the teammates who just arrived, Trisha, Lucian, and Yuria standing there safe. He exhales in relief, acknowledging they came at the perfect time. Though outwardly calm, inside he's screaming with joy, thinking if they'd been a second later, he'd be dead. Yuria eagerly steps closer to Dowd. She realizes the iron ring he gave really works. Now she can approach everyone without the curse holding her back. She hesitantly thanks Dowd, her face lighting up with happiness. The chains that once bound Yuria shatter and transform into a radiant stream of golden energy, wrapping around her body. Her curse is being converted into a new power. Witnessing that sight, Trisha and Lucian are astonished. Dowd looks at Yuria and says that's not all, hinting at an even greater secret about the ring's power. Dowd explains further. The curse released by wearing the ring doesn't disappear, it merely transforms into another form of energy. Then Yuria appears in an entirely new form. Dowd explains that the moment the curse vanishes, it converts into an immensely powerful attack buff. What remains is not a curse but a protective blessing. Yuria now shines in golden armor, becoming a strong and magnificent female warrior. The battle against the dark entity Valkassis officially begins. Faced with the creature's provocation, Yuria, younger sister, clad in shining golden armor, assumes a ready fighting stance. The enemy scoffs, believing it's time to end mere words. Amid the tense atmosphere, Dowd Campbell remains unnaturally calm. He recognizes the opponent's attack following a pattern he already knows, a huge advantage thanks to his metagame knowledge. Dowd roars, rallying the team's spirits. He insists that if everyone follows his instructions precisely, victory will surely be within reach. His confidence becomes the spark for the counterattack. Aaliyah pants, but her eyes blaze with fighting resolve. She shouts, reminding her teammates not to leave their positions even a single step, because in this battle formation is the key to survival. Lucian looks at Yuria, younger sister, with a grave expression. She knows that even the smallest mistake could lead to a tragic outcome for everyone. This is no longer a stroll, it's a real fight for life and death. Lucian's gaze sharpens as she focuses intensely, preparing for the next move. It seems she senses the dark power gathering from the enemy's side. Yuria, younger sister, smiles, a smile of freedom. It's the first time they've truly fought together without restraint, and she's ready to unleash her full power to protect everyone. Suddenly, Dowd shouts a warning. A deadly purple energy laser is racing toward them. Its speed tears the air as if it's being ripped apart. Unflinching, Dowd begins orchestrating a devastating combo. He orders Lucian to prepare prayer number 37 and tells Aaliyah to get ready for a breakthrough leap into the enemy's ranks. The three women coordinate smoothly under Dowd's direction. Yuria, younger sister, charges forward leading with her blazing sword, ready to cut down any obstacle before her at his command. The monster Valkassis opens its mouth full of sharp teeth, gathering an immense dark energy. A wide area attack is about to be unleashed, threatening to swallow anyone in its way. Facing the incoming laser, Lucian maintains the haughty demeanor of a saint. She scoffs at the enemy's doubt and trusts Dowd Campbell's plan absolutely. Boom, the energies collide violently, producing an explosion of blazing purple light. The entire clock tower square trembles under the monstrous impact. Yuria, younger sister, strains to hold the line. Despite the immense pressure, she stands firm, her sword and armor blocking the destructive energy. She exhales in relief as the attack is successfully stopped. But the danger isn't over. Dowd loudly announces an incoming tentacle assault. He carefully instructs Yuria how to dodge and counter, turning their combat movements into a deadly dance. Summoning all her strength, Yuria, younger sister, swings a sweeping slash, repelling the enemy's attacks. The force of her blade makes the air itself tremble. Though exhausted, Yuria insists she's fine. Her resilience is the strongest bulwark for the group right now. At that moment, Dowd orders the team to fall back to prepare for a new counter-strike. The sudden change of tempo starts to confuse the monster. Aaliyah, trusting Dowd absolutely, charges straight at the creature even though he'd warned that a single scratch could be fatal. She'd rather risk her life than miss the chance to strike. Lucian quickly casts a support spell. Under Dowd's directive, she pours all her mana into buffing Aaliyah's attack, creating a radiant aura around the orange-haired girl. Empowered by the saint's strength, Aaliyah launches like an arrow. She knows the monster is recharging its laser, and this is the golden moment to finish it. Across the shattered courtyard, Aaliyah aims straight for the heart of the dark entity. She's ready to unleash her most powerful technique with her teammates' support. Rapid slashes, a flurry of blazing consecutive strikes rips through Valkassis's defenses. Aaliyah executes the attack at terrifying speed, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. Valkassis begins to tremble as it realizes it's been completely read. The monster cannot fathom how this ragtag group can coordinate so flawlessly that every chance to retaliate is stripped away. Skepticism shows on Yuria's younger sister's face. She knows Lucian is powerful, but the way the team fights in such tight harmony, like they've trained together for years under Dowd's direction, is astonishing. The team's coordination is so perfect it's unbelievable. Under Dowd's command, every movement and every strike meshes seamlessly, leaving no gap for the enemy to exploit. Lucian, cigarette cocked arrogantly at her lips, is likewise amazed by this synchronization. She quickly urges Yuria, younger sister, to keep up the pressure and drive the monster into a corner. Dowd observes the situation with the keen eye of a seasoned tactician. He silently praises the team's effort as everything unfolds exactly according to the script he'd laid out. Sensing the moment is ripe, Dowd decides to ramp up the tempo. He tells Aaliyah to prepare a major strike to summon the power of a true guardian. Burst stream! A colossal torrent of fire erupts, tearing through the darkness and hurtling toward the entity Valkassis with unstoppable destructive force. Amid the choking smoke and flames, the creature's maniacal laughter still rings out. It refuses to yield, struggling to rise amid the rubble of the square. At this point, Aaliyah has complete faith in Dowd. She realizes his instructions aren't empty words, but the real key to defeating an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Dowd allows himself a knowing smile. This battle has proven that his metagame knowledge can make the impossible possible. We will win, he thinks to himself. Dowd's confidence makes Valkassis begin to panic. It screams in despair, daring the group to try and kill it if they can, even as it steadily loses control. The sky above the clock tower suddenly lights up with a gigantic purple magic circle. Raw arcane power churns, shaking the very space around the battlefield. Cracks like shattered mirrors begin to appear in the fabric of space. The impact of this confrontation is pushing beyond what this world can endure. Xena, the girl with the distinctive monocle, appears abruptly and announces that 10 precious minutes have passed. The situation becomes more urgent than ever. She warns Dowd Campbell that human power has its limits. The countdown has begun, and they no longer have 3 minutes. They have only 2 minutes left to finish this. The pressure of time bears down on everyone. Within less than 2 minutes, they must deliver a decisive blow to determine the outcome against this cunning dark entity. Lucian and Yuria, younger sister, continue to display top-tier coordinated skill. Magical beams and Yuria's sword slashes weave together into a dense web of attacks, encircling the enemy. Dowd shouts for the team not to worry, even if the monster changes its attack pattern. Every variable has already been calculated by him. He urges Aaliyah to stay close and prepare for a final finishing strike. Aaliyah gathers momentum, soaring into the air with her blazing sword ready to come down. Valkassis, smug, assumes Aaliyah's attack is too predictable. It prepares a counter, but suddenly falters when it realizes it's fallen into Dowd's trap. Aaliyah, flip and dodge now! Dowd's shout rings out just as a wave of dark tentacles lunges forward. Aaliyah performs an elegant somersault, narrowly escaping harm. Seizing the moment, Dowd tells Lucian to buff attack power to the max for the next coordinated strike. This is the time to play their trump card. Counter, Yuria, younger sister, bellows as she launches a lightning-fast counterattack. Chains of magic coil around her body with a shriek, ready to lock onto the target. A brutally powerful direct impact slams into Valkassis's face. The dark entity groans in agony as its defenses are torn apart by the force of holy power. Thick iron chains begin to tighten around the monster's limbs, pinning it in place. There is no retreat, no escape for Valkassis. Lucian steps forward with the bearing of a superior, her crimson eyes reflecting the holy flames surging around the magical chains that bind the enemy. She repeats her vow to protect Dowd at all costs and prepares to unleash her ultimate display of power. Exhaling a haughty plume of smoke, Lucian coldly declares, "It is time to repent, Valkassis." In the terrifying silence before the storm, the saint begins to gather her magic for the supreme punishment, ready to turn the entire clock tower into the judgment hall for this insidious dark entity. A pure shaft of holy light erupted, engulfing the entire clock tower as Lucian unleashed his ultimate power. Proof of faith, the demonstration of faith, was the final punishment that struck the being Valkassis. Bound by chains, Valkassis let out a pained roar as golden and dark energies erupted from his body. A massive wave of energy spread out, blasting both the Saintess and Lucian away. Valkassis's power had completely spiraled out of control. Watching the scene, Lucian gritted her teeth in worry. She couldn't understand how Valkassus could still stand after taking a fatal blow. Inside his madness, Valkassus screamed in his mind. He told himself he couldn't die like this alone, otherwise the kingdom couldn't be saved. Lucian immediately assumed a fighting stance, swinging her chain, determined to find a way to restrain the monster before her. Dark power poured endlessly from Valkassus, drowning everything around in frenzied howls. At that moment Ilya exhaled, her eyes flashing with resolve. She readied herself, realizing this was the only chance to end the battle. Ilya analyzed the situation. If a fatal strike to the heart couldn't fell him, the only option left was to cut off his head. But just as Ilya prepared to lunge, a voice stopped her. Dowd appeared unexpectedly, ordering her to hold back. He looked at her and gently said she'd done well. He ordered Ilya to get everyone out of the clock tower and let him finish the fight. Ilya couldn't believe her ears. She shouted, asking if Dowd had gone mad. Given how powerful the opponent was, why would he face him alone? A calm voice replied, asserting he wasn't crazy and he knew how strong the foe was. But if Ilya didn't withdraw, everyone would be pulled into the battle. The Saintess and Lucian stood watching from afar, both silent amid the tense situation. Ilya froze. Dowd said she had followed the plan very well, and from here on it was his part to play. Suddenly another voice rang out through the sea of flames, urging Ilya to trust. A man with long orange hair stood there, his silhouette radiating confidence. Ilya stood motionless, turning her back on the battle, seemingly wrestling with her inner turmoil. Finally she turned back, her eyes blazing. She declared that as a hero candidate she couldn't let the trainees die. She would stay and fight. Her face shone with unshakable determination. The long-haired orange man smiled and asked enigmatically, "Who said anyone's going to die?" Dowd also turned to look at her, smiling confidently. He promised that although it looked impossible, he would win and come back. His promise brought Ilya to tears. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. Dowd turned his back and marched steadily toward the kneeling Valkassus. He declared that death was not part of his plan. Dowd's silhouette advanced steadily, facing the mighty enemy alone. Ilya could only stand silently and watch, softly calling his name. Now she could only place her full trust in Dowd. Lucian turned to Ilya, urging her to come down. She said taking the stairs was too slow and told Ilya to take her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Ilya tightened her hand on the sword hilt and agreed. She turned to the Saintess and told her to come along. Lucian and the Saintess took Ilya's hands, and the three of them jumped from the tower's peak, placing their full faith in Dowd. Dowd explained his plan. The condition to break Valkassus's chains was to win a fair one-on-one duel. And in this situation, the only person who could have a fair match with Valkassus was Dowd Campbell, the weakest with all stats at grade F. To carry out the plan, Dowd activated Soul Linker. The system announced that the number of demonic marks on him had increased by 1. Before starting, Dowd turned to ask the spirit of Knight Caliban a question. He said that since Caliban had experience, he wanted to ask one thing. Dowd asked an odd question, "Does dying hurt?" The spirit of Knight Caliban stood silently behind him. Caliban, with a sorrowful look, slowly replied that, "Of course it hurts." Hearing such a bluntly obvious answer, Dowd muttered that he'd never ask Caliban for advice again. He ignored it, raised the pendant, and activated the skill, Sacred Soul. Dowd knelt, pointed the pendant at Valkassus, and began the process of invading his mind. Immediately, Dowd's consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space. Purple streams of energy began to whirl around, signaling a dangerously invasive incursion. Dowd braced himself. Valkassus's soul energy fought back fiercely, causing him intense pain. He clenched his teeth, trying to push through the flesh-tearing pain to dive deeper into the other's memories. At last he saw a faint light. A small figure in an orange cloak sat in the dark space. That was Valkassus's true self. Dowd gritted his teeth, his body trembling from the enormous pressure of maintaining the soul link. But he kept reaching out, determined to touch that shattered soul. The silhouette of young Valkassus appeared, a lonely figure amid a desolate landscape. The scene around Dowd shifted. He had successfully entered Valkassus's memory, a once glorious kingdom now engulfed in flames. Young Valkassus's eyes shone with deep sorrow. This was the tragedy that ruined his life, a prosperous city incinerated in an instant. Young Valkassis quietly gazed ahead, where another boy in an orange cloak sat alone, another fragment of his memory. Suddenly, Dowd appeared right behind him. Young Valkassis turned in surprise at the intruder and asked if Dowd knew he might be trapped in this memory forever. Dowd simply replied with a question of his own. In a one-on-one match, is losing all you can think about? Dowd smiled. He hadn't come to defeat Valkassis, he'd come to save both him and his kingdom. Valkassis closed his eyes, a peaceful smile appearing on his face for the first time. He realized that despite all the danger, Dowd wasn't someone who would turn a blind eye and walk away. Valkassis admitted, "You win." He bowed to Dowd and offered a sincere thanks. The conflict ended not with force but with empathy. A blinding beam of light shattered the space, creating cracks like broken glass. Then the barrier completely collapsed. A voice rang out, unable to believe what was happening. It was the one-eyed girl with glasses, stunned as she wondered if Dowd had actually succeeded. The barrier vanished, and its final shards dissipated. Brilliant light engulfed the clock tower, signaling that something had ended. The purple energy orbs also faded into the sky. Shortly after, a series of system notifications appeared. Main quest completed. Dowd received points, demonic essence, a hero fragment, and unlocked interaction with the Court of Inquiry. Dowd slowly opened his eyes, still dazed after the battle. But when he came to, he realized he was staring straight at Elnor. It turned out he had been resting his head on her lap. Realizing the situation, Dowd called her name, a little flustered. Elnor asked if he had arrived right after clearing out the monsters. Dowd hesitated and confirmed, then nervously asked if she was mad that he left her with that ridiculous guy. She admitted she was angry, but not for that reason. Dowd was surprised, not understanding what else he had done wrong. Elnor's tone turned cold as she recounted meeting the hero candidate and the saintess outside the tower. She sarcastically said their roles should have been reversed. Dowd should have brought her to such an important battle. Dowd could only sigh, no longer sure what she thought the student council president was like. Reading Elnor's attitude, Dowd probed, asking if she was jealous or just bruised pride. Dowd teasingly prodded, bluntly asking if the council president was jealous. Elnor immediately glared at him and growled, "You want to die?" making Dowd apologize hastily. In that moment, Dowd suddenly realized something. He looked down at the pendant around his neck. He murmured that all the curses binding those bodies had been lifted. The young King Valkassis was finally free, and those people were likely at peace now. In his mind, he recalled the children's spirits begging him to stay and help them avenge the one who wronged them. Lost in thought, Dowd didn't notice Elnor watching him. He blinked and asked why she was looking at him like that. Elnor just smiled and replied simply, "Just because I wanted to." Dowd sat up and asked Elnor about her plans. She looked surprised and asked what he was talking about. He explained that him single-handedly defeating Flash Terror would surely spread everywhere, meaning higher-level assassins would start targeting him. Still, Elnor didn't seem bothered by that danger. She brushed it off and reminded him of his earlier promise about making it up with a dinner. Meanwhile, at the academy, earth-shattering news was spreading. A blonde student shouted loudly, announcing that the headmaster had decided to let everyone out early because of the clock tower incident. The courtyard immediately erupted in cheers. Students buzzed, some not even understanding why they were dismissed, only knowing someone had sliced a building in half and repairs were needed. On a balcony, two sisters enjoyed the peaceful air. The older sister lit a cigarette and said they could stay at the academy for now. She exhaled a plume of smoke and muttered that this was an official announcement from the Holy Nation. She wondered if Dowd had really uncovered their weakness. The black-haired girl, Yuria, replied that it's very possible since Dowd is someone who plans carefully. Yuria smiled and said that in any case, she was happy as long as the two of them could be together. But the older sister remained worried, reminding her that the Holy Nation wouldn't give up and the homunculus plan wasn't over. Yuria insisted that even so, they wouldn't run away anymore. Now both of them were much freer than before. The older sister smiled, agreeing the Holy Nation wouldn't dare take them lightly now. She teased that in moments like this, she didn't know who the older sister really was. Yuria cheerfully replied that they're twins anyway, even if she was born 2 minutes earlier. Suddenly, a voice cut into their conversation, telling them to be quiet. A red-haired elf student with thick glasses appeared, complaining they were disturbing her reading and asking the older sister to stub out her cigarette. Cut to another room, where a family photo sat neatly on a table. In the room, Ilya lay on the bed and asked her friend Trisha if she was truly worthy of being a hero candidate. Trisha was surprised and said it was obvious. She reminded Ilya that she handled the clock tower incident well and asked if she was feeling pressured by everyone's stares. Or was it pressure from the title of hero itself? Ilya whispered, wondering if she truly wanted to become a hero that badly. Trisha worriedly said that if there was any trouble, Ilya could share it with her, since she missed family and didn't want to get stuck chasing revenge. But Ilya thought differently. She wondered if she was blindly chasing traces of her family until she found someone to fill the void they left. Trisha sensed something off about her friend and anxiously called Ilya's name. She asked if Ilya felt unwell, but Ilya quickly denied it. Cut back to Dowd, who was talking with the headmistress. She warned him to brace himself because from now on, cultists would constantly target him and he must not let his guard down. Dowd replied wearily that he was used to it. He added that people couldn't stay tense all the time, implying he needed some rest. The headmistress smiled, saying that's why she suggested a break, also to repair the buildings after the incident. She thought Dowd should rest a bit. Dowd agreed. He admitted it was time to rest and recharge since he'd only just finished Chapter 2 of the game. He also needed time to think about the Enlightener. A troubling thought arose. Could the leader of the cultists actually be a woman? He tried to shake it off, since it didn't match what he remembered. While Dowd was lost in thought, the headmistress suddenly spoke up. "Let's go together." Dowd jolted, completely not understanding what she meant. She calmly repeated that they should return to his hometown together. She added that she had informed the hero candidate, Ilya, and also the student council president Elnor. Hearing that, Dowd completely fell apart. He screamed inside his head, unable to believe he'd have to go home with both Ilya and Elnor. His usual excuse, "The world will end if I don't go," suddenly sounded ridiculous.